Ladies and gentlemen, young men and women, join us as we embark on this nerve-wracking spectacle that is unfolding before our eyes, the most anticipated election of the decade, the heart-pounding race for power. So stay tuned for this and more. Welcome back with your hosts,
Edna Evans,
Julio Romney,
Franklin Richards,
and yours truly, Nerissa Cornelia, as we guide you through this web of political aspirations, competing ideologies, and the fierce battles for supremacy. Tonight, we embark on a journey where the tides of destiny shift with every counted vote, where the principles we hold dear clash and intertwine, and where the fate of a nation hangs by a thread. So sit back, fasten your seatbelts, and prepare for a roller coaster ride of emotions as we delve deep into the intriguing world of politics, where truth and deception, the thrill of victory, and the agony of defeat converge on this platform of democracy. This will be an exhilarating experience that we hope will challenge your beliefs, ignite your passion, and leave you thirsting for more. So join me and my co-hosts as we navigate the twists and turns of this electrifying electoral spectacle. Welcome to the battleground of ideas. Welcome to Election Watch. St. Maarten decides. Good evening. So, Mr. Richards, what is your anticipation for tonight?
good evening, people of St. Maarten, here and abroad. You asked me about my anticipation.
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm looking for a government by the people, for the people, because the people have voted today, and that's what the people, are looking for, a government that really operates, functions for them. And I think that is very important and essential going forward in 2024 and after.
Definitely. I must agree with you there. What a day it has been, from 8 to 8.
Yes, a day that you would see on St. Maarten where there's a lot of traffic. A lot of people went out early to vote.
They did.
And if you look at the results, the people really came out to vote. And that's a good thing because it's their democratic right. You don't have to pay to go and vote how it was years ago.
Correct.
But now, you can do your thing, so to speak, as the young people would say.
Definitely. And we are here not only with ourselves, of course, we have our co-hosts with us tonight.
Good evening. And I'd like to welcome everyone. For those of you who are just joining us, you're with Vid Media, and we are here looking at the results for St. Maarten Decides 2024. My name is Edna Evans, and I am here with Dr. Julio Romney. And what has your experience been throughout the election process and today?
My experience throughout the day and has been rather interesting. I was able to walk around or drive around to a number of the voting polls, and activity seems to be, in the beginning, somewhat slow. And as a student of comparative government politics, it's always of great interest to me. And yeah, we should look forward for an amazing election. In fact, that's what it has been dubbed during our debate that we had a couple of days ago.
Yes, yes, indeed. And I remember looking at the online statistics for the government website, where they stated that at 12 o'clock, the number of votes that were casted surpassed the number of votes that were casted in 2020. What are your thoughts on that?
That's good news. I think it's imperative that people come out and vote. Last year we had, what, 59%? Last election?
Yes,
59.
yes.
And I trust that we'll be way up in the 60s. Years ago, we was up as high as, I think, 67. And from then we have been going downhill.
Oh, but
And
don't give away everything just as yet. We're going to get to that
I look forward
shortly.
to it. Yeah.
And with that, Narissa, we await your thoughts about the election process. And yeah, we're excited to be here. We're excited to share the analytics. And we're excited to hear your thoughts on election 2024.
Well, Edna, thank you so much for the intro. We have 8 political parties contesting this year's election, and it's so interesting to see the mix, the blend, as last election we didn't have 8 political parties contesting. I think it was about 5 or 6. I'll let our analysts go into that later. But we have the Democratic Party, we have the Empire Culture Empowerment, ECE. We had the Nation Opportunity Wealth Now, the National Alliance, the Party for Progress, the United People's Party, the United Resilient St. Maarten Movement, URSM, and the United St. Maarten Party. 8 political parties. Mr. Richards, you have been our Lieutenant Governor in the previous setting, so I know you know a lot about some of the political parties, but we see here a new set of parties coming out, this time 3. And how do you see that as we evolve as a people? What is your take on this?
Yeah, time, has changed over the years. And if you look at the parties today, you will see that the leadership consists of 4 women. You never had that.
That is so true, yes.
So the women, they are really, moving forward, trying to take the leadership where they're concerned. So that in the past you didn't have.
That is true.
So what you have now are younger people as well. They are participating in the elections, which is a good thing, because I believe going forward that the younger people should be the foundation for the elder.
Agreed.
And but what we are looking for, being an elder person, I can say, that you want to make sure that they are well equipped.
A balance.
There should be a balance, and they should be able to accept the information from the experienced one.
Agree.
And we're looking actually for people in office as well that are well educated and then can handle the problems of today.
Correct.
That is important going forward, because St. Maarten needs that. You'll hear people saying, I believe as well, that St. Maarten is a crossroad right now. And it's good to know, coming from you, how do you feel as a young person, looking at the election, because you came back from the Netherlands. And this is the second time, I believe, that you're casting your vote.
Yes.
And you had the opportunity to see how it works in the Netherlands, how people cast the votes in the Netherlands. I was talking to Dr. Julio here someday, and I said, Dr. Julio, where are your polls? Because in the Netherlands, the polls, can determine the election.
They can.
And even this time around in the Netherlands, it didn't happen, because we have to follow also the situation here in the Netherlands.
Definitely.
Well, my question again, getting back, how do you see this?
This election?
The elections, and from your young perspective.
Well, Mr. Richards, thank you for that question, especially as you introduced it in the sense of that balance. I am a younger person. I'm what they consider millennial, although I don't consider myself a millennial. I like to have that information from the ones that have been there, the ones that have gained insight into the functioning of the government apparatus, and giving us, the young ones, a chance to provide our input based on what we've studied to get that balance so we can progress. And I think by saying that, I answer your question, because there are quite a few young people came forward this election, and I'm very proud to say I see that balance. How will that work in practice is based on our voter turnout today and the decision of the population. And that, I must say, I'm looking forward to seeing, because I am not on my own. You are not on your own. You have a demographic, and so do I. And I think that that also plays a little role in my analysis. So to say I am happy with the turnout of the young people on the political parties, yes, but I hope that the older, more experienced members of the parties also give a chance to them, giving them the information or the know-how, experience that they have gained over the years.
And with that, you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
You know, giving the younger ones the opportunity to be able to govern,
Correct.
as you say, well, go get into power,
Yes.
as long power doesn't go to their head. That's important.
Yes.
Because some of them, when they do get in power, they forget the people.
And that is
And
a fundamental
Yes,
thing.
and I do hope that this time around, when they do get in government, as I stated before, that they have to work for the people of St. Maarten. There's a lot of challenges that the government that is coming in, because you're dealing with the poverty on St. Maarten, so they'll have to look at poverty alleviation.
Mm-hmm.
You have on St. Maarten that they run the government actually with a budget of 400 million guilders. So trust me, there are people on the island, like even on the other side, the northern side, that have more money, and I'm talking about business people, than government.
Correct.
But what government should look at as well is looking towards the Netherlands, looking towards, you know, having funds from international organizations.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of money to be had there. So seeing that you just can't govern St. Maarten with 400 million guilders,
Definitely
they'll
not.
need to look at even revising the financing, financial reforms, all that needs to be had.
Definitely. Definitely.
And what you see here at times is false pride. So they have to get away from that false pride and start looking, how are we going to assist the people of St. Maarten? How are we going to get the economy
Moving.
better,
Mm-hmm.
enhance the economy for the
Diversifying.
people of St. Maarten, and making sure that there are jobs for the people of St. Maarten? That's important, you know, going forward.
Definitely.
So I think that the younger folks should build that foundation even for the older folks, because the elderly as well, they are suffering in the sense because they're living from a AOV pension.
That
and
is not
it's even more than
quantified with.
the minimum wage.
Correct,
even, you know,
correct.
so
Yes.
these are things definitely should be looked into.
I definitely agree with you, Mr. Richards. In our review of the different political manifestos, you see a lot of similarity on points of social development, educational reform, financial reform. But seriously speaking, if we look at the talk of the day, our people feel neglected, and or they feel unheard, or they feel like the rest of the world is moving towards sustainable means of income, sustainable means of development, sustainable means of education, and we are still a bit in the past. So I think with the joining of the young blood, let us hope that there will be some kind of shift as we go forward, because it's quite evident as we look globally, because again, we are a part of the kingdom of the Netherlands, but you've also mentioned there are other means of income generation and investment. So I look forward to seeing how our people have perceived this entire political campaign that has taken place since postulation day, or some before, to see what kind of government we will get for the people, by the people. And it is interesting to see what will transpire based on that.
You're so correct with that, you know, so, and we all hope that. I think the people of St. Maarten is looking forward to that. But what baffles me at times is people will call for a change, and then they go out and cast their vote, and they put the same people back in office and expect a different result, you know, which is not possible, because what you put in
Is what you get out.
is what you get out. And I do hope this time around that the people really have chosen for themselves.
I do hope so too.
And at the same time, give those that are willing to work, you know, for them, willing
An
to work
opportunity.
for St. Maarten, because St. Maarten really needs to move forward. We, as I stated before, at a crossroad, and we will have to, you know, cross that threshold.
Definitely, Mr. Richards. I think you said a mouthful with that one. When we say we want change, and we mean we want change, but in our actions, we behave differently. And I think this is based on history. We've seen this happen over and over and over. But I do believe we're in the 21st century. And I have seen how just social media or influencers can make a significant difference in impacting a select few. And with me saying this, I am very much anticipating the outcome of today's results, because I've seen, even in the American election, where people say exactly what you said. I want change, we want change, and they make the same decision. But the power of persuasion is so great with social media today. So I feel as if, that's my opinion, this election might just see, we might just see a difference. Let me say it like that.
Yeah, it's so strange if you look at St. Maarten and you look at the French side, the southern side, the northern side in this case, versus the southern side. In the northern side, they're completely different than those, you know, in the southern side.
They are.
If you look at Sabre and Stacia, they completely different, because if they're going to make a change, they do say they're going to make a change, but we don't.
No.
You know, but let's hope this time around a change is in the air for the betterment of St. Maarten.
I do hope so as well. I think it would be a good time now to switch over to our analysts, as they're going to give us some info on the election voter turnout?
Thank you very much for that. Indeed, and to answer your question, last year we had 7 parties. And I think the only other time that we had more than 8 parties in the election was back in 2016, when we had to, in order to get a seat, you had to have 947 votes per person. But more current information, Dr. Rumney, tell us a little bit about the history of our electorates and our voter turnout and the excitement or not excitement to cast our votes, to make our voices known, to vote for that next person that will lead us into the future, which here we are today. It's bittersweet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, basically, I guess in this situation, it's imperative that we try to look back at our history and see how we have grown since 10-10-10, and then more importantly, to get us a sense as to how are we moving up, down, or
moving
different. Okay, and in order to get us up to speed here, we have put together this chart so our listeners, our viewers, can get a sense as to the political development of St. Maarten. And you can see here, on the first chart, we talked about the voters registration. So we can see from here, 2010 up to 2020, our voter registration. In the second line, we talked about the voters turnout.
Oh, wow, okay. Interesting comparison.
And then we look at the valid votes that was casted over that period of time, and then we look at the invalid. And I think this is important because we can see where we are tonight. Okay, the key and amazing thing is where are we going to fall in 2024. As you can see here, in 2010, we had what? 19,601 registered voters.
Yes.
And we had a somewhat of an increase in 2014. A smaller increase in 2016 gave us 22,302. 2018, we ended up getting a small increase again of 22,559. And here now in 2020, we went up significantly, 23,106. The big question is, in 2024, we have seen a decrease in the registered voters.
And I think that might have something to do with the controversial voters registry cleanup, or the census office cleanup that's been going on for quite some time. You know, there have been some questions as to why it was done and if it was necessary. But that could also, I believe, be part of the reason for the decrease.
And there could have been other factors in here too, because we had the pandemic, we had a hurricane. A number of persons left the island because just after the hurricane. So it could be a number of factors. And the register cleanup could be, but I think the major thing probably, persons just left the island for whatever reason.
But one of the things that I think you pointed out very clearly is that the more the more people that's there to vote, the more electorates, the more voting cards that are printed, does not necessarily mean a higher voter turnout.
No, not at all. And here again, we can see that over the years from 2010 over the 10 years, we have seen the voter turnout significantly decreased.
Wow, yeah.
Okay. Back then here in 2014, okay, we had I think what, 69.4%. We've gone on 65, 61, 59.
Yeah.
And I think this is not good at all. Personally, I don't think it's not good at all.
Over 12% decrease.
Yeah. Okay. And the big question now is, let's hope at the end of the night we can see an increase It'll be great if we can go back up to 71.5% as we did in 2010. Okay, and this is important because we can't have just 59% determining of the electorate determining government. We need much more electorate participation. It's a democracy, so I think we have to find ways and means of getting our electorate coming out back up to 75%.
If I'm not mistaken, I mentioned earlier in the broadcast that as of 12 p.m. today, the Parliament on the website, Parliament stated that 4,736 votes were cast across the 20 polling stations, which represented 21% of the 22,553 eligible voters, which is much better than last year. I'm sorry, back in 2020 of the same time, where we had just 18% of the electorate coming out to vote by 12. Should we be hopeful? Should we be cautious? What do you think?
I like that. I think we should be cautiously optimistic.
Okay.
That it would, because it's important that we come out and vote and be part of forming that government. And we can see here too that this blue line here, we're looking at what the valid votes. Okay. Again, we see a nice increase in 2014 as opposed to 2010. And then we had a decrease here, and a major decrease in 2018. And so slight increase in 2020. And I trust that in 2024 we would see more valid votes. Because and then I guess we get invalid votes for a number of reasons. Person not educated in terms of how to vote. Okay, and one knows that if you put a check mark or you go outside a circle, that is deemed an invalid vote. So I think it's important that we educate our electorate as to how to vote. It might seem simple, but a lot of people tend to, disqualify their ballot, or they might just put notes on there, go for it, son, and different things, and that in itself disqualifies the ballot. And then we see here, and that is reflected here in the invalid votes. So we've seen in 2010 we had 333, in 2014 326, slight increase in 2016 of 385, 2018 dropped down to 446, 402, and one can see clearly this is too much. I mean, you're wasting 402 ballots. That's just too much.
And if I'm based on the last election, I believe I'm just going to get my notes here, but that's almost half of the votes needed in order to be able to get a seat. We needed about 445 votes to be able to get a seat. But one of the things that I like about, or the features that I like about tonight, is that we have the seat allocation, which we must tell our viewers, it's not set in stone, it's not official, but it's based on a lot of calculations by some really good statisticians. And of course, Dr. Romney, I'm sure you don't have doctor in front of your name for nothing. So we have some very good people that's very brilliant that put those figures together and those formulas together. Long live Excel. But this is going to be exciting because it's not official, but it's officially accurate, if I can use those words. And this is going to, be highlighted throughout the entire evening, where as we get more of those polling station numbers in, so get them coming in, we'll be able to get them highlighted to see where we're going. Because at the end of the day, at 8:01 p.m., everybody wants to know what's going to happen here. What do you think
Okay.
is going to happen
And-
here? I know
Well-
it's totally off because I know you deal with the figures and you make sure that everything is on point, but what do you think is going to happen? Let's just
Well,
go with you.
if we take a close look at the hype, if you want to call that, okay, in the absence of empirical data,
Yes.
if we want to do some projection, we can take a look at the hype, the excitement out there during the campaign as well as today, and then we'll try to get some projection. So our educated guest today, and going to give us some projection, and we'll do that later in the evening as we get the results coming in, and it basically would be based on the quota.
Yeah.
You see, this is what determines whether or not a seat is allocated to a political party.
And how do we come up with the quota, so that we can, or in case our viewers don't know?
That part is really simple and mathematical equation of division. So if we have 500 voters, valid voters, and we know we have 15, we just divide it by that, and that will give you the quota.
Okay, so it's based on the
Electoral
valid votes,
Yeah.
not on the total number of voters, not on the total number of cards that were given out, but all of those valid votes.
No, it's not based on the registered voters.
There we go.
Okay, we have these persons are registered to vote, and then you see how many people actually turn out to vote. And those that are valid, that amount divided by the number of seats that needs to be allocated, which is 15, and that will give us a quota. And so then each party will then be assigned or allotted a seat based on how many times that quota is taken out of the number of votes they win.
Okay.
Okay?
So we're
So-
bubbling with anticipation
Bubbling
to get those numbers.
And,
And,
and beyond that, okay, because that mathematical equation at times would not necessarily pan out. So we'll get what we'll call residuals. And then there's another little mathematical equation would then determine whether or not some seats or the remaining seats would be allotted to the political parties.
Okay, this is getting exciting. I was going to go into one more chart that we have, but I know that we have to give the floor back to Larissa and to Mr. Franklin. So without further ado, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much. We're now getting information that we'll be moving live over to Parliament. So the first amount of numbers are coming in. Mr. Richards, are you excited?
Very much so.
Yes.
Very much so.
So we go live over to Parliament to get the information as the first polling districts come in.
Oh, great. Super.
I don't know which polling station just yet, but
Normally,
yes.
during my time,
Yes, sir.
the first one was always the prison.
Aha.
And the prison was used as an indicator which party will win the election.
Interesting.
Yes, so I'm going to see if that's going to work here again,
In the 2024
tonight,
election.
in the 2024 elections, because most of the time, it's like a game. Which one is going to come first? So you'll get the prison, and then you have
The St. Maarten home.
the St. Maarten home.
Yes.
The elderly folks. Those are the smaller ones, and then you go over to other districts. I hope tonight, though, what is very important, that all the polling stations, that they'll be able to do a fast counting.
I hope so too.
It's remarkable that in big countries we will know the outcome before 12.
Yeah.
On St. Maarten, it's always like 2, 3 o'clock
In the morning. Yeah.
And what are we talking about? How many voters are we talking about?
We're talking about 22,553 voters this election.
Yes.
Yes.
In total.
In total.
And then how many would go out to vote? You know, so
yeah,
again,
it's
depends on the percentage that
correct,
Dr. Romney
Dr. Romney, just gave us. Yes,
just gave us there.
correct.
So to me, it's easy to be able
To get
to
those,
give us the information
yeah,
of the outcome of the voting. Because in first instance, what you have to do is you put all the parties, you know, together. So you split them. So you
Correct.
have the parties, you begin with number one, which is number one.
number one is the Nation Opportunity Wealth.
Yeah,
Now,
and then you go to two.
number two is Empire Culture Empowerment, ECE.
Yeah, three.
Number three is the United People's Party, a party we know, it's not a new one.
Yes.
Yes, and then we got four, Party for Progress, also not a new party. Number five, USP, United St. Maarten Party. Six, United Resilience St. Maarten Movement, new party. Number seven, the National Alliance. And number eight, the Democratic Party.
Yes.
So you just split them up, you were saying?
Yes, you just split them up and you tally. Because the people of St. Maarten really at some point in time, and even the politician would like to know which party, you know, has
Had
gotten
them-
a seat.
That's,
simple or
that's
more,
ultimate,
You
yes.
know, so that is the main thing. And then later on you go over. And that is what we are looking for.
That is
Let's hope
exactly,
tonight that,
we can get that
we can set a
information.
record.
Let's hope so. I think 2024, we are talking about the mother of all elections, the elections of the decade, and I think it will break some records, and I
Yeah.
think it would be nice if
But
we
that
can
is-
break
that's a
this one
slogan
too.
I can tell you every election. It's a election.
You have you have experience, I don't.
Yeah, it's a slogan. You know?
I could only
And
imagine.
They gotta get better at it.
We gotta get a new one.
Yeah, you gotta get a new
We
slogan.
gotta get a
actually.
new slogan. Maybe the millennials or the generation after the millennials will come up with a new slogan.
Yes.
We are moving with time. I think that would be something we look forward to in the next 4 years.
Definitely.
It seems like we've set a trend, remarkable trend, like we mentioned earlier, as this is the first time. Oh, we have footage here of the governor placing his ballot
Yes.
this morning. This is something that you're very much familiar with,
Yeah,
Mr. Richards.
definitely. And it has changed over the years. Because remember, in my time, the governor is the chair of the voting bureau.
Yes, yes, correct.
So the governor now of country St. Maarten doesn't have that role. You have now a chairperson of the voting bureau, which is Ms. Tacklin,
Yes, Ms. Tacklin has
and
the
has
chair.
taken that role over, who is the chair. So you would go around and really check all the voting bureaus to see if everything is in order. I was telling
Wow.
my wife Angela tonight, actually, I feel happy that I don't have to do that anymore. I can sit here and be able to give people now information of what to expect and how a government should run. But we will do that later on.
We will.
And how a government should function, because it's important for the people to know. Because we have to educate the people, because I see this program as educating, the people of St. Maarten. This is an opportunity that we have.
Definitely.
And I think definitely we should make use of this opportunity.
Yes, I do as well. I think with your wealth of knowledge on the past, and here we go with the Central Voting Bureau also doing exactly what you just mentioned, but this is something you did as well as governor. So you see the time has changed significantly, and you would go to every polling station.
Every polling station. And I will be accompanied by the Chief Commissioner of Police.
Okay.
So and it's a different role than what the governor has now. He has cast his vote, and I
then
think
that's it.
That's it for him in that case. Looking at the situation after 10-10-10, we have to ask ourselves, St. Maarten has become, after 10-10-10, a country within the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Yes, it does.
So it's a different role that the government has to undertake than before. What has happened, I believe, that the central administration, was in Curacao.
Yes, it was.
St. Maarten never had the opportunity actually to run a government the way it was run in the Netherlands Antilles, because we didn't have the people. We depended on
Curacao.
Mm-hmm. At the change, I think we were not apt enough, I believe, because what had to be done? You had to get a transition budget. A transition budget, which means the Netherlands definitely would have funded that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you would have educated your people in order to take over this new role.
Setting up the institutions in such a...
Precisely.
Correct.
So we had to do it from our own budget, and that in itself was a challenge. And then you had the situation whereby some of the politicians were saying that we are no longer with Curacao. We don't have to give Curacao any money, so now we have
it for us.
For us.
Mm-hmm.
But it was insufficient.
It was not.
So no calculation was made. There was no transition budget. So we are facing some serious challenges, as I stated before, when it comes to poverty.
Yes,
we have to work on poverty alleviation. We have to place emphasis on our education.
Definitely.
Because they have used the education, especially the scholarships, as a tool to get elected. It wasn't used as a tool actually to build country St. Maarten.
Yes.
You have to cater towards the needs
of the people.
Of
Definitely.
the people, particularly the jobs that we have to be able to man.
Yeah, and which will reflect on our economy, which will reflect back in our educational system, which will alleviate poverty. So it's a
spin-off effect.
It's a spin-off effect, indeed.
It's a spin-off effect.
But what we've noticed with coming back to the political parties, the history, the leaders, the ideologies, and I think we didn't touch too much on the leaders, because we have these political parties, these 8 political parties. You mentioned the 4 females, but there are some leaders that have history also in the previous structure, and now the St. Maarten country, St. Maarten as we know it today. Did we know everything? Not really, no we didn't. But I think with our information that we have before us, we will now see today how the past, the present, and maybe what the future will look like. I think it's time to give our analysts a moment to give us some insight on the party dominance per district.
Thank you very much, Narissa. So as we wait for those polling stations to do their counts, and we wait for the numbers to come in so we can fill up the chart on the top and give you guys a better idea of where we're going and what we can anticipate, hopefully before 12 o'clock. Before 12 o'clock, because we seem to be getting it together. I mean, in the past, Dr. Romney, I remember sitting down on the floor in the living room with the newspaper cut out, well, not cut out, it was like a whole 2 pages, and just filling in the numbers of the individual candidates. And now they give that information to us after, and we just get the information per polling station with the number of votes cast per party. But here I see that we have an anticipation of what can happen. And I know you're a numbers person, but I like the little, hype and drama. There are some consistencies on the board with the choices that the electorate, gave over the last 4 elections. For instance, in district number 6, which is the Milton Peters College, it was a predominantly National Alliance district. But I will let you give your thoughts on this board.
Okay. What I think, like you explained, you said just now, that back then we'll sit on the floor and try to fill out or anticipate which candidate. Okay? I think it's important that we give a little history, or rather understanding, of our governmental structure.
Yes.
So it's not about the candidate. It's clearly is a party. It's a parliamentary system of government. Okay? And so the first thing that is elected is the party. And once the seats have been allotted to the party, then it's basically the candidates, okay, then they would assume the seats that have been allotted to the party. So you have to get it clearly. It's a parliamentary system of government, as opposed to a presidential, where the candidate is the key person. In the parliamentary system, it's the party that's the key thing. And if you go back to the Constitution, or rather the Electoral Ordinance, clearly stated in there, proportional representation by party, not the individual.
Interesting.
Okay? And I think that's a key thing that the audience need to understand, because we get the feeling that it's about the candidate. No, it's not about the candidate. It's first about the party. So the party is elected, seats are allotted to the party. Thereafter, then if the party wins 5 seats, at that point, then we look within the party list and see which party or which candidate have enough seats to fill those seats that have been allotted to the party.
So,
and over the years, we have seen that on our calendar, we try to get a sense as to find if there's a pattern, okay, where the strongholds of the political parties. And looking at a map, you can see that there's no real pattern per se, other than, let's say, District 6. Could you go back to the other graph, please?
unless we're getting some information in, some data in.
Okay. You see here, you can see in District 6, which is Milton Peters College, where you find the Netherlands, or rather the National Alliance, has been winning this particular district for the last 4 elections.
Yep.
Other than that, we've seen quite a bit of changes. However, what we can surmise here is that during the time of the United Democrat Party and the National Alliance are 2 of the most dominant parties. And
do you think that it has anything to do with maybe the number of candidates on the list? Is there something to say about having a full list of 23 candidates versus having a list of maybe 10?
Well, that in itself, no, that in itself doesn't, really doesn't matter. The idea of having 23, a full list, that gives you have opportunity now for more people to vote for that particular party. And the key here now is to have the number of persons on your list that can attract voters. See? And here again, because of our political culture, which is based on personal politics, so therefore you find you get a couple that well-known people, so to speak, and then that'll fill up your list and give you a better chance of getting seats, because the more votes you get, the higher the amount, then the more seats you will get. So therefore, it's good to fill up all 23. That'll increase the probability of you getting things. And you'll see much of the things here. See, for instance, here again, you can see all National Alliance UD, National Alliance UP, and all of these parties had something in common. They're in terms of the UP and UPP and the UD, they have a connection. Okay? okay?
Yeah.
National Alliance, of course, right? So then, if one look at here, at District 9, one can surmise here too that the UP has been dominating the whole thing here, because UD basically was a combine,
Yes.
where you had the Democratic Party and the PPA and the UP come together. Right? So there again you can see that, so basically we just have those two parties for whatever reason. And I guess that too because they are much older parties. They've been in existence for quite some time. So the National Alliance came from the old SBA, and
yeah.
et cetera. And of course the Democratic Party has been there from inception.
Yes, I remember
So,
those days.
yeah. So much of the newer parties have not gotten that kind of traction, that foothold in our political system as those two older parties.
Well, it's going to be interesting because, you know, we have some parties now such as the USP, and although there's been a change in the leadership, the USP has been around for a while now. I mean, it's not their first rodeo. So it will be interesting to see how they do with this election. But I couldn't help also but notice that the chart is very green. It's very green.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what color it lights up with for the 2024 election.
2024.
Yeah.
Okay. And we again, based on the hype and things have been going, chances are we'll see under the green, or in this case, green and white.
Green and white.
Yeah, because if you look at a card, you can see has always been the dominating factor here, green and white. Okay, green, white, green, white.
I almost want to wager a tomahawk steak on that
Well,
prediction.
I'm not saying, like I said, if one look at the hype, look at the activities out there, one will surmise that you can project
Okay.
that would be the case, but not necessary. Not necessary. But because you still have the some of the newer parties, which we have here, the USRM, and we have now USP, and they have been campaigning hard. They have been trying hard in order to convince the electorate. So chances are we can see them pulling out and having a much more colorful 2024 as opposed to green and white.
Yeah, because this is actually the fifth election of the USP. They started back in 2014. But I think we have some updates, and we're going to go back to Nerissa on that.
Yes. Thank you, analysts. I hope you're enjoying the information you're receiving, because as the show progresses and we start getting in information, we will start to see more of our analysts analyzing the information that was received based on the polling stations, that have come in. But coming back to the actual political parties, their leaders, the ideologies, I think people are now starting to wonder, who are these people if they haven't already asked themselves these questions. This year, as we know, the first political party, which is a new party, is the Nation Opportunity Wealth. Its political leader is known as Mr. Christophe Emmanuel. And before we go into that new party, we'll take a commercial break, and we'd like to thank you for watching with us, and stay tuned.
During this live broadcast, we kindly accept your contribution towards the production costs. No amount is too small, and every contribution is greatly appreciated. Your contribution will go directly towards covering the expenses of producing and broadcasting this show. We thank you for your generosity and support.
Welcome back with Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides. And Mr. Richards, we were just going to get into some meat of the political parties, their party leaders, and their possible ideologies based on what we've seen. And we, following the ballot, we will start with the first party, a new political party. Its leader is not new to the political arena, but he is he's known as Mr. 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓. Like I said, not a new politician, not new to the arena. He's the Honorable Member of Parliament that was a member of the National Alliance and went independent throughout the first few hundred days of that government, and he's now contesting the election as the leader of this new political party. We've seen that their party have 11 candidates contesting this election. Of course, since it's new, no seats have been won in the last election, but we have seen their campaign, we've seen quite a few videos, and like I said, I'm from the millennial group, and we follow the Facebook, well, not me myself, but we see here their campaign video that has surfaced on all political social media platforms. This postulation day, we saw a change in the way we know postulation day to go. Some had big groups, they all had the drum band. Here we see the supporters all coming out. This is something that we have grown accustomed to since becoming country, since 2010. And the Now Party as a new party seem to have gathered their supporters to come out to the Parliament building. Here we have the leader and his supporters in Parliament. And I think on November 22nd, it was a most anticipated day. It was my birthday as well, so I think it was.
That's why you remember it.
Oh yeah, definitely. But it was a quite interesting day. Yeah. I think the Phillipsburg has seen so many different colors that day, and I think it was a spectacular day for the tourists as well. Yeah. Working in Phillipsburg, they were like, "What's going on? What day is today? Is it a special day?" Yes, it was. Yes. In our political.
Yeah, it's
history.
part of the process.
It is.
You know, coming to the election of today.
Yes.
As you know, there's a
whole process and we'll go through that definitely.
Yeah, we will hit that because until you know that
we
the
have
new elected ones that they will sit in Parliament, and I think they'll sit in Parliament on February 10th.
Correct.
That's
yes,
correct.
That is correct. That is correct.
You know, however you twist or turn, you're going to have new members
of Parliament
and old members in Parliament
definitely.
On February 10th, 2024. So we're looking forward to that as well.
Definitely.
So indeed, the now leader is, as you said, not a new person to the election arena and to the political arena. And after that, you'll get number two.
Oh, yes.
What you think of number two? Number two, I
Well-
find Mr. Wigley a brave guy.
He is
Honestly, too.
extremely
Yes.
brave. I think it's not something that we are accustomed to actually we are. We've had political parties with one-man parties before, right?
Yes, we had.
We've had.
You had Alfonso Brooks or Tonka, this is the
Oh, yes.
singer.
Yes,
He was a one-man party.
we did
Yeah.
have.
So we had it
We-
before,
we
but that
also-
was before 20. That was before 10. Though.
Correct. We also had Justin Tomac, I
Yeah,
believe.
yes, this
He
is the buck as
also
well.
had one. Mr. Wigley, Mr. Nigel Emmanuel David Wigley. He is, like you said, one-man party. He also new to the arena and has a big following on Facebook, although Facebook is not the actual eligible voters. There's a backing there. And he had quite a day in Parliament when he came forward.
Hypothetically speaking, what about if this guy has to get 4 or 5 seats? I'll leave that question to be answered by Dr. Rodney.
I believe that's a very good idea, Mr. Richards, as the analyst.
Yes, he can analyze that. I think that is good for him to do. But hypothetically speaking, it can happen.
It's a possibility.
Because you never know, the people at Maarten feel for him and say, let me cast all my money.
I'll support him
I'll
as a
support him
one-man
going
party leader. So
Yeah,
we'll look.
but they did that on postulation day, because at one point in time, he wasn't getting
Correct.
anyone to sign up.
And then
a group of people said, let us go there.
nomination day.
And-
yes,
yeah,
nomination day.
Yeah,
Yes.
and help the guy.
They
Yeah,
did.
out,
They did.
so.
And Dr. Romney had the 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓, sorry, had their leaders debate last Tuesday, and Mr. Wigley also was well represented in said debate, and I think the people of St. Maarten was happy to see or hear from him on that platform. How will that translate in the votes is a question I think all of us are willing to hear and hoping to anticipate.
I think we'll have to get back on that when you get back to the manifesto, what his intentions are. It's good to know. What is his manifesto? What is he going to profess in building St. Maarten, making St. Maarten a better place in comparison with the other parties?
Very, very much so. And I look forward to that discussion as we get into those as well. I believe the next party on the list is also not, actually it's one of the coalition partners, one of the governing parties, the United People's Party. That's number 3. It's not a new one. It's known to all of us. Its party's leader is the Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. Rolando Bryson. And he has almost full slate, 22 candidates on his slate. At last election, the United People's Party won 4 out of the 15 seats. Now, we've had 2 parties, new parties before this one, and here we have a coalition partner, the United People's Party, 4 seats out of the 15. Interesting, we have here number 1 and number 2, both members of government, either parliament or government, and the political party is well represented with 22 members.
I stated it today to someone. I would like to see the Heiliger factor incorporated in this. Theo Heiliger is going through some challenges. But remember, he was the vote getter.
Highest.
He was the biggest vote getter. And here it is that the UP now has undergone a change. So it will be good to see of leadership, how the leader is going to do. And I think it's a good comparison to see, this new leader in comparison with the former leader, and what effect that will have on the party itself. So it's good to keep an eye on that. We're going to see how the chips are falling tonight. And yes, let's wait and see.
I think that's a good synopsis of
Yes,
the history of that party and how it has,
yeah.
and maybe how the population views said change and how
Yeah.
that will trickle down in the votes.
And I think Mr. Romney will be able, Dr. Romney will be able to give a good analysis on that, because remember you had the Democratic Party at some point in time. Those
They
parties merged, and now they're split up. So it's good to see what is going to
Definitely.
happen now that the Democratic Party is standing
Alone again on its own
Yes.
2 feet. And I think they did show the comparison, our analysts just did it, where they shown when the UD and the DP, well, the DP and the UP joined the UD, how they did. And now we go back to them being separate. We will see how well they do on 2024 election. And the party up next, I think, is another not new to the arena. This is their second time up. The Party for Progress with a female leader, the first female leader on the list of the
Melissa
ballot,
Gums.
Melissa Gums, with her group of candidates, 10 total. Last election, they gained 2 out of the 15 seats. A new party, new to the arena, 2 seats out of the 15. We're also here, they are viewed on postulation day, and they have what I would like to call the young group of representatives, the young, maybe with some history of some heavy hitters in the Netherlands and Tilly's days, and now for the parliamentary election, second time up. We are interested to see how their performance will show in this year's election.
Yeah,
How do you take that?
It's new. They're Facebook kids and our TikTok,
Instagram.
Instagram kids. Yeah, different to us. It's a good thing that I have a young daughter that
You do.
I have to keep up.
You do have to keep up.
And with you as well. So, but I'm not no Facebook dad. I'm not a
No, you're not.
TikTok dad. But you still have to follow it. It's important for you to follow it. So what I've noticed is the dual approach from the PFP. If you look around of all the parties, it was one big, you would say, tam-tam, they go out there and a lot of noise and music, but they have tried to reach their constituents via actually a sort of an e-contact, I would say.
Definitely, yes.
The TikTok contact, the Facebook contact, the Instagram, the
the
Twitter.
Snapchat, the
So,
Twitter.
yeah, so most probably they have a base where they can reach, their, you would say,
Demographic.
people.
Yeah.
So that in itself is good to look at, to see if that is the new trend going forward in order to be able to reach the people.
Definitely.
And not only reach them by fireworks, chicken leg and Johnny cake.
Spare ribs.
There are other methods. There's more a method really in trying to let the people know these are the challenges of St. Maarten. This is what we would like to do for you. The other parties are doing it themselves, but they add a little
Twist to it.
Yes.
And I must agree that that approach is so much more reaching, because it gives you an opportunity to, on your own pace, analyze and look at where they want to take St. Maarten and maybe where they would want their people to be in the next 5, 10, 15 years down the road. Because again, geopolitics has shown, and I think maybe I might say it a little often, but we are in the information age. We can, in a 1 second, click and research your entire life by a click of a button. And I think the Party for Progress is win to that, but they're also trying other ways to reach the demographics of your or maybe older.
Yeah, because but it's and you said the demographics. That is important because in reaching the people, you'll see the chart. I don't know if that chart will be given in a few moments of the age of the electorate.
Correct.
The younger ones, you know, and looking at the older ones, because the older ones, they don't go on Facebook. Trust me.
Oh no.
They will listen to the radio station, and even that today, there's only 1 or 2 radio stations that they will listen to.
Definitely.
So that also become, you know, a challenge.
It does.
The old method, really, do they reach the people, you know, via radio stations?
They really do. And that's why we saw like it was almost a paradigm shift for the last 2 weeks. Every local radio station had either a party leader or 2 or 3 political members coming out and trying to reach the people. However, they still went live on Facebook because they're reaching the people in a different way as well.
Correct.
So they try to incorporate
You
a
know,
little of the both.
and that's something that you would look at radio stations around this time. It's the golden eggs for them.
Oh yes.
But it wasn't like that this time around. Many politicians did not make use of the radio station.
They didn't.
So the radio station didn't make money, those guys.
So, yeah.
They didn't make money because it's free now. I can get to the people via a free method.
Yes.
You know, so, and which is good because.
Which is,
yes.
it is.
But then we should encourage, because this is what we should do going forward as well. Maybe for the younger ones like you. Teach the older ones how to operate
The Facebook.
the Facebook or even the phone. You know, because I think there should be some courses.
I
for
must
that.
agree with
In
you
the Netherlands,
there.
they did that.
They did.
Because if you go over, for instance, the Netherlands, you got to go to the bank. Nobody goes to the bank anymore in the Netherlands.
No, they don't.
Do everything, you know, via
The phone.
the phone.
You
know,
I
So-
can agree with you.
So
again.
maybe some courses with it. I'm just giving a tip to the young ones. That they can reach us as well, the older ones. Yeah.
With that being said, we go to an older, say, party, the United St. Maarten Party. I think Evans touched on it. This is their 5th time coming out, postulating themselves. They now have a new political party leader, a female as well.
Yes.
Mrs. Pamela Gordon-Carty. Their party also has an amount of 11 candidates, and last election they had 2 seats out of the 15 they've won. Talking about the way in which the political parties have reached the people, another way, and I've seen the United St. Maarten Party do this, is the canvassing. They prided themselves on going door to door and getting the people to hear them. And I think that's something that came from the old ways of canvassing politics. Can you agree with that?
Yeah, that's the old way of doing things. But again, let's go back to the communities. What I miss actually is community councils. The community councils know what's happening within their community. This is something as well, you know, going forward, that one should place the necessary emphasis on creating community councils. but without political objectives.
There you go.
You know, because if you look in our society today, I just the other day saw a video clip, and you saw how the dirty water is running through the streets. You'll believe you're not on St. Maarten. That should not be. But if you have powerful community council leaders, they would be able to really place the onus thereon and actually have the politicians address
The matters at hand.
exactly.
And that is the participatory part of the
Exactly.
democracy, or the
Exactly.
parliamentary democracy
Yeah.
that we have now as country St. Maarten.
Yes.
It's very important,
So
Mr.
those are the
Richards,
things that I'm really missing even in certain programs
as
of,
we,
of,
yeah,
of
the
certain
political parties.
Yeah.
Yes,
You
and
know?
as we've reviewed their manifestos, it
Yes,
is
exactly.
indeed something that we haven't really come across, emphasized more in the way of reaching the people
Yeah.
on a smaller
Correct.
scale.
And having that, then you, even if you have to build, you know, community centers, then
You have,
instead of this door-to-door thing,
would be better to have those town hall engagements.
now
Correct.
exactly
Yeah,
hitting
I
the nail on the head.
totally understand, Mr. Richards. We're going next on to another new party, the United Resilient St. Maarten Movement. That also is a new party with a new political leader, however, not new to the political arena, Dr. Luc Marcelina, who stems also from the United People's Party.
Yes. Yeah.
Last time he ran
Yeah.
with them.
Correct. He ran with them.
He was a member of parliament
He was a member of
representing
Parliament.
that
He
political
left
party.
them
Yes,
based on, you know,
political differences,
political
ideology differences.
Yes.
Yes,
And he chose to establish his own political party. New on the scene. Again, he's been really hammering for quite some time. I
He
think his party is been campaigning more than a year, I believe,
almost 3.
from the day of existence.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
So yeah, it will be good to see, you know, how the people think about the URSM,
Correct.
and if they feel that they would be able to help them
Make a difference.
make a difference in 2024.
19 candidates. So we'll see how their ideology has reached the people. I think the doctor mentioned it's a movement and not a party, because it's something that he would like to see.
You know, I doubt that, because if I look at all the parties, all of them to me look the same. You know,
Okay.
you will even hear politicians say that, you know, we are the same, and that's not good. In governing, there always should be strong opposition. A good government is strong as the opposition. And we miss that, because if everybody's the same, then all has the same feeling, because you mentioned ideology and philosophy. I don't see that either. If I have to compare that with the Netherlands.
Okay.
Here in the Netherlands, you have to form a government. And that government that won by Geert Wilders, or the person Geert Wilders, his party, would not be able to form a government without compromising
Yes,
his
his
ideology.
ideologies, yeah. And we see
and
that
to work with
happening
other
now.
parties. But I'm not seeing that happening here.
No, we
That
don't.
never happened here, because here what you get. Today is the 11th. Trust me, on January 12th, you have a government.
Yes.
How is that possible?
Well,
A coalition, based on a coalition agreement. This is what I'm saying.
Yes, sir. But
know?
here, because of the small scale, we have seen, because of our, even the evaluation of the manifestos, you can almost tell, or you can almost predict a coalition, even this evening, based on the amount of votes that come in, the results that we receive. We can almost predict a coalition based on their ideologies because of the similarities.
Yes, you heard the PFP, has given 3
Their preferences.
preferences. So I am very curious to know if they will be able to
Meet those expectations. Yes,
They
so am
might
I.
have to add some water to the wine as well.
We look forward to seeing that those results
Yeah.
as they come in. But I think we go to the last 2 parties. None new to the political arena. We have here the National Alliance, number 7. The National Alliance is headed by our current Prime Minister, the Honorable Sylvia Jacobs. She has a slate of 23 candidates, a full slate of candidates. And the last election, they won 6 out of 15 seats. Now on the video here, we have their video of postulation day, which maybe if it was election day, they feel they probably would have won, because that was the sentiment that was expressed on the floor of Parliament. But we see today 8 political parties. This one, no new to the political arena. However, how will our population, who have seen the United People's Party, the National Alliance government sit these last 4 years, how will they vote? How will they determine the next 4 years?
Yeah, based on their sentiments,
Yes.
based on the fact how they feel, if the government that is sitting there for 4 years, are taking care of the challenges
Or their
that they are
needs.
facing, even the needs in this case, very important.
Very important.
So we will see how that would work out as well. Like I stated, it was a coalition, and on St. Maarten, keeping a coalition together seems to be a tall order. They have done it for 4 years, but more the fact is that the emphasis is placed on keeping the coalition together and not on taking care of the needs of the people, as you said, Narissa.
Yes, yes, and we look forward to seeing how that will affect this results coming forward. We are currently awaiting
One more party?
Yes, as we await the results, we go to the last and final, but actually the oldest political party, and I think it's quite interesting that they've placed the Democratic Party at number 8 because they have the most experience in the election process, I believe, with its leader, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Mrs. Sarah Westcott Williams. 23 candidates. They as well had a very big turnout for their parliamentary postulation day parliamentary parade. Last election, they were known as the United Democrats. So they are currently represented by Mrs. Sarah Westcott Williams. However, this election with 23 candidates, we'll see how that will work.
Yeah.
We talked about young, we talked about old. And I say old in the sense of older party, the most experienced in the election, but also they have quite a few older, more experienced candidates. Mr. Richards, what is your take on that?
Again, nothing wrong in having the older folks there with the experience, but you have to cater towards the needs of the people. And when you're a party like the Democratic Party. And he says the eldest party there, but they have been under several reorganizations.
Yeah.
So it's not the same party like years ago when started, for instance, under the, Dr. 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉. So a lot of changes the Democrat Party has
been through. Yes.
So
Yes.
again, we'll see how that work out, because I believe they have the oldest people.
They might just have them, but we talked about the contrast, having a balance.
Yeah.
And maybe as we get the results come in, as we are seeing or we're hearing, some results might be on the horizon. We're waiting for those results to come in from Parliament. I think everyone is sitting on the edge of their seats, just as we are, because we've just done the review of these 8 political parties. We've known what we've had for 4 years. We don't know what our population has decided. But I do believe young, old, new, maybe experienced, there's a balance within this group of these political parties, and I'm so anticipating the results.
Yeah, and balance, as you would say, work both ways, huh?
It does. Positive, negative.
Yes, and yin and yang.
Yes, yeah. It does work.
Yes,
It does work.
So we really will be looking forward to the results that we'll be having in a few moments from now.
January 11th, 2024, elections. We're here, Election Watch, St. Maarten decides, Mr. Richards, myself, Edna, and Julio. I think the people want to hear from you. What are your thoughts as it relates to the voter turnout, the districts? We talked about the first anticipated polling stations. We've talked about the political ideologies. We talked about the history and its leaders. And as we await the parliamentary results from Parliament, we will go to a commercial break, and we thank you for staying tuned with us, and join us in a few more minutes as we take this break.
During this live broadcast, we kindly accept your contribution towards the production costs. No amount is too small, and every contribution is greatly appreciated. Your contribution will go directly towards covering the expenses of producing and broadcasting this show. We thank you for your generosity and support.
Here at 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 Beach Hotel, your satisfaction and joy are our top priorities. Our staff's greetings are warm and open, just like the tropical climate designed to welcome your moments of relaxation. Each room is curated for your utmost comfort, designed to keep you here as long as you'd like, because after all, making St. Maarten your home is a reality with our timeshare option. Wake up with breathtaking views of the ocean and Picasso-like sunsets you'll never forget. If you're looking for a burst of flavors, culinary creativity, surrounded by great service and laughter, then check out the Gingerbread Cafe. And don't miss out on our all-you-can-eat barbecue along with other lunch and dinner specials. Let's see what else the hotel has to offer. We provide you with a unique experience worth traveling for. Direct access to white sandy beaches and the cool sea breeze to boost your happiness all around. Go to reservations and book your room now at 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 Beach Hotel, where the only thing we overlook is the ocean.
And welcome back to Vid Media presents Election Watch 2024 St. Maarten Decides. For those of you who are just joining us, my name is Edna Evans and I'm here with Dr. Julio Maarten, and in the other set we have Nerissa and Mr. Richards, and we've been speaking about the election results. We haven't received any as yet. There is a slight delay, but in the meantime we are asking some very, very important questions, and I'm quite sure questions that you two are asking. I believe that Nerissa asked earlier about the one-man party, as we say. Back in 2014, I believe we had a one-man party, Mr. Mock, the SRP. Let's just say that Mr. Wigley, in the 2024 elections, managed to pull enough votes to get 2 seats. What's going to happen?
What's going to happen here? Okay, that's an interesting question. And one-man party is nothing new to St. Maarten. We have had that before, and it brings an interesting mix to our political culture. We had, I think it's Brooks, at one point had a one-man party. And a case where that one-man party gets the quota to afford him or to be allotted more than 1 seat, then simply he, as the leader of that party, can appoint someone to take those seats. Of course, the probability of this happening, that he gets more than the quota, is rather slim. But if that happens, that he gets a quota for 2 or more seats, he would have the opportunity to appoint someone to those seats.
That's interesting. And I believe that goes back to the statement that you made, that when people vote, they're not voting for the individual.
Yep. It's a proportional representation party system focusing on the political party, which is normal within a parliamentary system of government. So the first order of business is to find to vote for the political party, and then the political party would then be allotted those seats, and then will be assigned to representatives on the party list who would then fill those seats.
Well, thank you so much for that, especially because we have people that's tuning in from all over the world, literally. And, I think that especially for people who have that special interest on St. Maarten, whether it be because they love the island or they're investing in the island, I believe that this is also very important information for them to know. Another important feature, an interesting feature, and something that a lot of us don't know, and I must admit that until recently I always wondered, how is this calculated, is the whole idea of the residual seat. Can you let us know a little bit more about that and how that's worked out? And I can see the Excel spreadsheets and all the formulas going on, but break it down for me, please.
Well, I'll try to break it down to the best I can. We must understand this whole thing about the residual seats, or the system that we use today, is a rather archaic system. What happens here is that, like I said, in the beginning, we get the number of valid votes cast, and we divided that by the number of seats that are available. In this case, our seats available are 15. And then we go now and look at the number of votes that each individual political party has received. And we see how many times that number of votes can go into the number of votes that the political party has, how it can go into the residual seats. Rather into the number of seats available. Okay, so basically, let's say if the party has won 100 seats, and the quota is, get an easy number, 50. Okay, then we know he can then be, if we get 2 seats will be available to him.
Yeah.
Okay, and once you go through that calculation, then there are going to be some seats leave over.
Yeah.
Right? And so basically, the first order of business then is those political parties that has not gotten a seat, they are disqualified. Okay? And then a fictitious seat is added. Like I said, it's an archaic system. A fictitious seat is added, and then they go through the whole process again, and then determine who get that 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 or that remainder seat.
So,
if I may, Doc, if I may, I think it would be good to put that in the chart, actually, for the
okay,
viewers.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have it
But
on the
most
sheet,
probably
but-
we can probably work it out.
and
Later
they
on.
can see. And
Sorry,
one of the things that I have been proposing, and as part of electoral reform, right, is to have government then move towards the 𝒕𝒕 method of assigning seats to political parties. And the key here of the 𝒕𝒕 method is the highest average. Okay? And this is a much more effective way of assigning seats to the political party when you're talking of proportional representation. If you clearly look at the elections, I think it's when the first time that the Christian party, or it's the second time that they participated, and they were short by 100 votes in order to get a seat.
They didn't.
They did not. See, and as not having the quota, they were disqualified from going further. So in essence, you find now that that's 800 plus persons were not represented in government. See? So therefore, there's flaws in the system. The 𝒕𝒕 method, however, would recognize that, and by putting the 15 highest averages, all persons would be duly participate, or rather have their vote counted and represented in Parliament. So in essence, you find that what happened at that time is that 800 plus persons did not have representation in Parliament, despite the fact that parliamentarians ought to represent all persons, not just one, not just those persons that have voted for him.
thank you so much for that explanation, that detailed explanation, because that is definitely something that many of us wonder about after the polls close and we get all of the votes in. How does it work with those residual seats? One of the things that I like about the 2024 elections, and I don't believe that we had that information before, are the updated information from the 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓.org website. And I'm on the website right now. I guess this is a little of advertisement for them. But on the site, we have the updates up until 7 p.m. today or this evening. And based on their figures in 2024 at the 7 p.m. count, we had 13,330 people that came out to vote. At 7 p.m. In 2020, we had 11,923 people that came out to vote. So we're still waiting to hear the final count of the number of people that came out to vote. Back in 2020, it was at 8 o'clock, it was 13,744 based on the information from the 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓.gov website. But just to recap again, at 7 p.m. this evening, the number of voters that came out was 13,744. 13,330. That's 13,330 eligible voters. And in 2020, at 7 p.m. the same time, we had a total of 11,923 voters that came out to vote. And as the tally was done throughout the day, from 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., straight up until 7 p.m., and I take my hat off to those men and women that were sitting at the various polling stations and putting this together and assisting the voters of St. Maarten. Hats off to you. You did an amazing job with keeping the count. I saw those little check marks and the cross-ups as they made sure that we got these numbers out. And so thank you very much for your work. But we can see a trend, Dr. Romney, throughout the entire day, that the numbers that came out to the station, various polling stations, were a lot more than the previous year. And again, going through what you said, that it's not about the number of eligible voters that we have on the books, but about the numbers that actually come out to vote. And thank you so much for bringing that up. So a constant trend. Constant, so are we hopeful? Should we be cautiously hopeful, or should we just throw caution to the wind and be hopeful?
Well, I guess here again, we'll be cautiously optimistic that we'll find that we'll go above the 59% that we had last year. And you can see there is the trend that we're consistent in keeping up with the amount of persons that cast their vote in 2020.
Another feature that we have on the website for the 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓.org is that it allows you to actually view the number of the voter turnout per district. So you can either select all of the polling stations, or you have the option of selecting a particular district, like the Philipsburg district, and you will be able to see the number of votes that were cast in the last election and also in the election this year. Speaking about the last election, 2020, while we anticipate the numbers for the 2024, are there any interesting observations that you have for the 2020 elections?
Well, for 2020 elections, one of the things that we see the District 1, their turnout was 60, they had a turnout of 60%, or 16.1. And District 2, they had 58.2%. And okay, we don't have that to see exactly, but they were, on the average, they were between 60 and 58 that consistently in each of these districts. So we're waiting now to see if they're going to maintain that that percentage of turnout.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that it will be interesting to see what that percentage is. Also, I noticed that in all of the districts, they do not exceed 1,500 eligible voters. Mm-hmm. I'm still trying to figure out the reason for that.
That is done by legislation.
Okay.
That they decided for whatever reason, I guess not to overcrowd any particular district. They then said the maximum, I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, about 1,500.
Okay.
That each district would have no more than 1,500 persons that will vote in that particular district.
Well, we have 131 potential parliamentary candidates that's waiting for the number of seats to get in, 131. The last time we had such a large number was back in the 2016 elections, where we had 126. Mm-hmm. Do you think that the number of candidates makes a difference with the electorate? Do you think that maybe it's confusing, or what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, Yeah, that's always interesting. First instance, we have too many persons or candidates contesting the election. And I guess one can look at it different ways. In our system, each party is allowed to have up to 23 persons. And that is done basically in order to give them a better chance of getting, a significant number of votes in order to get to that magical quota. Okay? But the key here is that if one notices and go back and check, there are basically less than 20 or in that area that are consistently in front of the electorate. You see, much of those persons, once the election is over, you never hear from them. See, so while you have all those persons, 129 I think, is that now the main, each party, you could say maybe the top 5 or so, are important or the key players. So while there's that large amount of persons, the key players is much smaller.
Yeah, interesting that you would say that, because we have here the information from the previous years, and if we were to look at the 2020 elections with the top vote getters, you have Prime Minister 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 with 752, and in 2018 she was again the #1 candidate with 898. In 2016, the #2 with 776, and then back in 2014 with 973 as the #3 candidate. And she's always been there.
Yes.
She's consistent, and that's just her. There, we have other, consistent candidates that people, I guess, are accustomed to it, and I guess they default to, in light of having all of that information, because sometimes too much information is not also good. So I guess in light of having all of those candidates, they might just default to the candidates that they're accustomed to, and that they know.
Like I said, that so you'd find each political party have, first 5 or so that are the key players of that political party, and the others I often refer to them as fillers. They're just there, and which is unfortunate, because if you're trying to be part of the system and you're going to go to that extent, you should be in front of the general public or the electorate at all times in order to build your political capital. And but that in the case that doesn't happen. We find just those top 4 or 5 candidates that dominate the political process, and the others are basically to help in terms of having a full slate to increase their probability of getting more seats allotted to them.
Well, thank you very much for that. Just again to recap, you are watching the St. Maarten electorate election 2024. St. Maarten Decides, brought to you by VID Media. I'm one of your hosts, Edna Evans, and I'm here with Dr. Romney, who has given us quite a good insight on the one-man party, what happens if it becomes a potentially two-man party if we have 2 seats, and a little bit of insight with the residual votes. One more thing, I noticed that we do have a little bit of a delay of about an hour, so those numbers should be coming in anytime now. It is almost 10 o'clock, and we're excited to get that information in. The district number 19 would be the prison, and they have 28 registered voters. Then we have the St. Maarten Homes, District 20 in St. John. They have 70 registered voters. So we anticipate that those will be the first 2 districts that we will be hearing about. Then we have the Dutch Quarter Community Help Desk. That's district number 17 with 480 eligible voters. We have district number 12, which is the Leonard Connor School in 𝒚𝒐𝒉 with 834 voters. Then we have district number 18, the Seventh-day Adventist School in Cold Bay with 914 potential registered voters. And then we go up to the Sundial School, district number 2. I'm sorry, that would be the John Larmony Center, district number 1, with 946 voters. So we are waiting in anticipation for those numbers to start rolling in. I think that we're all anxious. We're seeing praying emojis going up on Facebook. We have election watch parties, and we need to get those numbers. We're excited to do so. We're excited to get them, and moreover, we're excited to bring them to you, show you the charts, and start getting those seats colored in. Dr. Romney, is there anything else that you would like to add in regards to the 2024 election from an analytical perspective while we await those results?
Well, I am sure that the electorate are anxiously awaiting those results also, in order to see what's to see who's going to form the government come. Well, I guess you could say what, by
February?
November, by February.
February?
By February, if you could.
And thank you so much again for that, Dr. Romney. And we would like to go back to you, Narissa. Take it away.
Thank you, Evans. Thank you, Dr. Romney, for your analytical review of the questions that we had, as it relates to the one-man party and how that will turn out based on the voter results. And before we go into some more very meaty info, we'd like to thank you for watching Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides. As we go into a commercial break, stay tuned for this and more.
During this live broadcast, we kindly accept your contribution towards the production costs. No amount is too small, and every contribution is greatly appreciated. Your contribution will go directly towards covering the expenses of producing and broadcasting this show. We thank you for your generosity and support.
Welcome back to Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides, with your host, me, Nerissa Cornelia, and my co-host, Mr. Franklin Richards. Mr. Richards, the last general election for St. Maarten was on January 9th, 2020, 4 years and 2 days ago, where 7 political parties contested the election. Since the constitutional reform, this is the 5th general election taking place. And like I mentioned earlier, the mother of all elections, as you said, a very famous term, always been thrown around. But for me as a second-time voter, I think it might be perceived as such for me. One might ask themselves, what is St. Maarten's political process? St. Maarten has been through constitutional reform, and I think it would be nice to hear from you the process that we've went through, which leads us to where we are today. How would you sum that up for us?
No, as you stated earlier, you start out actually with all the parties coming at the Parliament building, because that was the nomination day.
Mm-hmm.
So that is based on the electoral law. We have the electoral law on St. Maarten that really indicates, in which direction we should go to. And I think Mr. Romney, he himself, Dr. Romney, had that more or less script out in a bit, and I think it's good that if we can go to Dr. Romney for this, because I think it's important for the people, to know and understand. And I think Dr. Romney actually, he is really in the, as the Dutch said, the 𝒕𝒓𝒂𝒄𝒉, he's willing to jump at it. Dr. Romney.
I think, yeah, electoral process. And that's basically a concept that I feel the electorate should know about. If you get a clear understanding of the electoral process, you can then better appreciate what's happening here tonight, where it's all started. And we must understand we're in a parliamentary democracy. We must understand that that's what we're in. And we tend to get a little confused and look for different things that basically you might find in a presidential system. So you will not find it in a parliamentary democracy. So you must start from thinking it's a parliamentary democracy system. And one of the first things, clearly, is that it's a system of political parties. One cannot contest election unless you're part of a political party. Okay? You must get it clearly. It's a system based on a parliamentary system, which again, the key player here is the political party. So once you get part of a political party, then you're placed on a political list for that political party, and then you can contest the elections. And once it gets like tonight, we have our elections, and we stand by and wait to see which political party has gained the number of seats, or rather number of votes, in order to be allotted those seats. And again, because that's so important, that we must understand that, because we tend to believe, okay, it's the individual. And we say that too because much you'll find a person, an individual, coming up and said, what, I will do this for you, I will do that for you. In a parliamentary system, that is not the case. You cannot do anything. The party have to do it. So it's important that you keep together as that unit. Unlike, let's say, the presidential system, where you are elected, okay, direct from the individual. So the party in that kind of system is not the thing. It's just that you're part of a party. Again, go back based on ideology. Okay, and so Richard, you talked earlier about this whole thing about ideology, as opposed to us in a personal politics. Okay? And I've always said that it's important that St. Maarten, at this point in its political history, that we must revert to ideology. Personal politics cannot get us to the hump. And when we talk about personal politics, we just talk about, what I will do for you. It's basically getting elected, based on who you know, what you know. And growing up as a youngster, and you would attest to that, that we will, or the electorate at that time, tend to vote for, I know this person, he's a good family. Or a politician, a political party would say, good, let us focus on the Richardson family, because what, they have a whole lot of persons they can bring to the polls on election day. And that was good and dandy at that point. But for the further development and administration of St. Maarten, we need to revert to some sort of combination. Of course, I don't think we'll ever get away totally, because that's part of our political history. But in order to make that first step, we need to again start to focus on some sort of ideology.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Dr. Romney, but I also believe that what is needed is having a governing program in order to take St. Maarten, forward, based on the ideology, of course, and parties getting together. You have now where political parties have made their own so-called manifesto, but that manifesto is not based actually on the actual happening or what actually they expect in the future. Case in point, on St. Maarten, you have a situation where it all starts with the budget. The budget actually is a mandate, going forward for the government, in order for the government actually to distribute funds, in order for the government to tackle the challenges, the problems within society. That's what your budget for, and do other things. It's your guideline going forward. But what also should happen, if you look at St. Maarten, it's already more or less mapped out in a sense where governing concern, because you have the CFT. The CFT more or less already pointing you in a certain direction. They have to more or less advise on the budget and tell you if the budget is okay or not. Then you have the so-called TVO, and that has to do again with certain programs that government must execute in order to enhance the government of St. Maarten, and that's budget allocated for. On the other hand, we have all these reports when it comes to alleviation of poverty on St. Maarten. The World Bank, for instance, there's funds that you can get, for alleviation. So really, as you said, going forward, besides the ideology, which you will find implicitly in these programs, you should find that back in the direction that government would like to move into in order to help the people on St. Maarten.
I think you two gentlemen basically summed up what we wanted to talk about based on experience, because of your wealth of experience in this process. However, for our viewers here today, I think it is good for them to also understand the entire general election process leading up to where you, Mr. Richards, and you, Dr. Romney, have given the example based on experience. General elections in St. Maarten, or based on our constitution, should be held periodically, 4 years, every 4 years, to elect 15 members of parliament. The last, how do we call it? The last 10 years have been different. We've had 5 general elections, and that clearly has not been every 4 years. So this first time making that milestone, I think we're going in the right direction. 15 members of parliament, Dr. Romney mentioned that earlier as well. And this election, we have 8 political parties contesting. The political party with a majority of seats, based on the results that we are anticipating this evening, forms the government with another party, or they decide to run based on their own mandate given by the people. And that party leader, or the highest vote getter of that coalition, will ultimately become the prime minister. As we await these parliamentary results, we've talked earlier also about this parliamentary democracy that we are in. We also encompass the participation principles, participatory democracy. This means that the citizens' interests and needs should be the focus of every political decision making in the process at all governance levels. So that being Parliament and the Council of Ministers. It is the heart of democracy that citizens' concerns are the basis for change. We would like to see that as the results come in from this most anticipated election, 2024, 8 political parties, one-man show, parties that have 23 candidates fully. And I believe the Integrity Chamber has done a series of 6 videos that explain what you, Dr. Romney and Edna have explained this evening. And I think it would be good to go to said videos to show this process in the election process, but also the parliamentary democracy, because St. Maarten is in for a change. Let's hope the results that we anticipate tonight will show just that. Mr. Richards, I think everyone is on the edges of their seats. We were anticipating the results at 9, or the start of the results at 9 p.m. It is now after 10. And this means that this election, that the 2024 general election, where St. Maarten has decided or is deciding the next 4 years, will be one for the books. I think everybody at this point will be tuned in to our show and that of Parliament, and we thank you so much for tuning in here on Facebook, on YouTube, on 101.5. We've also gotten messages that we are live on TV 15. If this is indeed the case, that means this show is indeed breaking some records, and we look forward to bringing you the information as it comes to us. But I introduced a few videos from the Integrity Chamber, the chamber that, based on the changes in our constitution, based on the previous governments and the challenges St. Maarten government and parliaments have faced in the past, the Integrity Chamber was one of the reform measures that came after the hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017, and they have been informing our population on integrity matters, and as such, parliamentary elections is no different. So we come to you live from our studio, showing you the videos prepared by the Integrity Chamber.
Hello, good people of St. Maarten, and welcome to the Integrity Chamber's video series, Integrity in Voting. I'm your host, Kevin James, and today we're going to discuss the role of the Electoral Council in the election process. To give us some more insight into the subject matter, I have with me here today the Chairman of the Electoral Council, Dr. Romney, and Ms. Edna. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
The Chairman of the Electoral Council, attorney by profession, Mr. Richard Gibson Jr. Mr. Gibson, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
And so the first question I want to ask you, Mr. Gibson, why do you think voting is important?
Well, I think voting is very important. First of all, throughout history, many persons, have fought for the right to vote.
Right.
And fortunately, that is not something that we have to go through. So from that point of view, you should cherish the right to vote. Many people usually say, yeah, but my vote is just one vote in many thousands of votes, so, why bother? It doesn't matter. But as a citizen, it's important to exercise that right because you can exert influence with your vote. Especially in a small community as St. Maarten. It's not a big country where you have millions of voters. So your vote actually carries a heavier weight than in an average size country. And, with voting, you also have the possibility to, influence government policies and influence who, plays an important role to determine, what we pay on taxes, education, healthcare, and, generally how society is organized and governed. So I think it's, it's important and you should exercise your right to vote.
Indeed, you make some very good points there. And so let's dive right in. What is the role of the Electoral Council in the election process?
Well, the role of the Electoral Council is, I wouldn't say it's limited to the election process, but it's much broader.
Okay.
The first task of the Electoral Council is to maintain a register of political parties. So only political parties that are registered with the Electoral Council can take part in the elections. Another important role of the Electoral Council is to ensure transparency within the political parties and also the democratic process within the political parties. By law, it's required of a political party to be formally organized as an association, so that means they would have to be incorporated via a notarial deed, and there are requirements in the law that the deed has to comply with. Another important aspect for the Electoral Council is the supervision of the financial administration and reporting of the political parties and political candidates as well. Every year before February, political parties must report the gifts that they have received in the preceding year. They have to keep a chronological register of gifts that they receive. And the candidates are required to do that as well. Yeah. And also before the 1st of April, political parties are also required to submit their annual financial accounts to the Electoral Council. And once those accounts are submitted, they are forwarded to the SOAB, Stichting Overheidsaccountants Bureau, and they would then advise the Electoral Council on the reporting. In the past, that role was fulfilled by the General Audit Chamber, but I believe in September of last year, the law was changed because the task of the General Audit Chamber is to supervise public funds. And the funding that political parties receive are not considered to be public funds. So that's why it was taken out of the hands of the General Audit Chamber. And SOAB would play that role.
Okay, very informative. Thank you for that. And so the next question that I had for you is, how does the Electoral Council uphold the integrity of political parties?
Well, yes. So that is done also via the process that I just described, namely via the reporting of the gifts and the donations that they receive. For example, political parties and candidates are not allowed to receive cash gifts above $5,000. guilders.
Okay.
It would have to be then via bank transfer. So then you can then be easier to track.
Right.
In addition, it's limited. I believe a political candidate cannot receive more than 20,000 guilders per year from one donor. And political parties also cannot receive more than 30,000 guilders per year from one single donor. Also, it's maximized in the sense that one single donor cannot donate more than 50,000 guilders, whether it's to the party in general or the candidate combined.
Combined.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So, and then with the financial reporting, the Electoral Council will then review that to, ensure that the donations that are received are not exorbitant. Because it will not be beneficial to have a donor that has donated such a significant amount to a political party that one particular donor would have leverage over the party to more or less control policies and so forth. So it's a tool to ensure transparency, integrity, and also to avoid conflict of interest situations.
Thank you for informing us about that. And just one more question that I had for you. Is there a criteria for becoming a political candidate?
There are no strict criteria. It's, being a candidate, it's a very fundamental right. So if you have the Dutch nationality and you are a citizen and resident of St. Maarten, and you have not been excluded from the right to vote, by committing a crime or what have you, then you are eligible to become a candidate for for Parliament. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gibson, for taking the time to share with us today.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
And to the people of St. Maarten, we do hope this conversation was beneficial to you, and thank you for supporting us on our mission to build integrity for future generations. Stay tuned for the next video in our series, Integrity in Voting. Hello, good people of St. Maarten, and welcome to the Integrity Chambers video series, Integrity in Voting. I'm your host, Kevin James, and today we're going to discuss the role of the Central Voting Bureau in the electoral process. To give us some more insight into this subject matter, I have with me here today an attorney by profession and the chairwoman of the Central Voting Bureau, Ms. Natalie Tacklin. Ms. Tacklin, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So the first question I want to ask you is, why do you think voting is important?
It's important to vote, I think, because it's our democratic right. And that sounds a little bit like what you actually mean. But, across centuries, across history, people have fought very hard to have that right to be able to vote. It's our voice within our democracy, and it's how we can hold politicians accountable for the decisions that they make. And it's how we as a population can affect change.
Thank you for that answer. The next thing I'd like for us to dive into is, what is the role of the Central Voting Bureau in the election process?
The Central Voting Bureau is tasked with organizing fair, open, and transparent elections. And we also make sure that that's done indiscriminately. The Ministry of General Affairs is tasked with organizing elections, and we ensure that this takes place in accordance with the Constitution and with our electoral ordinance.
Okay. So how does the Central Voting Bureau safeguard the integrity of the election process?
I believe that the integrity itself is actually anchored into the system, into the electoral ordinance, into the Constitution. Right. And by us ensuring that everything takes place in line with the rules that have been prescribed therein, we thereby safeguard the integrity of the system. For example, when you go to vote, I don't know if anyone has ever noticed, but the ballot that you have actually contains the signature of the chair of the voting bureau. And that's to show that every ballot is authentic and original. So somebody can't go home and Xerox, the ballot and then come back and add a different vote. So in that sense, you prevent fraud from happening to the ballots. And if there's no signature on there in the right place, then of course that ballot is not valid.
Very interesting. Thank you for that information. And so the last question I'd like to ask you is now more towards the responsibility of the citizens, whereby, in your opinion, what steps can citizens take to ensure that they are voting with integrity?
I think that's a good question. I think it's important, though, to split it perhaps into two sections. I think one, of course, is talking about citizens, and the other element of talking about integrity. And one, of course, not every citizen is an eligible voter. So I think it's especially important for eligible voters to educate themselves and also to exercise their democratic right to vote, which goes back to one of our earlier questions we just had. And of course, I think it's important in that sense to ensure that you vote your conscience. So we'll take away the integrity for a second, but of course, just purely voting your conscience and educating yourself and making sure that you understand the person that you're voting for. So I would encourage our eligible voters to read the party's manifestos in as far as they are out there. And if you find a party that aligns with your views, then from there kind of look into which candidates on that list do you think will best, speak on your behalf, will best champion the causes that mean something for you. And, besides that, I think it's time for us as a country perhaps to step away from our traditional ways of doing things where it's very much more of a popularity contest, or that we're voting for people out of this need that we feel like that there are an obligation to vote for somebody because it's a family member or because it's a friend of your family member or something along those lines, instead of really looking at how does that person show up for me, or how does that person represent what I want to see in society. So I would say that, also as an eligible voter, to think for yourself for a minute about what are the things that really are important to you and what are the changes that you want to see in St. Martin. And from there out, kind of work your way to looking for the candidate that you think best, kind of checks off all those boxes. And, aside from that, we talk about integrity, and, every election, we kind of run into the hot topic of, people selling their votes. And I think that that's, something that people need to ask themselves in terms of if that's something that they want to do. But I also caution them to think about the ripple effect of what it means, when you do something like that. Right. And again, that democratic right that you have to affect change within society, are you still achieving or affecting that change by, selling your vote? And, I think that that's the thing that people need to ask themselves in terms of whether, that's the type of society that they want to live in, or is it the society where was it really worth, however much you sold that vote for, to the life or the society that you have to live in the 4 years subsequent when that government is ruling, for example.
Well, Ms. Tacklin, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us here today.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
And to the people of St. Martin, we do hope this conversation was beneficial to you, and thank you for supporting us on our mission to build integrity for future generations. Stay tuned for the next video in our series, Integrity in Voting. Hello, good people of St. Martin, and welcome to the Integrity Chambers video series, Integrity in Voting. I'm your host, Kevin James, and today we're going to discuss the role of the informateur in the electoral process. To give us some more insight into this subject matter, I have with me here today former Prime Minister and former informateur, Mr. Marcel Gums.
Thank you, Kevin. For me, it's a pleasure and honor to be here, to be part of this process, this programming of the Integrity Chamber series.
Wonderful. So the first question I'd like to ask you is, why do you think voting is important?
Well, Kevin, voting is very important, especially in any civilized society, because that's a very privileged honor that the inhabitants have, to be able to go to the polls and elect people that they find is capable of representing them, in our case, in the parliament of the country. Just to remind the people, there's some countries where there's no voting at all, and there's They're run and they're governed by dictators or by force or by military actions. And we are very privileged and blessed on this island to have what you call elections, and where it's important for people to go out and vote. Because then you have an opportunity that if you do not like the government or what the government is doing in the 4 years, that you can also have a choice for the next 4 years to elect different people to govern you. And that's the beauty of living in a democracy and not in a dictatorship where you have nothing to say in the process of who governs you.
Very well said. And so what I'd like for us to dive into next is, what is the role of an informateur in the election process?
Well, Kevin, as you know, our system is a parliamentary democracy system where you have elections for the parliament, and it can happen that no party has got the majority of the seats. In our case, there's 15 seats. There's no party, let's say, for instance, no party gets 8 seats. Then the role would be to form a coalition. And the process is that the governor would call all the leaders of the political parties that has won seats in the election. He would call them to have meetings with them. And in that process, in talking to them, normally the question would be if there's a need for a formateur, the person who's going to start immediately of putting a government together, right, or an informateur. So what's the role of the informateur? Informer, I would call it, is that he will have talks with all the political parties and search and find ways of which party would like to work with the other parties. And with that, he would make a report and present that report to the governor. And normally, the governor would ask the informateur to recommend someone who will be formateur to form the government. So that is the role. The informateur talks to all the political parties after they have spoken, after the leaders have spoken to the governor, and research who is willing to work with who to form what is called a coalition, a coalition of a majority of 8 or more. Now, sometimes after the informateur has reported to the governor would then give an assignment to the formateur with specific instructions on how to form, not how to form, but what would be a priority in that government to do. For instance, the issues, the economic issues, the social issues, or whatever, those are points that can be mentioned in the instruction that the governor would give to a formateur, the one who is forming the government. But the informateur job, and you can have 1 informateur or 2 informateurs, the primary job of them is to talk to the political parties, delegations from political parties, and gather the information, and from that information deduct who will be willing to work with which party.
Okay, very informative. Thank you for that. In your opinion, can you identify ways in which the process of forming government could be improved?
Well, yes, I think in the process in improving the formation of government, is for the political parties to be strong and, first of all, I believe not be influenced by outside forces. Right. You know, too often in small communities, maybe even larger communities, the positions of political parties are as a result of those who made substantial contributions to their campaign, and then they feel that they are obliged to those people who finance them. Right. But it should be that the general interests and the interests of the entire community should be looked at in forming. So important for information of a government, I think, is to have, first of all, strong parties that are together, that have a basis, that are very unified within themselves, and strong leadership also in the parties to be able to keep their members, you know, together in line with their ideology and to avoid the outside forces. And that to understand, and that's why I think education and training for members in political parties is very important and will definitely help to improving the process of forming a government and eventually for governing.
Right, right. Very well said.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Well, first of all, congratulations to the Integrity Chamber with this series of messages that is going out to the public. I hope that they be put out in time and as much as possible to reach a broader spectrum. And also a petition to everyone listening, please convince your family and everybody to go out and vote. And do not take the attitude that, you know, oh, I'm not going because I wouldn't make a difference. Every vote counts. I've seen it in the past. Parties has lost seats, people has lost being elected for the lack of one vote. So every vote is important, and no matter what is happening, what has happened in the past, every vote is important, and everybody has a right to vote. Remember, imagine there's hundreds and hundreds of thousands, millions of people that do not have the right that you have, which is to go out and vote.
You heard it from him. Mr. Gums, thank you so much for taking the time to share with us today.
You're most welcome. Congratulations.
And to the people of St. Martin, we do hope this conversation was beneficial to you, and thank you for supporting us on our mission to build integrity for future generations. Stay tuned for the next video in our series, Integrity in Voting.
Thank you for watching. You're here with us, Election Watch, St. Martin Decides. I'm your host, Nerissa Cornelia, and we're humbly awaiting the results of the general elections for St. Martin Parliament 2024. We've just had 3 videos from the Integrity Chamber discussing the process of forming government, the electoral process, and the institutional structures of our parliamentary democracy. We had last up our former Prime Minister, former informator, Mr. Marcel Gums. Mr. Marcel Gums is he's not unfamiliar with our electoral process, as in the Netherlands Antilles days, he represented the island as senator in the central government, and as mentioned in his video, in 2015 he acted as the Prime Minister for St. Martin. We have received also information from the now chair of the Central Voting Bureau. The Central Voting Bureau is set up by the government and handles the voting and election procedures as laid out in the electoral ordinance, operating independently, of course, from the parliament and the government. Its main job is to make sure the entire election process, from nominations and voting to deciding the results, follows the law in place. And that law is the electoral ordinance and our Constitution of St. Martin. Members of said Central Voting Bureau and alternates are appointed for 7 years by national decree and are picked for their know-how and their background. They are approved based on the nomination committee headed by the President of the Joint Court of Justice of Aruba, Curaçao, St. Martin, Bonaire, St. Eustatius, and Saba. In addition to that, the chair or the vice chair of the Council of Advice, as the chair is the governor, and the chair of the General Audit Chamber. This shows that transparent and integral procedure of our electoral process. Now, before the break and before these videos, we had quite an in-depth discussion on the parliamentary democracy and the procedures in which elections are taking place. As we know, this election started before, of course, the nomination day. There's a process that we follow based on the electoral ordinance, and it starts with the registration of the political parties at the Electoral Council. The Electoral Council is another body that forms part of our electoral process. It is crucial for the country's election process. The council, that is the Electoral Council, job is to make sure political parties follow the rules on registration and funding. It also operates independently like the other high councils of state. This all to show that our electoral process by law is a transparent and integral procedure. Elections are free and executed by secret ballot. And I know this election was quite a welcome change, as in 2023 August, the Council of Ministers approved an amendment to the kiesbesluit, or in English, the electoral decree, which facilitates the removal of the curtains from the voting booths. This measure was taken to address the increasing public concern about the transparency and accountability of the election process and the possible instances of corruption or corrupt voting procedures. General elections, as previously mentioned, take place periodically 4 years, every 4 years. And this year, 2024, is one monumental year, as the sitting government has had 4 years of stability. As mentioned also, in addition to the parliamentary democracy, we encompass a participation democracy, a participatory democracy, and this means that the interests of the citizens and the needs should be the focus of every political decision-making process at all governance levels. Mr. Richards, you have been a part of the government apparatus pre-country St. Maarten. How do you see this election process 2024? How have you experienced what I've just explained as transparent and accountable election process? How do you see that in our society today in practice?
Well, it's completely different. Back then you were dealing with a different structure. You look at a structure where you had an island council and you had what you call a executive council. That now is different. Now, back then you vote actually for the island council. Mm-hmm. Now you're voting now for parliament, for members to sit in parliament. Mm-hmm. So you have 15 seats, mm-hmm. where one would have to now, as we having today, the elections there too.
Yes.
Which we are still awaiting, actually, to get some information, about the outcome of the elections. It's taken quite some time. Bear with us. We can't help it. We are dependent on the information coming from government.
Yes.
So once actually you have parliament, which people vote for parliament, mm-hmm. as Dr. Romney said a while ago, your voting parties are voting for, yeah. sitting in parliament, and members, those that got elected will sit in parliament. What you have on St. Maarten is the so-called lynch law, in comparison with what has happened or what takes place in the Netherlands and Curaçao and Aruba.
Yes, sir.
In Curaçao and Aruba, as you know, when one is on a list, it's not like in St. Maarten that those who got the most votes will sit in parliament.
No, that is true.
It's determined at forehand, because then if a party get 5 seats, then number 1, 2, and 3 would go into parliament.
Mr. Richards, it seems as if we are anticipating information from Parliament, so we go straight over to our feed from Parliament.
That
14,678 people came out today to cast their vote. Of course, we'll have to see what the final number is and as well how many invalid votes there were in that total. But we are happy to see an increase in the total amount of voters compared to the previous election. And we hope that this trend continues in future elections with more and more voters coming out to exercise their democratic right. As we move into the evening, here at currently about 11:15, the dedicated teams at the polling stations are now diligently counting every vote. And I know everybody's very anxious to get the results, but of course, we would rather that everybody is super diligent in what they're doing and avoid any mistakes and be very careful and do the work properly than rush to have any results. So we ask for everybody's patience and also some grace while the polling station members tally their votes. Please give them the space and the respect to be able to carry out their jobs properly, because at the end of the day, that result is what we're all here for. The final numbers will soon be tallied, and that'll give us a bigger picture of how people voted today. Of course, I want to also underline that these are just preliminary numbers. On Tuesday of next week, we'll be having a public hearing where we'll go into any potential recounts, or we will validate tonight's election outcome. That being said, I won't keep you guys too long, because I know that we want to start getting some results. So the quicker I'm off here, the quicker I can start getting you numbers. But I understand and appreciate your anticipation around the results, and I'm committed. We're all committed to providing those results to you as soon as possible and as soon as they're available. And we're trying to ensure transparency and integrity throughout that process. And I would like to really underline that fact. And I thank all of you who have been placing phone calls and making your concerns heard. And we take them very seriously, and we are actively investigating and looking into any of those. So that being said, I'd like to thank you all again, the citizens of St. Maarten, for your active participation in and exercising your essential rights today. And I thank you all for tuning in this evening. I hope that you stick with us. I know that they have a lot of great content for you tonight. Ronnie and Mackie will do a great job, and they have some wonderful other commentators and speakers joining them in a bit. So I'll look at them, and I thank you guys for keeping the public engaged and bringing the results to them and providing them with the information that they so desire. I'd also like to thank my team behind me, because without them, I wouldn't have been able to do it today either. Clearly, it's getting late at night here. Excuse me. And of course, thank you very, very much to the staff of the Civil Registry, who are still out there working right now, the staff of ROMI, and all the polling station members who are essentially volunteering their time in order to make your votes count. It's amazing how many logistics go into this election that I was not previously aware of, and the work put in by our civil service apparatus, along with even DCOM here tonight in this room, that have been working really hard in this process. All of you guys play a really important role in this as well. So I want to take the time to thank all stakeholders in this election process. Thank you all, and stay tuned for further updates. We will get the results to you as quickly as we can. And yeah, thank you again for casting your vote.
Thank you for watching Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides. We have just gotten a snippet from the chairlady of the Central Voting Bureau informing us that the information is the votes are being tallied, and we anticipate it will continue to be a long night. But please bear with us, stay with us, as the information that we all anticipate is right at our fingertips. I would like to also thank, in echo of the chairlady, the general public for coming out and exercising your public duty today as we determine the way forward for St. Maarten in the next upcoming 4 years. We would also like to echo those words of transparency and accountability for the process. As the chairlady mentioned, there are quite a few logistics in place to making this general elections possible. We also want to support and thank those at the polling stations currently counting those votes as we anticipate them coming in shortly. I think the chair lady of the Central Voting Bureau chimed in basically on our election timeline as well, because we started to go into the electoral process based on the start of election when it begins with the registration of the political parties at the Electoral Council, and then goes over to step 2, which is the decision of the Electoral Council regarding the request for registration of political parties. In October, this process actually became viable, and it followed up with the closure of the voters register. I know there's a question here that maybe Dr. Romney would be willing to answer as we continue. Why is it important to close the voters registry? Dr. Romney, do you possibly have an answer for us on that question? Why is it important to close the voters registry?
Like everything, I think we get it. We get an echo here. Okay, yes, like everything, we have to have a cutoff point. So therefore, we have to close the registry in order to have a full count and then proceed to setting up the whole election process.
Yes, and I think it's very vital because if we don't close the voters register, what happens? What would be the outcome of such a decision?
Well, if we don't close it, we have a continuous thing, and I guess one have to close it. Yeah, it's just without question. You have to close it in order to get a full count and to have the general public or the electorate participate in the process. If you don't close, you can't really start the process of having them cast their vote and electing a new government.
Interesting, because the next possible, the next step in the election timeline would be the appointment of the Central Voting Bureau. As I mentioned earlier, that process for doing so is based on an appointment by national decree, and which is approved by a nomination committee headed by the Joint Court of Justice, the Vice Chair of the Council of Advice, and the Chair of the Audit Chamber. So I think in doing so, you're showing the transparency, the accountability that the Chair Lady also referenced in her opening statements. After the appointment of the Central Voting Bureau, we go over to Postulation Day, which, as mentioned earlier in our show, it was on November 22nd, 2023, where the 8 political parties vying for parliamentary seats, 15 in fact, was launched. The day right after said postulation date, nomination day, was the endorsement day. That day was the day the new political parties, or the parties that had not contested in the previous parliamentary elections of 2020, had to come forward and get a certain amount of votes. I believe it was 124. I'll ask my analysts for confirmation. However, the new parties on that list are the Nation Opportunity Wealth, the Empire Culture Empowerment, the United Resilient St. Maarten Movement, and the Democratic Party. After said endorsement day, which was on November 23rd, the distribution of the voting cards by mail took place. I know that was also a very publicly discussed matter, as based on the election decree, the voters receive their voting cards via the mail. And I believe the government made a decision to deviate based on circumstance, having members come forward and collecting their voting cards at the government administration building. I won't go into that. We'll go into step number 8, where the publication of the lists of the candidates in the civil registry was done, and I believe on December 7th. And today, we went over to election day. I won't go into the process afterwards, but we are at election day, general elections. Mr. Richards, we have seen a different day today. Normally it's traffic, it's quite a busy day with motorcades during the, it was a pretty quiet day. How did you observe it?
Indeed, a bit strange for the election ritual that we normally have. I think the people are more geared now, towards voting and voting for a particular party or their party. It's not like before, but I believe as well that what I stated earlier, the time has changed. People are looking at government, differently and not like before. Again, you see that the old parties are continuing this session of having a party, that elections are party, but elections are very serious. It's your democratic right, to choose a member of a party, because that party that gets elected, or parties that get elected, they will sit in Parliament for 4 years. That's part of the process. Yeah. And not only when they go and sit in government, because that will happen on the 10th of February, they will also have to choose a government. As you heard in the video where Mr. Gums, former Prime Minister, talking about the process. And again, I stated earlier, in forming a government is a process. And the governor is involved, but I have seen for the last outcome of the elections that, as I stated earlier, the government was formed the next day. So expect that to happen. So when it comes now approaching the governor, it's just a formality, So indeed, as you say, going forward, government, the process is Parliament, because most of the time that people would say, government is what? Government is the Council of Ministers.
Yeah, but also they're subordinate of the Parliament.
Yes, exactly. They are subordinate of Parliament. Parliament controls them. And that is where now going forward, that Parliament has to run the checks and balances. We have seen also in the program that one spoke about integrity. The Parliament members, those that sit in Parliament, should handle business with integrity.
They should.
We have lost that, over the years.
And I think the introduction of the Integrity Chamber after the fall of government in 2017 shows also that loss of the integrity that we've had since 10-10-10 needs to be reinstilled. And yes. I think the Integrity Chamber with their videos did a very good job in hitting the nail on the head where that is concerned.
So when one sits now in government, it should be placing the general interest above self-interest, with integrity, of course. over the last decade, we have been confronted with parliament members, members in government, the executive branch, transgressing the law. So, St. Maarten name actually needs now to be cleansed, in a sense, with the necessary integrity.
Agreed.
So I'm looking forward for that also going forward, because every time you will open the newspaper and you hear, someone, has transgressed the law and dealing now with the prosecutor's office. I hope that, going forward would change.
That would be a welcome change, Mr. Richards. You mentioned something that is indeed, I think, goes hand in hand with integrity, and that is related to party surfers. We have, in the past, we've seen it's happened before 10-10-10, but if we go back to 10-10-10, and we even look at our political leaders or members of parliament that are sitting now, we've had quite a few that have participated in an election that have changed ideologies quite a few times. And in particular, the political party leaders, as we were talking about earlier, we have also seen a change there. Do you think that has anything to do with integrity, or is it something else?
Are you talking about ship jumping? What it is that you're talking about?
Yeah,
Okay.
not necessarily.
To be clear.
We're talking about the party surfers. So not in the ship jumping, so after the election, no, just today I'm PPA, for example, and then the next election, now I am DP.
It all boils down, again, there is no ideology.
Interesting.
There is no ideology.
Interesting that you say that.
And where are your principles? Because if I'm for a particular party, I'm on that party because of the ideology of the party, and my principle and integrity, would be for the party. It happens all over, because if you look at the Netherlands, you have Pieter Omtzigt, who was with the CDA, and he went and established his own party and became
one of the highest vote getters.
One of the highest vote getters. But he had an ideology. And the ideology, he stemmed from the CDA, but if you put it together, that ideology remains.
Correct.
So he will never move from the CDA
entirely,
entirely, and go to
𝒚𝒐𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒈, for example. Correct. Yes.
But we intend to do that here for our own benefit, for whatever party at that particular moment that you're in.
Correct.
So you mentioned ideology, but I say the parties here don't have. If you think differently, let me know.
Well, I thought ideology and integrity actually go hand in hand, so I think we sum it up more or less the same.
No, there's a difference between ideology and integrity.
But integrity starts with me, right? So if I think that my ideology and the party's ideology align, I'll stay there, but based on my integrity, maybe the party's ideology don't align anymore, but another party aligns, and I decide to align my integrity with said party.
If I have to ask you a question, where ideology concerned, what is the difference between the National Alliance and the Democratic Party where ideology concerned?
Now I see your question as it relates to the political arena here.
Maybe this is a good question for
maybe our analysts
Dr.
will be willing to give us some feedback on that. Because Indeed, integrity and ideology. How would you answer Mr. Richards' question?
I guess we must get a clear indication of what is political ideology. Okay? Basically, an ideology, meaning your political thought, your stand, whether you are a conservative, a liberal, or maybe some other area, or if you're based on liberal would be somewhat left, conservative would be to the right, or you could have ideology in terms of Christian principles, socialist principles. See, and once that you have an ideology, then your solutions, your whole approach of governing will be based on that ideology. For instance, if you're conservative, then you look for smaller government. You look for more of a governing that the more you put in, the more you get out of it. If you go on to liberal, it's more tend to be social programs. So it's just the approach that you would use in order to solve that problem. Okay? Integrity just meaning, you got to clear some morals. Okay? And we find that the person, the ship jump, etc., it's not based on ideology. It's based on They just want to be, their policies more or less to be implemented. So there's no way within our political culture that an ideology comes into play. So we can say that the National Alliance will have a different approach in solving the issues of St. Maarten in a particular way. So therefore, it's all based on personality. And we spoke about earlier today too about a governing program. Okay? Basically, once the party comes into play and they have their manifesto, and then they form after that, that's all finished, they get elected, they're going to now form a government. They should have a governing program and follow this governing program to the letter. We don't have a governing program. Okay? We find now that the legislative branch of government, for instance, they're non-functioning. See, in terms of doing the proper oversight of the executive branch. So you find the executive branch, which is the Council of Ministers, doing almost any and everything. See, and their way we tend to falter. They don't follow any program as such. They don't follow any governing program. It's all about that individual. A minister feels like doing whatever, then he or she would just do that. There's no, and it's not based on any ideology as such. It's just based on that minister's feeling and some sort of popularity. See? And that's much in the thinking what we have our governing thing prior to 10-10-10, where we had a commission plan of government. Okay, and there you'll find that the legislative branch, which would be the Island Council, legislative would be the Island Council, and the executive branch would be the Legislative Council. Okay, and everyone knows that the legislative and the Island Council, they were basically one and the other. Okay, and there was sort of a boys' agreement: you don't touch my portfolio, I don't touch yours. So we come back with that same mentality, and therefore, we tend to falter.
Yes, and in the process, actually, as we stated earlier, the Parliament should control the executive branch, which is the Council of Ministers. And make sure that based on the budget that they approve, and not only that, it's not only a yearly budget, in the process, but this should be also an annual vote based on the program that you have just spoken about. So I think going forward, these are the things, and I hope actually that it would change into that direction to get 𝒐𝒐 afloat, you know? Because based on the program, then that is transparency, because the constituents then can follow the program. And the constituents then, again, can hold them accountable. Because that's something, again, important, holding one accountable for one's actions. Going forward in the process that we are talking about, Nerissa, these are the so-called elements should be really interwoven
into the process of government. I must agree with you, both Dr. Romney and you, Mr. Richards. And I think to sum it up properly, we talk about the government, we talk about the parliament, and there's an aspect that we didn't touch much on, but you did in a few slides before, is the governor, the role of the governor. And I think this is a good and a perfect segue into the Integrity Chambers video with His Excellency Governor 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉, where he explains his role in the parliamentary democracy and, of course, in elections as a whole. So we like to thank you all for watching Election Watch St. Maarten Decides, and stay tuned for all the results that we anticipate coming in. But before we go, you'll see this video from the Integrity Chamber with the governor explaining the parliamentary process.
Hello, good people of St. Maarten, and welcome to the Integrity Chambers video series, Integrity in Voting. I'm your host, Kevin James, and to shed some light on this subject matter, I have the honor of welcoming His Excellency Governor 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉. Governor Bailey, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me.
So the first question I'd like to ask you, why do you think voting is important?
Why is voting important? Well, you see, we live in a democratic society, and as such, the people then rule or govern the society they live in. Our democratic system is one of which that governing is done via representatives of the people. These representatives of the people are elected directly in the case of parliamentarians, and indirectly in the case of ministers. As such, the people of our society they play a cardinal role in how and whom governs the society that we live in. As a result, the citizens have an enormous responsibility as well to themselves, but also to their fellow citizens in society, and not forgetting future citizens of our society.
Right.
With this in mind, that is the reason that it is so important to vote.
Thank you for that answer, Governor. The next question I wanted to ask you, what is the role of the governor in the election process?
The governor does not have a role in the execution of the election itself, but the governor does have a role before and after the elections.
Okay.
Before the elections, together with the Prime Minister, the governor signs a national decree that sets the date for election and dissolves Parliament. After the elections, the governor is responsible for the formation of a government. The governor appoints a formateur, and then the governor oversees this formation process. Once a coalition is formed, if one is needed, The candidate ministers then undergo a screening. This screening process is initiated by the formateur, who usually becomes the prime minister under the guidance of the governor. Once the screening process is complete, the ministers can then be sworn in after they are then appointed. The parliamentarians are sworn in 3 months within the date of the signing of the national decree calling for the elections and dissolving parliament. That is the role of the governor.
Okay, thank you for the information. Very valuable, and thank you for being here with us today, Governor Bailey.
Thank you, it was my pleasure. All right.
And to the people of St. Maarten, we do hope this conversation was beneficial to you, and thank you for supporting us on our mission to build integrity for future generations. Stay tuned for the next video in our series, Integrity in Voting.
Welcome back. Thank you for watching Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides, with your host, Nerissa Cornelia, as we go into getting the results from Parliament on the parliamentary election 2024. I have here with us today in the studio our co-hosts and analysts, Edna Evans and Dr. Julio Romney, who will be giving us some analytical details as we await the results from the general elections 2024. Edna?
Thank you very much, Nerissa, for that introduction. And as you can tell on the board, we have the top 3 districts per party for the last 5 elections, patiently waiting for the 2024 information to come out. Dr. Romney, you know I automatically default to your expertise when it comes to this. Now, one of the coveted districts, District number 6. We see here that in 2020, 2018, 2016, the National Alliance dominated that district, that coveted district. But the National Alliance, back in during those elections, had quite a few people from the district number 6 that's no longer with the National Alliance, namely 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉, who is now part of the Now Party. How do you think that will affect the numbers for the National Alliance?
I think we would have to basically get more detailed numbers in determining whether or not that had an effect on them, because we don't have that detailed numbers to say exactly how many votes did Christophe Emmanuel got during that time. But I guess one thing we can see from our chart here is that in 2020, the District 6, 14, and 8, that they did the best. They were predominantly, these are the areas that they received the highest number of votes. And then we see here, and going back to the chart that we had before, we can see here that in 2018 and 16, right, they dominated the 6th district. Okay? And in 2014, I guess they moved over and they had much more effective in the Dutch quarter, and then again in 2010. See? And if we go to the up party, you see in 2020, let's start basically, let's go back and start at 2010 and see how they progress in those years, where we find that they were dominated, or they got more votes within the 16, 4, and 12 districts, basically the St. Maarten Home, the Marie-Laurence, and the Leonard Collins School. And if you go along the line here and you try to see that there's a pattern where any one area, much like the National Alliance, where they dominate. We don't see that pattern. Okay, we see that it changes up as we go along. And for instance, here, and Dutch Quarter was within their group of dominants that come year after. It was the National Alliance that dominated that area. Okay? And for UD, we've seen the Senior Center, Sundial, Simpson Bay Sports, and in 2018, NEPA, Sundial. See, they maintained Sundial here within the area. Of course, we knew that the UD only lasted, what, 2 years?
2 terms, yeah.
And then, or rather, 2 terms. Yeah, 2 electoral cycles, and then they, and basically they were part of what the UP and the Democratic Party, and here again, the Democratic Party break away, or they went back to being Democratic Party, and they had Simpson Bay, Raoul, and the sister Laurence as their predominantly area of getting most of their votes.
And I see here, in keeping up with your consistency, same with District 14.
Yeah, where UP, or rather USP, got significant amount of votes in 2018 and 2020. And PFP, then, like I said, this is the first time, this would be their second thing, and they did well in the Simpson Bay area, and the Methodist Agoghic Center and NEPA.
Well, bringing it back to the National Alliance and District Number 6, the numbers for Christophe Emmanuel, who is now the leader of the Now Party, in 2020, I'm just going to go maybe backwards or forwards. I don't know how you want me to go. 2020 or 2010, or 20 want me to start with?
2010.
All right, great, 2010. So back in 2010, he got 103 votes. And in 2014, it moved up to 246. In 2016, it moved up to 261. 2018 was 568. And in 2020, he received 685 votes, if I am correct with the calculations that I have here. So every year, as being a part of the National Alliance, he has gone up with his votes. So it will be interesting. I know clearly you're not a gambling man, so I guess I'm gonna have to stick with my buying my own steak dinner. But based on that trend, since we're talking about trends, especially with District Number 6, I don't know, I think it will be interesting. I think that might be a little shake-up in that district when it comes to the electorate and, being split.
But the numbers that you've quoted, I would think that these are his overall, as opposed to the district.
Yes, definitely,
Okay?
definitely.
So clearly can show that he is, without question, a force to be reckoned with. He has performed well within the National Alliance over that period of time. Now it seems to, and we have to wait back and see, can he get that support? Can he garner that support as with his own party? And I guess later tonight we can tell. But without question, he was a force to be reckoned within the National Alliance. And now we'll wait to see when the results come in, if he have maintained that, I guess what, popularity? Or that constituent.
Yes.
In terms of having persons to vote with him. We can see too, he has, over the months, he have had an aggressive campaign.
Yeah.
Okay, and he has laid out his vision, his platform for the Now Party, as a new party.
Yeah, yeah.
And so we'll wait and see how that would result in terms of the electorate staying with him?
I don't know about you, but you know, with the new parties coming out and with people, you know, forming their own parties from existing, being part of the candidates in other parties and now coming up with their own. I'm really curious to see how that will translate into their own party votes. Sometimes I guess people tend to feel a little bit concerned about, you know, seasoned politicians breaking out in their own parties, and they look at the rest of the slate to figure out if, you know, the rest of the party members are equally seasoned and able to keep up to the party leader and the party leader's track record. But that's something for Narissa and Mr. Richards to talk more about, I guess.
I see here that the key here now, and the big question, are they going to be able to get that pool of voters, or bring that pool of voters with them to their new home? Yeah. The electorate has a tendency, if they're part of the Democratic Party, they would stick in that area, okay? And with that person leaving and forming their own party, they would be able to then bring those people with them. And key here now, not only do they have to bring that part of electorate with them, they have to get more persons, because the key, again, is to what? Is to meet that quota. If you don't get that quota, you would not get a seat. Yeah. Okay. As part of the other party that they're leaving, they can now somewhat lean on the number of votes that the party receives, and there, as a result, they could be selected as a parliamentarian based on the number of seats that party has been allotted. Okay, so it's quite a bit of things that comes into play when moving out on your own.
Yes, yes, yes.
Because it's easier, you might be able to garner, what, 200, 300, even 600. We must keep in mind that in the past, or the last election, there was somewhat between 800 to 900 that you needed in order to get a seat. Okay, and if you're in the party, remember now there's another quota. I think called that election quota, that formulated between the party. So if you know, based on, because once the election over and the seats are allotted, the party then ranks the number of the candidates. Okay, so that quota within the party is much smaller than the quotas to actually be allotted a seat. So all these things come into play, and so starting a new party is not exactly a something that one can take lightly and think they would be elected.
That's a good point, because you know, with 8 political parties, you think that it's easy to just go in there and form your own group with the same ideologies as you initially mentioned, and you know, put up a few posters, write up a manifesto, and you'll be good to go. But somehow PFP managed to pull that off in the previous election, where they managed to get 2 seats in their first go.
Okay,
and I think that was very interesting.
Yeah, they was able to get 1 seat, secure 1 seat, and they get the other based on the 𝒚𝒐𝒐𝒃, which I was referred to as the archaic system, that doesn't really, you know, give the actual account of proportional representation.
Well, here we are. For those of you who are just joining us, we are awaiting the parliamentary results, and this show is brought to you by Vid Media, and we're supposed to get them at 9, then at 10, and we're still waiting for that information. In the meantime, we will continue to keep you abreast, not just while waiting for the results, but also with important information about the previous elections and what we can anticipate for the current elections. So welcome again to the Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides 2024.
Yes, Edna. Thank you for your and Dr. Romney's evaluation. I think as we anticipate the voter turnout, the results from Parliament, it's probably a good idea to start to inform our general public on the eligible voters that we have here with us or before us in this general election 2024. As opposed to last election, we now have 22,553 persons eligible to cast a vote in the election. It's a difference of 2.39% from last election. The breakdown of eligible voters per district is as follows. District number 1, the John Laramie Center at 946 voters. District number 2, the Sundial School, 1389. District number 3, the St. Maarten Senior Citizens Recreational Center, 1445. District number 4, Sister Marie Laurent School, 1429. District number 5, the Dutch Quarter Community Center at 1447. District number 6, the Milton Peters College at 1419. District number 7, the Rupert Maynard Community Center at 1420. District 8, St. Maarten Academy, 1391. District number 9, the Butte Hotel, 1429. The NEPA at 1418. District 11, Charles Leopold Bell, 1267. District number 12, the Leonard Connor School, 834. District 13, the Simpson Bay Sports Community Center at 1122. District 14, Belvedere Community Center, 1469. District number 15, the Melford Hazel Sports and Recreational Center at 1415. District 16, the Methodist Agogic Center at 1221. District 17, the Dutch Quarter Community Help Desk, 480. District number 18, the Seventh-day Adventist School at 914. District number 19, Huis van Bewaring, 28. And District 20, St. Maarten Home, 70, giving that total of 22,553 eligible voters. I think we are all awaiting this anticipating results of the parliamentary elections 2024. And as you know, St. Maarten's population is quite small, and we can get around and get information, whether it be official or unofficial. And as we anticipate, we have been receiving some unofficial information from some polling stations. However, we await the official central voter results that we have been anticipating since 9 p.m. this evening. Mr. Richards, is this something that you're accustomed to in your history of watching the election results come in? Is this something that is normal? Usually, you said earlier, we expect from the prison, district number 19, the setting of the pace, but we've been waiting since.
No, this is unique. I gotta say this is unique. To know that it's now 23:37 after 11, and we don't even have info of the prison, which is the smallest district. So I don't know what the problem is.
This is the mother of all elections. I think that now has set that stone.
Yeah.
We've had them in the past, but this set a new record.
We are waiting, the results.
We hope that you are still tuned in to Election Watch St. Maarten Decides, whether you're viewing from here or abroad. We've been getting messages from the Netherlands.
The coffee press?
Oh yeah. It's something that, like you said, it's something unanticipated.
It's unique.
It's quite unique.
Yeah.
And I think the people of St. Maarten are waiting humbly on this, on these results. I don't know what more to say other than to stay tuned, stay glued. We are just as excited as you are. And I think our analysts will be going into some information just again to recap based on all the day's info, the 5 elections that have gone on before. And Evans, Dr. Romney, tell us, how are you feeling?
Well, excited, tired, anxious. Well, I'm trying not to do the monster thing as yet, because then it's going to deal with the anxiousness. But one of the things that I heard Ms. Tacklin talk about unofficially, I believe, is the total number of votes that we've received so far. And it's in excess of the 14,000 mark. I am looking at our analyst in the background, and I'm getting a nod. So it's above 14,000. And Dr. Romney, back in 2014 and 2016, we can see where we were above the 14,000 mark. I am not too sure what that means for us. I think we are looking at about a 62% turnout. I see our figures have changed. Our figures have changed. So while we work on getting those that information up there, so we're looking at a 2004 a voter turnout of 13,426. Is that correct? I thought it was 14,000. It's about 14,000. Yeah. So there we go. So we're still waiting for that information to come in, and while we coordinate the 14,678. I think we're doing pretty good. That is over the last 13 years, that is the highest voter turnout. I'm excited to see how much of those votes cast are actually valid votes. But what's your thought on that? Is it the excitement in the air? Is it the post-Christmas excitement, the post-New Year's excitement? We had the largest number of voter turnout since 10-10-10.
Okay, so I guess one can say that our cautious approach, or optimism, is panning out. And it's good to see that we have an increase in terms of voter turnout this year. The unfortunate part is you also have an increase in the time waiting to get results. And that's not good. That's not good. I thought by now we've been all excited, showing how many votes each political party had, and we're all excited as to who's going to form the next government. But now we're still waiting for results from the very first precinct or district to come in.
Yes, I do agree with you. It is a little bit nerve-wracking and a little bit disappointing. But we continue to wait and we continue to push forward. And I am going to say congratulations, St. Maarten. You beat your own record with coming out to vote. And that is in addition to the fact that we have lower numbers than the previous two elections. So lower numbers than the 2018, where we had 22,559 eligible voters, or registered voters, sorry. And in 2020, we had 23,106. And this year, we have 22,553 registered voters, of which 14,678 came out to vote, a little bit above 61%. I'm happy. And I'm happy and I'm excited to now more than ever see those results as they come in. Anything on the districts yet? We're still waiting? All right. So after getting that little bit of information, that little jolt to keep us going, that little, I don't know if you want to call it caffeine or adrenaline rush of information, we're going to stay with you guys. We're going to bring those reports up. We're going to wait for those results. And we have some really great comparative charts so that you can not only see the results of the previous elections, but I don't know if our analysts can put it back up again, but also get those seats filled in with the colors so we can have an unofficial idea of what parties will get what seats, the number of seats. So if you stay tuned, and Narissa, it's back to you.
Thank you, Evans. It is indeed an evening unprecedented. Thank you for watching SXM Election Watch. St. Maarten Decides 2024. We'll be going to a commercial break. Stay tuned for this and more.
During this live broadcast, we kindly accept your contribution towards the production costs. No amount is too small, and every contribution is greatly appreciated. Your contribution will go directly towards covering the expenses of producing and broadcasting this show. We thank you for your generosity and support.
I wish to just clarify, at the time of the close of the voters' registry in October of 2023, there were 28 persons registered at this polling station. However, at the close of today, Election Day, there were a total of 71 eligible voters at this polling station. We are aware that today's graphic included a number of 28. Please note that that graphic was based on the voters' roll of October. So we will begin releasing the results first by the total amount of votes received by the individual party. So again, we will begin with the party, and after indicating the amount of votes received by the party, we will share the individual candidates' votes. So beginning with the House of Detention, polling station number 19. Now Party, 7 votes. ECE, 0 votes. United People's Party UP, 16 votes. Party for Progress, 0 votes. US Party, 1 vote. URSM, 3 votes. National Alliance, 14 votes. Democratic Party, DP, 1 vote. Now, please note, as this is a very small polling station, we will be grouping some of these numbers of the results. So beginning with the Now Party, and again, I wish to indicate that we are going through the results in the order in which the parties and candidates appear on the ballots. So beginning with the Now Party. Emmanuel Christophe, 0 votes. Bonkamper Claudius, 5 votes. Carly Naila, 0 votes. Mingret Kevin, 1 vote. Belot Kelron, 0 votes. James Ryan, 0 votes. Mantle Mark, 0 votes. Hall Leary, 0 votes. Lopes Drina, 0 votes. Lewis Linden, 1 vote. And as we previously indicated, as we will be grouping the votes for these candidates at this polling station, candidates 11 through 21, there were 0 votes. So again, candidates 11 through 21 on the Now Party received 0 votes. So for the Now Party, the total number of votes at polling station number 19 was 7 votes. ECE, candidate Wigley Nigel, 0 votes. We move now to the Party for Progress. As previously indicated, there were 0 votes for this party at the House of Detention. We continue to the US Party. Candidates 1 through 10 all received 0 votes. Candidate 11, Wilson Gromyko, received 1 vote. The US Party, 1 vote at the House of Detention. URSM, Marcelina Luke, 0 votes. Waver Christopher, 0 votes. Johnston Webster Veronica, 0 votes. Martina Herbert, 1 vote. Roseburg Shamira, 2 votes. All other candidates, 6 through 19 of the URSM, received 0 votes. Again, URSM, 3 votes at the House of Detention. We go now to the National Alliance. Jacob Silveria, 0 votes. Doran Egbert, 12 votes. Arian Artwell, 0 votes. Marlon Cloyd, 1 vote. Samuel Rudolph, 0 votes. Pompier Charlin, 0 votes. Richardson Anna, 1 vote. All other candidates, 8 through 23 for the National Alliance, received 0 votes at this polling station. With that, the National Alliance received 14 votes at the House of Detention. We move to the Democratic Party. All but 1 candidate received 1 vote. So candidates 1 through 21 received 0 votes. Candidate 22, Flanders Patricia, received 1 vote. Candidate Richardson Action received 0 votes. So at the House of Detention, there was a total of 1 vote for the Democratic Party. Oh, and the UP Party, my apologies. Candidate Bryson R., 0 votes. Candidate Otley, number 2, 12 votes. Candidate Leonard Tamara, 0 votes. Candidate Mingo Mark, 1 vote. Candidate number 5 through 7 all received 0 votes. That includes candidate Bijlani, Arundel, and Brownville, 0 votes. Candidate number 8, Hayden Vane Y, 1 vote. Candidate number 9, Peterson S, 0 votes. Candidate Supriana C, 1 vote. Candidate Chatelier J, 0 votes. Candidate Patrick R, 0 votes. Candidate Hilaire S, 0 votes. Candidate Brown C, 0 votes. Candidate Maida A, 0 votes. Candidate Blair K, 0 votes. Candidate Ramirez Abel, 0 votes. Candidate Wilson W, 1 vote. Candidate Patrick F, 0 votes. Candidate Chase E, 0 votes. Candidate Winkler, 0 votes. Candidate Hodge I, 0 votes. And candidate La Cruz, 0 votes. The total number of votes received by the UP party at the House of Detention was 16 votes. And with that, we have shared the results of polling station number 19, the House of Detention. Please note, at the House of Detention, a total of 42 votes were cast at this polling station.
Thank you, Mackie. We now go on to polling station number 20, which is the St. Maarten home. Again, at the closing of the registry in the year 2023, the eligible voters were 70. As of the closing of the register today, the total 68 eligible voters. Polling station number 20, 40 votes were cast. We now go over to the numbers for the individual parties as per that voting station number 20. For the Now party, 2 votes. For the ECE party, 0 votes. For the UP party, 2 votes. For the PFP, 1 vote. For the US party, US party, 2 votes. For the USRM party, 4 votes. For the NA party, 15 votes. And for the Democratic Party, DP party, 15 votes. Now we go on to the individual candidate numbers in that particular polling station, which is polling station number 20, St. Maarten home. Christophe Emmanuel, 1 vote. Kevin Mingret, 1 vote. Lyndon Lewis, 1 vote. A total of no, let's go over that again. Let's go over that again. There's an error there. Let's go over the Now party again. Emmanuel Christophe, 1 vote. Kevin Mingret, 1 vote. And the total number for the Now party, 2 votes. Once again, the St. Maarten home, 2 votes. 1 for Christopher Emmanuel and 1 for Kevin Mingret. For the ECE party, a total of 0 votes at polling station number 20. For the UP party, T. Leonard, 1 vote. A. Arundel, 1 vote. Total of 2 votes for the UP party. We now go to the individuals on the PFP list. Melissa Gums, 1 vote. So 1 vote for the PFP party. For the USP party, Charlie Teddy, 1 vote, and 1 vote for Gromiko Wilson. So a total of 2 votes for the USP party at polling station number 20. We now go to the URSM party. Once again, we're still at polling station number 20. Luke Messalina, 1 vote. Semida Rosenberg, 2 votes. Gracita Arundel, 1 vote. A total of 4 votes for the URSP party. URSM party. For the NA party, Silveira Jacobs, 5 votes. Albert Duran, 2 votes. Archibald Irian, 1 vote. Cloyd Marlin, 2 votes. Rudolph Samuel, 1 vote. Anna Richardson, 1 vote. Angelique Romo, 1 vote. Del York, 2 votes. A total of 15 votes for the NA party. For the DP party, Sarah Westcott Williams, 12 votes. Grisha Helga Maarten, 2 votes. David Richardson, 1 vote. A total of 15 votes for the DP party at the St. Maarten home, which is polling station number 20.
And that concludes the numbers. And that concludes the numbers for polling station number 20, the St. Maarten home. So at polling station number 20, again, the Now party received 2 votes. ECE received 0 votes. UP party received 2 votes. PFP received 1 vote. US party 2 votes. URSM 4 votes. National Alliance 15 votes. And DP 15 votes. Now, that is a total of 83 votes cast between the 2 polling stations, polling station number 19 and polling station number 20. Now, I have a question for the gentleman who has just joined our panel, former Lieutenant Governor Mr. Dennis Richardson. Good evening. Now, 𝒐𝒊𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒈, we were previously discussing, youth engagement. So, for example, the St. Maarten home is largely for senior citizens, many who are unable to care for themselves. How can some of the newer parties and the newer candidates engage with those persons to get the vote? Because we see that it is still a bit of a stronghold for some of the, I guess, more seasoned parties, such
Welcome back to Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides. I'm your host, Nerissa Cornelia, and I am happy to inform you that we have just received the results from the last two polling stations, number 19 and number 20. And I go straight over to our analysts, Evans and Dr. Romney. Guys, take the floor.
Yes, we're busy here. Thank you so much, Nerissa. We're busy here getting all of the information together. Finally, we have some information. Unlike last election, when we looked at just getting the numbers for the party, this election, we are focusing again on the individual votes. That's, I guess, the reason why it took so long. It will be interesting to find out what the electorate prefers, if we prefer to have the individual numbers, or if we prefer to have the party numbers and call it a very early night and discuss the details the next day over coffee and whatever else you like to have in the morning, if anything at all. Dr. Romney, it's the beginning. It's very, very early, and we just have the two numbers in, the two polling stations in, sorry, and I know you were a little bit disappointed.
This is what?
This is the total numbers for district number 19, which is the Point Blanche prison, and number 20, which is the St. Martin's home in St. John's.
Okay.
Small numbers to work with, but clear indication of where we're going.
And this is number 19?
19 and 20 combined. This one is number 19. These are the, this is the data from number 19 so far. Yeah, where we can clearly see, there we go. And this is number 20, St. John's, so senior citizens' home. Yeah. I mean, I was very impressed with the numbers showing the National and Alliance and the Democratic Party head to head, 15-15.
15-15.
What are your thoughts on that?
I guess it's showing again that the Democratic Party is coming alive. I mean, it's kind of early to say that, but you can see they're coming alive. And the National Alliance too have 15, and we have seen that in the last election they were dominant. If we could get the chart where we can get a better.
Oh, the chart per district with the comparisons over the years?
Yeah.
Okay, while, there we go. That was quick, thank you. So district number 20, the St. Martin's home, St. John's. We see here where we have the comparative figures. Of course, the Now is a new party.
It's a new party.
Yeah, so we only have the figures for 2024.
And
but
we can see here that too the UP party have lost significant amount of votes within this 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 again, is just in District 20. So St. Martin homes. The last election they had 8, now they're down to 2. Of course, this they had 0. That the Party for Progress had 0 in 20, and now they're at 1. And if we look at the USP, and interesting, last election USP won overall. USP had got the most votes, and at the St. Martin home, this time they have lost.
Yes.
So they lost more than 50% they have lost there. Of course, this is new for URSM, and you can see they did significantly well here.
In comparison,
In comparison. For a new party, they've done well at the St. Martin's Home. If we go now to National Alliance, see National from 23 down to 15.
Interesting, huh? And I'm thinking that they're doing pretty good, but here we have it that their numbers dropped in comparison to the previous election.
And DP said, come to 15. Mindful that in 20 as well as 18, DP was part of UD.
Yes,
and now they branch off on their own, or gone back to DP, and they now have 15 seats.
Could this be a trend? Could this be part of the new DP coming back in?
Too early to tell.
Too early to
Too
tell.
early to tell.
Too early to tell. Interesting. And I'm wondering though, with the increase in votes in district number 20 for the DP, even though it's two, it's still a significant amount for the number of people that vote in that area. I'm wondering what role did familiarity play with this? Because the leader of the party, MP Sarah Westcott Williams, received 12 out of those 15 votes. Again, another familiar face in the sea of unfamiliar faces of the 131 voters.
If you want to put it that way, you can say she's part of the old guard. And these are senior citizens, so you know these come from way back. One can then say the stronghold back in the 1960, 70 times. So they are the persons now in the senior home. So they're familiar with her as a Democratic Party, old Democratic Party. So it gets said that's what she has maintained. Or she has just done a remarkable job campaigning at the St. Martin's, at St. Martin's Home.
And then maybe would it be thought to attribute the reduction in the National Alliance to the fact that Member of Parliament, Mr. William Maarten is not running for this election, and that's a familiar face that is not there anymore. Because they dropped from 23 to 15, so that's eight votes.
Yeah.
We never know.
Because
it'll be interesting
he's not there, and so they're not familiar with the younger folks.
Yes.
So therefore, they have lost, a significant amount of votes.
Well, let's pull up the information for the district number 19. Yeah. Ah, wow. What are your thoughts on this one?
I guess the point here is, if you can see again, the UP has lost significant amount of votes there. And comparatively, we can say the Now Party have done well with getting 7 seats, or rather 7 votes from the prison. And USP has lost significant amount.
Yeah.
It's from 4 to 1 person voting for them. National Alliance have done well, and here again the Democratic Party have gotten one. And you see here too, 1-1.
Yeah.
So they maintain, because one must remember that the National Alliance, or rather the UD, which was part of the Democratic Party.
Yes.
Okay, so they maintain. However, on the with the up, okay, they did well on their own because, like I said, these two were together.
Interesting, because now that MP Grisha Maarten is no longer part of the UP party, but she's now a member of the Democratic Party, contesting this year's election. It'll be interesting as we go along to see what happens.
Could you check to see which party or which candidate received that one seat?
One
vote.
The one vote, yeah.
I'm getting ahead of myself there. I'm so anxious to see seats as opposed to...
Patricia Flanders received that one vote at the prison. Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit early to do the comparisons between the years and start filling, as you rightfully said, those seats. But we're hoping to get those results in sooner than later. I do not think that I have ever waited this long for at least the preliminary results. I am, do we have more coming in? Not as yet. I was being too hopeful. We're beginning to use this word very often. It's called what? Optimistically?
Cautiously optimistic.
Cautiously optimistic. I think that's going to be my word for the week. As we wait for the rest of the results, and as you can tell, you know, we have so many other graphs that we can put up with that comparative analysis. And of course, the one graph that the chart that I'm interested in is to see who gets those seats. And from the information that we received from the polling station number 19 and number 20, we can already see the dominant parties. Is this going to be another coalition between the National Alliance and the 𝒚𝒄𝒉? Do these two polling stations set the pace for the rest of the election, or are we in for a surprise? I think it's going to take us into January the 12th, if we're not there already, before we can get that information. We're there already. We're there. I can't tell. I'm so, you know, pumped up right now on excitement, caffeine, and and anxiety. But we're getting ready to go back to our host, Larissa. Take it away.
Voters at this polling station. And again, we will do the results, grouping them by parties first, and then going down to individual candidates. At polling station number 17, the Now party received 32 votes, ECE 5 votes, 𝒚𝒄𝒄 54 votes, PFP 36 votes, USP 11 votes, URSM 39 votes, NA 75 votes, DP 55 votes. There was one invalid vote and a total of 307 valid votes cast. Again, of the 480 eligible voters, 307 valid votes were cast. Now going to the individual candidates' results, beginning with the Now party. Emmanuel Christophe, 9 votes. Bonkamper Claudius, 1 vote. Carly Nela, 1 vote. Maingret Kevin, 5 votes. Bellot Kelron, 0 votes. James Ryan, 0 votes. Mantle Mark, 6 votes. Hall Larry, 1 vote. Lopes Drina, 0 votes. Lewis Linden, 3 votes. Scope Edward, 1 vote. Langlais Marie, 0 votes. Henrietta Marcos, 0 votes. Smith Lewis, 0 votes. Piper Jude, 0 votes. Gums Giovanni, 1 vote. Reyes Puelo Kimberly, 1 vote. Burnett Gerald, 0 votes. Charles Hassel Claudette, 0 votes. Arundel Tatiana, 2 votes. DeWeaver Jamiro, 1 vote. That is a total of 32 votes cast for the Now party. We now go to ECE. Candidate Wigley Nigel, 5 votes. 𝒚 party. Bryson R, 7 votes. Otley O, 20 votes. Leonard T, 2 votes. Mingo Mark, 2 votes. Bijlani S, 0 votes. Arundel A, 5 votes. Brownbill C, 1 vote. Heerenveen Y, 0 votes. Peterson S, 0 votes. Supriana C, 3 votes. Chatelier J, 2 votes. Patrick R, 0 votes. Hilaire S, 0 votes. Brown C, 1 vote. Meda A, 1 vote. Blair K, 0 votes. Ramirez Abel J, 1 vote. Wilson W, 0 votes. Patrick F, 0 votes. Chase E, 0 votes. Winkler M, 0 votes. Hodge I, 0 votes. La Cruz F, 9 votes. That is a total of 54 votes for the UP party. We now go to PFP. Gums Melissa, 9 votes. Peterson Rayon, 5 votes. DeWeaver Ludmila, 16 votes. Gums Patrice, 1 vote. Nichols Luciano, 2 votes. Cooks Marvio, 1 vote. Blaise Jean, 0 votes. Martina Rosalinda, 1 vote. Hodge Marlon, 0 votes. Solomon David, 1 vote. That is a total of 36 votes for PFP. We move now to the US party. Gordon Carty Pamela, 1 vote. Nicholas Cecil, 1 vote. Boston Addison, 2 votes. Flanders Elvis, 0 vote. Jeffers Jean-Luc, 0 votes. Wilson Martin, 0 votes. Williams Oliver, 0 votes. Charlie Teddy, 1 vote. Thomas Curtis, 1 vote. Thomas Charles, 1 vote. Wilson Gromyko, 4 votes. That is a total of 11 votes for the US party. We go to the NA. Jacob Silveria, 7 votes. Doran Egbert, 13 votes. Arian Artwell, 5 votes. Marlon Cloyd, 10 votes. Samuel Rudolph, 5 votes. Pompier Charlin, 1 vote. Richardson Anna, 3 votes. Rumu Angelique, 4 votes. La Bega Dimar, 1 vote. York Darrell, 10 votes. Richardson Hyacinth, 2 votes. Connor Shamir, 0 votes. Pantoflet George, 7 votes. Bobertui Dimitri, 0 votes. Williams Webster Shamila, 3 votes. Concepcion Meredith, 1 vote. Hertalt Lewis, 0 votes. Hernandez Shamira, 0 votes. Merrick Leopold, 2 votes. Melanis Melissa, 0 votes. Ray Terrence, 1 vote. DeWint Narda, 0 votes. Faustin Ismail, 0 votes. That is a total of 75 votes cast for the NA. In the final party, we go to the DP. Yeah. Oh, URSM. So we have Westcott Williams, Sarah, 19. Heilige Martin Grisha, 10 votes. Again, Westcott Williams, Sarah, 19 votes. Heilige Martin Grisha, 10 votes. Bell Benjamin, 1 vote. Ravan Khalil, 2 votes. Kotai Viren, 3 votes. Panaflek Richard, 0 votes. Ortega Cedric, 0 votes. Dorlis Fabio, 2 votes. Alexander Lisa, 1 vote. Esed Ruben, 0 votes. Kleinhuis Stephen, 1 vote. Richardson David, 0 votes. Rochester Quincy, 0 votes. Chandler Adelina, 1 vote. Piper Juliet, 1 vote. Adamus Densley, 1 vote. Williams Dennis, 8 votes. Hernandez Escarfuller, Servanate, 0 votes. Arndel Nireida, 1 vote. Arnell Pearl, 0 votes. Agatha Rosendo, 0 votes. Flanders Patricia, 2 votes. Richardson Action, 2 votes. With that, that is a total of 55 votes cast for the DP. Now we have one party left, which is the URSM. Yeah, I don't have that in mind. Yeah, I don't have it in mind. So beginning with Marcelina Luke, 15 votes. Again, Marcelina Luke, 15 votes. Waver Christopher, 3 votes. Jansen Webster Veronica, 1 vote. Martina Herbert, 1 vote. Roseburg Shamira, 1 vote. Arundel Gracita, 1 vote. Berg Richinel, 4 votes. Mauricia Rogerel, 0 votes. Rolox Jr. Julian, 8 votes. Summersall Michael, 0 votes. Tode Wendell, 0 votes. Brooks Felicia, 1 vote. Stamen Yao Sao, 1 vote. Isenia Paco, 1 vote. Amer Glensely, 0 votes. Hutchinson Delano, 0 votes. Matthew Jason, 1 vote. Peterson Joseph, 0 votes. Charlemagne Early, 0 votes. That is a total of 39 votes cast for URSM at polling station number 17, the Dutch Quarter Community Center. Now, gentlemen, what are your thoughts on
Thank you for watching Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides. We have now received information or results from polling station number 17, the Dutch Quarter Community Center, from an eligible amount of voters of 480,307 votes cast. We go directly over to our analysts, Dr. Romney and Edna Evans, to go through the, before I go over to Edna and Dr. Romney, Mr. Richards, you said earlier that in the past, the polling station number 19 sets the tone for the rest of the elections. Now, we've heard our analysts talk just before we went over to Parliament for 17 on the 42 votes cast at district number 19. We have the Now Party with 7 votes, the ECE with 0 votes, the United People's Party with 16 votes, the Party for Progress, 0 votes, the United St. Maarten Party, 1 vote, the United Resilience St. Maarten Movement, URSM, 3 votes, the National Alliance with 14 votes, and the Democratic Party with 1 vote, having a total amount of votes cast 42. If we take your analysis of the past, what are you saying tonight?
Well, it's not over yet. That's what I'm saying. We have a long way to go.
We do.
Because if you see, there are only, three stations that are in 3 polling stations. And from those 3 polling stations, it's good actually to repeat, Nerissa, the votes that came in for the various parties.
That we can definitely do. This year, we are focused on the same lineup almost of the votes coming in. Like we mentioned just now, number 19, 42 votes cast. That is the Huis van Bewaring, the prison. Of polling station number 20 or district 20, which is the St. Maarten home, where the voter register closed today at 68 eligible voters, 41 votes cast, going down the ballot with the Now Party gaining 2 votes, the ECE 0 votes, the United People's Party 2 votes, the Party for Progress 1 vote, the United St. Maarten Party USP 2 votes, the United Resilience St. Maarten URSM 4 votes, the National Alliance with 15 votes, and the Democratic Party with 15 votes. Coming back to the amount votes cast, 41 for District 20 St. Maarten home. And last but not least, the last polling station coming in, District number 17, the Dutch Quarter Community Help Desk. There we have the Now Party gaining 32 votes cast. The ECE with 5 votes. The United People's Party, the UP Party, 54 votes. The Party for Progress, PFP, 36 votes. The United St. Maarten Party, USP, 13 votes. URSM, 39 votes. The National Alliance, 75 votes. And the Democratic Party, 55 votes, having an amount of votes cast 307 of the 480 eligible voters. What a turnout thus far, Mr. Richards. How do you feel? Well,
Now, I feel tired.
what do we have? We have a long way to go.
A long way to go. Now,
Yes.
On a bit serious note, if you notice that the parties have gotten more or less the votes are not far apart, let me
No.
put it that way.
They are not.
You know? So it's good to see if that trend going forward will hold. You know, so if that is the case, you may be in for a surprise indeed that you may have not a coalition of 2, but a coalition of 3.
Or more.
Or more going forward. But, and if you look at it, you see from the last district that you have called, the now with 32, the UP has 54, PFP 36, and USSM 39, and the National Alliance?
75.
75. So they're heading the pack for the time being, if you have to really.
Don't forget DP with 55.
Yeah, they have, and DP 55 here.
Yes.
But if they have to really add it up, the 55 and the 15, that is 70.
Yeah, that's
And then one district, the National Alliance, hits 75. So
Correct.
they're heading the pack. So we will see if that trend is going to continue.
Yes, and as now our analysts have the information inputted, I'll go directly over to Dr. Romney and Edna Evans as they analyze the last amount of votes that came in.
Thank you so much for that, Narissa. And we'll do a little better than that. Instead of just analyzing the last amount of votes, once we've done that, Dr. Romney, then I think we can go to a total look of all of the polling stations and all the votes that we've received so far. So we have some interesting information and some interesting comparatives. And I think that we can clearly say that it's going to be a very interesting morning.
And we just have only 3 districts in so far. However, we can see a pattern is growing. It's too early to tell, but we can see a pattern growing. And this 3rd district, the Dutch Quarter, we see clearly that the National Alliance has the majority of votes there. And overall, National Alliance has won 2 of these districts. I mean, we can't put much into that because they have won those districts. However, the cumulative number of votes that counts, not the number of districts. But nevertheless, we've seen that they have won or got the most votes in District 20 and 17. Okay? And we could see the UP, they got the most in District 19. So we could here again showing that the dominance between those 2 parties is emerging.
Yep.
Okay? And if we look closely at the
previous slide.
Yeah, you go back to the previous slide. Day 20.
There we go.
Okay. And if we try to look at it from a historical perspective here again, we see the UP, they have, the amount of vote they have decreased from 20 to 24.
Yeah.
And we're seeing the
42.
The Party for Progress, they have increased to 36 from 19. And the USP, oh, they have decreased significantly. They have
26.
lost significant amount. And then we go here to the USM, which is a new party. You've seen they have gotten 39.
It's quite interesting.
Quite
huh?
interesting,
Did
yeah.
they pull those votes from the other parties, you think?
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah,
mhm,
yeah.
mhm. And clearly, you can see, yeah, they pull quite a bit from here, moving from
From the
37,
USP.
yeah, to that. National Alliance has lost some. Okay. However, they were still able to maintain the highest number of votes
Yes.
in this district. And of course, at some point, the DP, which was part of the UD, overall you can see that they have they've gotten 55 votes.
Well, when you think about 2020, when MP Sarah Westcott-Williams, she was a forerunner of the UD back then, because by that time, UP had already pulled out and contested the 2020 elections. You can almost say that she got an increase in the number of votes from 21 to 55. It'll be interesting to see the impact. I have to go through the individual figures, but it'll be interesting to see the impact that her number 2 played with that increase. I'm not too sure. Maybe we can, somebody can whisper in my ear the 2 highest vote getters for that. But so far, 3 polling stations in. And how are we looking?
Well, like I said, still too early to say.
People want to know how we looking.
Another interesting observation here, in go back here, 2018, together they got 86, and now apart 55, 54. So over that period of time, you can say that almost, but just divided the amount.
Ah, okay, I see what you're saying. 55, yeah. Oh, we have number 18 in already? District 18 is in?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Got me excited there. It's just coming over. So if we look at the total, is it possible for us to pull up the total number of votes that we've received so far, total number of voters, and the analysis behind it? There we go. So the total number of registered voters is 22,553, of which 14,678 cast their votes, and that gives us a voter turnout of 65%. 65%, which isn't too bad. So far, we've had the information of 3 polling stations out of the 20, and we're going to go back to Parliament as they have some more numbers for us.
Most they're at 57 in population. Well, they're at 57.62 in population, so it's growing.
So it's growing.
It's growing. Also, what are the powers and responsibilities of a parliamentarian?
So the powers and responsibilities.
Okay, that was, we were very hopeful. Unfortunately, that was not the information that we were looking for, which are the numbers. So since we have a little bit more time to go through this, we see here so far. Yeah, go ahead. I'm excited to say it, but go ahead.
The National Alliance is leading the pack in terms of votes received so far by 104.
We have the polling station number 13, which is the Simpson Bay Community Center. The number of eligible voters at that polling station number 13 is 1,122. Valid votes, 596 votes. Here are the numbers for the individual parties. The Now Party, 21 votes. ECE, 6 votes. The Up Party, 90 votes. PFP, 179 votes. USP, 14 votes. URSM, 126 votes. NA 77 votes, and the DP 83 votes. There was one invalid vote. So that's polling station number 13 with the total amount of eligible voters, 1,122. We now go on to the individuals. For the Now Party, Emmanuel Christophe, 2 votes. Claudius Boncampo Claudius, 3 votes. Kati Naila, 0 votes. Kevin Mingret, 4 votes. Bellat Kelron, 1 vote. James Ryan, 1 vote. Mantle Mark, 0. Hall Leary, 0. Lopes Drina, 0. Lewis Linden, 8. Scope Edward, 0. Langlaise Marie, 0. Henrietta Marcos, 0. Smith Lewis, 0. Piper Jude, 1. Gums Giovanni, 1. Reyes Pueblo Kimberly, 0. Burnett Gerald, 0. Charles Claudette, 0. Arundel Tatiana, 0. DeWeaver Jamiro, 0. A total of 21 votes at polling station number 13 for the Now Party. For the ECE Party, Wigley Nigel, 6 votes. We now go on to the Up Party, polling station number 13. Bryson R, 10 votes. Otley O, 22 votes. Leonard T, 3 votes. Mingo M, 11 votes. Bijani S, 6 votes. Arundel A, 6 votes. Brownbill C, 0 votes. Hayden Vane Y, 2 votes. Peterson S, 22 votes. Sopriana C, 0 votes. Chantelier J, 1 vote. Patrick R, 0 votes. Hillier S, 0 votes. Brown C, 1 vote. Maida A, 0 votes. Blair K, 0 votes. Ramirez J, 1 vote. Wilson W, 2 votes. Patrick F, 0 votes. Chase E, 0 votes. Winkler M, 0 votes. Hodge I, 0 votes. Lacrosse F, 3 votes. A total of 90 votes at polling station number 13 for the Up Party. We now go on to the PFP Party. Gums Melissa, 48 votes. Peterson Rayon, 51 votes. DeWeaver Ludmilla, 53 votes. Gums Patrice, 17 votes. Nicholas Luciano, 0 votes. Cooks Mario, 2 votes. Blaise Jean, 0 votes. Martina Rosalinda, 1 vote. Hodge Marlon, 1 vote. Solomon David, 6 votes. That's a total of 179 votes at polling station number 13 for the PFP Party. We continue with the USP Party. Gordon Carty Pamela, 3 votes. Nicholas Cecil, 0 votes. Boston Addison, 2 votes. Flanders Elvis, 1 vote. Jeffers Jean, 0. Wilson Martin, 0. Williams Oliver, 1. Charlie Teddy, 1. Thomas Curtis, 0. Wilson Gromiko, 4 votes. That's a total of 14 votes at polling station number 13 for the USP Party. USRM, Marcelina Luke, 53 votes. Waver Christopher, 10 votes. Janssen Veronica, 5 votes. Martina Herbert, 2 votes. Rosenberg Shamira, 10 votes. Arundel Gracita, 21 votes. Berg Richenal, 4 votes. Marcia Rocherel, 1 vote. Rolex Julian, 2 votes. Somersall Michael, 2 votes. Toad Wendell, 7 votes. Brooks Felicia, 0 votes. Steyman Yao Sao, 1 vote. Isenia Paco, 0 votes. Amer Glensley, 0 votes. Hutchinson Delano, 0 votes. Matthew Jason, 1 vote. Peterson Joseph, 7 votes. Charlemagne Early, 0 votes. For 126 votes. We now go on to the NA party. Jacob Silveria, 8 votes. Duran Egbert, 13 votes. Arian Artwell, 8 votes. Marlon Cloyd, 10 votes. Samuel Rudolph, 4 votes. Pompier Charlon, 13 votes. Richardson Anna, 2 votes. Romo Angelique, 3 votes. Labega Dimar, 1 vote. York Darrell, 1 vote. Richardson Hyacinth, 1 vote. Connor Shamir, 1 vote. Pontiflet George, 2 votes. 𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉 Dimitri, 1 vote. Williams Shamila, 5 votes. Concession Meredith, 0 votes. Hurtal Lewis, 1 vote. Hernandez Shamila, 0 votes. Merrick Leopold, 1 vote. Melanis Melissa, 2 votes. Ray Terrence, 0 votes. DeWint Narda, 0 votes. Faustin Ishmael, 0 votes. For a total of 77 votes at polling station number 13 for the NA party. And we now go to the DP party. Westcott Williams, Sarah, 33 votes. Halliger Martin Grisha, 19 votes. Bell Benjamin, 0 votes. Revan Khalil, 5 votes. Kotai Verin, 8 votes. Pantaflek Richard, 0 votes. Ortega Cedric, 0 votes. Doralis Fabio, 0 votes. Alexander Lisa, 1 vote. Asset Ruben, 1 vote. Kleinhuis Stefan, 0 votes. Richardson David, 1 vote. Rochester Quincy, 3 votes. Chandler Adelina, 4 votes. Piper Juliet, 2 votes. Adamus Densley, 5 votes. Williams Dennis, 1 vote. Hernandez Cervante, 0 votes. Arndell Niriada, 0 votes. Arnell Pearl, 0 votes. Agata Rosendo, 0 votes. Flanders Patricia, 0 votes. Richardson Akin, 0 votes. For a total of 83 votes at polling station number 13. And there we have it for polling station number 13, which is the Simpson Bay Community Center.
So indeed, so from a total eligible of 1,122 votes, a number of 596 votes were cast in the Simpson Bay Community Center. This polling station represents much of Simpson Bay, as well as voters in Maho, Lowlands, Kupakoi, everything in that direction. So we have back with us Ms. Richardson. Ms. Richardson, what are your thoughts on the results?
Welcome back to Election Watch. St. Maarten decides. We have one additional polling station, district number 13, the Simpson Bay Recreational Sports Center. Evans, what is your take on the information we've just received, polling station number 13?
Well, 4 down, 16 more to go. But one of the things that I noticed is, and I was telling Dr. Julio Romney, is that PFP is holding on strong. They were the dominant party back in 2020, and they are the dominant party again in 2024. But, you know, close behind them is the URSM, which I thought was very, very interesting. You know, one can almost say that PFP and URSM, they are, I wouldn't say that they're, you know, I stand to be corrected, but that they almost have the the same, well, very close narrative, with dealing with certain topics. And it will be interesting to find out the motive or motivation behind both of those parties having such high numbers. But we can't rule out the UP, which is very close behind with 90 votes, and the DP with 83, and the National Alliance bringing it up close behind with 77. I think this is the first time that we've seen the change in the choice of the electorate. Dr. Romney?
I guess one thing that we can really jumps out at you in the data is that your PFP now have gotten, in this district, 179 votes. And this is by far the largest amount of votes that a party have gotten within the districts. Okay, so the other highest amount, let's see, would be, yeah, URSM, with 126. But I think as we go further and more districts comes in, you'll find that probably you'll find much larger amounts coming in for the other parties. And so that's one of the things that jumps out at us here, that PFP and URSM are making strides. They're making their marks in this election.
I remember asking if you think that quantity with the number of people in the various parties would win the election, and you told me not really.
Not really.
Can I be very honest with you? I was like a little bit skeptical. I said to myself, numbers have to mean something. The more numbers you have, the more votes you get. But I think that in this case, I would have had to buy you dinner, because clearly the PFP with their 10 candidates really did good. And with this information, Narissa, I'm really excited to see what the rest of the polls will show us. Anytime within the next 30 minutes. Please and thank you.
I think we've been anticipating this information all evening, and as we look at the historical trend, as we see here, last election, the PFP actually won at this polling district,
yep.
𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓. So it seems as if the people continue to speak their truth, and if we continue on this trajectory, it seems as if, and we don't want to speculate, so I guess we'll wait for Parliament, but seems as if a trend has been set.
Yeah, tapping into what Melissa mentioned, we have 17 in, 19, 20, and 13.
And 13.
Now it looks at, if you have to tally that, the now has 1 seat, the up has 2 seats, PFP 4, URSM 3, the National Alliance 3, and DP 2, based on the information that we just obtained. So those are
interesting.
Very interesting.
I think that at this point, though, I would want to be very cautious. Please do not go out.
No, not cautious. It's not. No, it's based on the information.
Yes.
No, yeah. It can change as we move.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
But based on the information that we receive here.
Do you mind saying that again, please? Reading out the
yes, the now would have 1 seat, and that is based on the polling station 17, 19, 20, and 13.
Yes.
Now 1, UP 2, PFP 4, URSM 3, National Alliance 3, and DP 2.
Those are interesting numbers. I think I heard you mention earlier the possibility of a coalition with maybe even 3 parties coming together. Based on the ideologies, though, of all 8 of those parties. I'm
lost for words.
I'm lost for words. I find it hard to see it happening. Although I will be, what's the word of the week, Dr. Julio?
Cautiously optimistic.
Yes, that.
Cautiously optimistic.
That we will all work together and move forward in the best interest of St. Maarten. Country St. Maarten. St. Maarten. Yeah, those are the numbers that we have so far. And
we'd like to thank you, in any case, for tuning in with us. And I think you have been an amazing audience. And we thank you for being faithful and as anticipated as we are, as we await the parliamentary results of the general elections 2024 for St. Martin's Parliament. We can remind you that we are vying for 15 seats in the House of Parliament. We have 15 members of Parliament currently as our representatives. It's been a long day and we have long more to go. 4 districts in so far: polling station number 19, number 20, number 17 and 13. And Evans, Dr. Romney, we have a long way to go, and I know we can't light up our seats just yet. However, we are still waiting on information, and as we anticipate such, we ask you for patience as we go to a commercial break. Thank you for watching Election Watch. St. Maarten decides.
During this live broadcast, we kindly accept your contribution towards the production costs. No amount is too small, and every contribution is greatly appreciated. Your contribution will go directly towards covering the expenses of producing and broadcasting this show. We thank you for your generosity and support.
Welcome back to Election Watch. St. Maarten decides. It's January 12th, and we are humbly anticipating the upcoming 14 polling stations results. We've received polling district number 13, number 17, 19, and 20. And as we continue to await these results, we have our analysts and our analysts in the background giving and sending information We are excited, aren't we, hosts, as we continue to bring you live coverage of today or yesterday's general elections 2024. We have had, like I mentioned, polling station 13, 17, 19, and 20, 4 stations in, and our analysts have some information that they can recap for you. Evans?
Thank you very much, Narissa. I'm here with Dr. Romney. And with the information that we've received so far from the 4 polling stations, we present the following. So far, we have the Now Party with a total of 62 votes. For a new party, I think that they're doing fairly well, weathering the storm. And our current coalition is, they have 162, which is the UP, and 181, which is the National Alliance. Of course, it's very early to say, Dr. Romney. I know you like definite figures and you want to see the entire picture, but the PFP is looking pretty good with 216 overall. Do you think they can keep that trend up?
Well, that's where you have, too early to tell, and that ways to be seen. That of course they're leading the pack right now at 216, and the closest behind them would be the National Alliance of 181. And interesting here too, we find that URSM is next in line with the majority of votes. But I think as the night progresses and we get more coming in, we will see a change in that.
I think one of the reasons why we might be a little delayed with the numbers, especially for those people who are just tuning in, maybe they decided to sleep and wake up and go to the bathroom and see what's happening, and here we are. But the individual numbers, the individual candidates, and counting their numbers. Last year, or last election, we did it according to the parties. So, the party, based on the district, you got X amount. And then you knew from there that, well, this party has 100 votes in this district. And they didn't do the individual votes. But I'm not too sure the reason for the change. It's nice. It's good to know the highest vote getters per party. But I wonder if that's a part of the delay in the numbers as we go into, as we are into January the 12th, Friday.
I don't think that's part of the delay, because these are numbers that they would gather anyway, and they will have to be gathered at this point. And in the past, there have been about presenting that information at the end, rather on the next day, more so, and just concentrate on doing the political party. However, in dividing and separating them, you would get that information at this point.
Another thing that I've noticed too is that the number of invalid votes, from what I've seen so far, we did not have a lot of invalid votes. I believe we only had 1 invalid vote so far. I stand to be corrected. 2 invalid votes. So that's 2 invalid votes so far out of the 4 stations. I'm hopeful.
Yeah, that's
I
a good
remember
thing.
that first graph that we pulled up, where you showed the number of registered voters and here we go. There we go, 4.4% based on the information that we just received out of 987 votes cast that have been counted.
2%.
And 2 invalid votes, 4.4%. So the numbers are going pretty good so far. If we can maintain that, that would be great.
Compared to in 2020, where we had 402 invalid votes.
Yes, the highest since 10.
Hopefully that means that our electorate are better educated this time around.
I think that, I'm not too sure about your thoughts, but I think social media had a great role to play with that. I believe I saw some videos coming out on how to vote and make sure you color inside, don't write any nice letters or any words of encouragement, etc. I believe Narissa and Mr. Franklin mentioned that earlier on today. But yes, so far we have 987 votes, valid votes that were cast out of the, and we're still waiting for the other polling stations, the other 16, and from a total electorate of 22,553, we had a voters turnout of 65%, which is a pretty good number.
So we are back at the 2016 level.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're getting there, I guess.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
We are still awaiting the information from our Parliament regarding the rest of the polling stations. Let me see. Can I just, thank you. So we've done number 13 with 1,122 registered voters. I'm a bit curious though, because district number 12, which is the Leonard Connor School, KB, they had 834 registered voters, which is less than District 13, but District 13 went before. And Parliament is back on. Let's get those numbers in.
The same order of, we'll begin with the totals for the parties, beginning with the Now Party. Yes. At polling station number 18, the Now Party received 86 votes, ECE 8 votes, UP 120 votes, PFP 68 votes, USP 23 votes, URSM 68 votes, NA 105 votes, and DP 74 votes. Again, the Now Party received a total of 86 votes, ECE 8 votes, UP Party 120 votes, PFP 68 votes, USP 23 votes, URSM 68 votes, NA 105 votes, and DP 74 votes. Now, at the polling station number 18, the Seventh-day Adventist School, there are a total of 916 eligible voters at that polling district. There were 532 votes cast. So now we will go down and share the results of the individual candidates per party, beginning with the Now Party. Emmanuel Christoph, 23 votes. Boncamper Claudius, 10 votes. Carty Naila, 1 vote. Maingret Kevin, 39 votes. Bellot Kelron, 2 votes. James Ryan, 3 votes. Mantle Mark, 3 votes. Hall Larry, 0 votes. Lopes Drina, 2 votes. Lewis Linden, 1 vote. Scope Edward, 0 votes. Langlais Marie, 0 votes. Henriette Marcos, 0 votes. Smith Lewis, 0 votes. Piper Jude, 0 votes. Gums Giovanni, 0 votes. Reyes Puelo Kimberly, 0 votes. Burnett Gerald, 1 vote. Charles Hassel Claudette, 0 votes. Arundel Tatiana, 0 votes. DeWeaver Jamiro, 1 vote. That is a total of 86 votes for the Now Party. We go over to ECE. Candidate Wigley Nigel, 8 votes. So of course with candidate Wigley Nigel's 8 votes, that is a total of 8 votes for ECE. Moving now to the UP party. Bryson R, 13 votes. Otley O, 49 votes. Leonard T, 3 votes. Mingo M, 7 votes. Bijlani S, 2 votes. Arundel A, 9 votes. Brownbill C, 1 vote. Hayden Vane Y, 1 vote. Peterson S, 2 votes. Supriana C, 2 votes. Chatelier J, 4 votes. Patrick R, 3 votes. Hilaire S, 3 votes. Brown C, 0 votes. Mera A, 1 vote. Blair K, 0 votes. Ramirez Abel J, 1 vote. Wilson W, 0 votes. Patrick F, 0 votes. Chase E, 0 votes. Winkler M, 1 vote. Hodge I, 0 votes. La Cruz F, 18 votes. Together, that is a total of 120 votes cast for the UP party. We now move to PFP, beginning with Gums Melissa, 14 votes. Peterson Rayon, 18 votes. DeWeaver Ludmila, 16 votes. Gums Patrice, 9 votes. Nichols Luciano, 2 votes. Cooks Marvio, 2 votes. Blaise Jean, 1 vote. Martina Rosalinda, 0 votes. Hodge Marlon, 0 votes. Solomon David, 6 votes. That is a total of 68 votes for PFP. We move now to USP, beginning with Gordon Carty Pamela, 7 votes. Nicholas Cecil, 0 votes. Boston Addison, 2 votes. Flanders Elvis, 1 vote. Jeffers Jean-Luc, 0 votes. Wilson Martin, 1 vote. Williams Oliver, 0 votes. Charlie Teddy, 6 votes. Thomas Curtis, 1 vote. Thomas Charles, 0 votes. Wilson Gromyko, 5 votes. That is a total of 23 votes for USP. We move now to URSM, beginning with Marcelina Luke, 25 votes. Waver Christopher, 4 votes. Janssen Webster Veronica, 3 votes. Martina Herbert, 1 vote. Roseburg Shamira, 2 votes. Arundel Gracita, my apologies. Roseburg Shamira, 10 votes. Arundel Gracita, 2 votes. Berg Richinel, 3 votes. Mauricia Rogerel, 3 votes. Rolox Julian, 10 votes. Summersall Michael, 0 votes. Tode Wendell, 1 vote. Brooks Felicia, 1 vote. Stamen Yao Sao, 1 vote. Isenia Paco, 1 vote. Amer Glensley, 0 votes. Hutchinson Delano, 0 votes. Matthew Jason, 2 votes. Peterson Joseph, 1 vote. Charlemagne Early, 0 votes. That is a total of 68 votes for URSM. We move now to NA, beginning with Jacob Silveria, 22 votes. Doran Egbert, 7 votes. Irian Artwell, 12 votes. Marlon Cloyd, 22 votes. Samuel Rudolph, 2 votes. Pompier Charlene, 5 votes. Richardson Anna, 3 votes. Rumu Angelique, 2 votes. Labega Dimar, 4 votes. York Darrell, 10 votes. Richardson Hyacinth, 5 votes. Connor Shamir, 0 votes. Pantoflet George, 0 votes. Bobertui Dimitri, 4 votes. Williams Webster Shamila, 0 votes. Constitucion Meredith, 1 vote. Hertalt Lewis, 0 votes. Hernandez Shamira, 1 vote. Merrick Leopold, 0 votes. Milanes Melissa, 1 vote. Ray Terrence, 0 votes. DeWint Narda, 0 votes. Faustin Ismail, 4 votes. That is a total of 104 votes for the NA. We go on now to the DP, beginning with Westcott Williams Sarah, 25 votes, Heiliger Maarten Grisha, 7 votes, Bell Benjamin, 2 votes, Revan Khalil, 2 votes, Kotai Viren, 19 votes, Panaflek Richard, 2 votes, Ortega Cedric, 0 votes, Doralice Fabio, 1 vote, Alexander Lisa, 3 votes, Esset Ruben, 3 votes, Kleinhuis Stephen, 0 votes, Richardson David, 2 votes, Rochester Quincy, 0 votes, Chandler Adelina, 2 votes, Piper Juliet, 0 votes, Adamus Densley, 1 vote, Williams Dennis, 0 votes, Hernandez Severante, 0 votes, Arndell Nireda, 0 votes, Arnell Pearl, 0 votes, Agatha Rosendo, 4 votes, Flanders Patricia, 0 votes, Richardson Action, 1 vote. That is a total of 74 votes cast for the DP. And again, we'll just reconfirm the totals for polling station number 18, the Seventh-day Adventist School. So the party totals are as follows. Now Party 86 votes, ECE 8 votes, UP 120 votes, PFP 68 votes, USP 23 votes, URSM 68 votes, NA 105 votes, and DP 74 votes. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the results of polling station number 18, the Seventh-day Adventist School in Coal Bay.
To go back to.
Thank you for watching. Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides. Welcome back to our live broadcast as we have just received polling station number 18, the Seventh-day Adventist School in Coal Bay. Of the 916 eligible voters, 532 votes cast. Dr. Romney Evans, we're getting in the station slowly. Would you like to recap for our listening and viewing public?
Sure, definitely. So far, we have 5 polling stations in, and that would be number 20, which is the St. Maarten home in St. John's, the prison in Point Blanche, the Coal Bay, Seventh-day Adventist School in Coal Bay, the Dutch Quarter Community Help Desk, that's district number 17, and district number 13, which is the Simpson Bay Sports Community Center. As far as the parties are concerned, we have the Now that has a total of 86 votes. Actually, no, that's from the Seventh-day Adventist School, I'm sorry. For the district that was just called out by Parliament, we have the Now that has 86 votes, a total of 86 votes. And the highest vote getter is MP Christopher Emmanuel with 23. We have the ECE with 8 votes. We have the UP with 120 votes in that district. The highest vote getter was MP Omar Otley. And for the PFP, we have 68 votes. We can see that they dropped a little bit. The highest vote getter was the number 2 candidate on the list. That would be MP Rayon Peterson. For the USP, they went down with 23 seats. The highest vote getter in the USP was the party's leader, Mrs. Pamela Gordon-Carty. And for the URSM, they had a total of 68 seats, with the highest vote getter, 68 votes. I'm so sorry, 68 seats, 68 votes. We're not there yet. Thank you. With the highest vote getter being Dr. Mercelina with 25. National Alliance, a total of 105 seats, with the, again, votes with the highest vote getter. Actually, it's two. The number one candidate, which is the Prime Minister, 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓, and the number four, which is Cloyd Marlin. They both got 22 seats. And then we have the DP, and I believe that out of the 74, the highest vote getter was the number 15 candidate, which is 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓, I'm sorry. The fifth candidate, yes, which is 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉, with 19 votes in total. We're getting there. We're getting there, Dr. Romney, we're getting there. 5 polling stations so far. What are your thoughts?
Well, here again, you see that the UP party has gotten the most votes in this district. Okay, so like I said, the UP party has gotten the most votes in this district, which shows now that of all the, what's it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
If I may, I'll go down the totals for the individual candidates per party, beginning with the Now Party. Party leader Emmanuel Christophe has a total of 35 votes. Bonkamper Claudius, 19 votes. Carty Naila, 2 votes. Maingret Kevin, 50 votes. Belot Kelron, 3 votes. James Ryan, 4 votes. Mantle Mark, 9 votes. Hall Larry, 1 vote. Lopes Drina, 2 votes. Lewis Linden, 13 votes. Scope Edward, 1 vote. Langlais Marie, 0 votes. Henrietta Marcos, 0 votes. Smith Lewis, 0 votes. Piper Jude, 1 vote. Gums Giovanni, 2 votes. Reyes Puelos Kimberly, 1 vote. Burnett Gerald, 1 vote. Hassel Charles, 0 votes. Arundel Tatiana, 2 votes. DeWeaver Jamiro, 2 votes. So those were the totals for the candidates on the Now Party. Collectively, they have garnered 148 votes. The ECE candidate Wiggly Nigel has a total of 19 votes across 5 polling stations. And then within the Up Party, the candidate totals based on the 5 polling stations called thus far are as follows. Beginning with Bryson Rolando, a total of 30 votes. Otley O, a total of 103 votes. Leonard T, 9 votes. Mingo M, 21 votes. Bijlani S, 8 votes. Arundel A, 21 votes. Brownbill C, 2 votes. Hayden Vane Y, 4 votes. Peterson S, 24 votes. Supriyana C, 6 votes. Chatelier J, 7 votes. Patrick R, 3 votes. Hilaire S, 3 votes. Brown C, 2 votes. Maida A, 2 votes. Blair K, 0 votes.
And we're back. For those of you who are joining us, we thought that Parliament had some additional numbers for us, but they're basically doing what we're doing, minus the charts, which is giving you the total numbers and making it look pretty in the process. So we'll go back to board. So far, we have 5 polling stations in, and it's a little bit different than the first 2. What are your thoughts, Dr. Romney?
Well, from the 5 stations, we can see that the Party for Progress and the National Alliance are neck and neck in terms of the total of votes received thus far. However, United People's Party is just, what, 4 votes behind. Is that right?
Yeah, I can't help but notice. I understand that it's still a little bit too early to, you know, we have 15 more stations to go. The night is still young, or the morning is still The morning is still young. But we have 50 more stations to go and a lot more numbers. But I can't help but look at these numbers and wonder what the rest of the numbers are going to look like. As it is right now, I know that it's not the ideal situation, it's not the ideal set of numbers, but how do you think it looks when it comes to the number of seats allocated?
Like I said, you know, it's too early to tell. We have, I guess, one can start to draw assumptions, if you want to put it that way, when you have a significant amount of the votes cast or counted. Okay, we're not at that point as yet.
Okay,
see, we're not at that point as yet. We have less than 50% of the votes cast counted. Okay, so once we get up to, I would say 60, 70, 80%, then we could start giving a sense as to what's happening. But I'm going to continue with my story. Too early to tell.
I'm trying to get you to, you know, kind of give us a little bit of an idea. The chart that I would like to see, though, is the comparative with the number of votes cast versus the polling stations that we have in already. I don't know if our analyst can pull that up for us. And while she's getting, not that one, it's the other one. I mean, this is a good one too, but kind of wanted to do a comparative between the number of votes that were cast and the polling stations and the invalid votes. We had that up earlier, but okay, we'll work with this for, yes, there we go, that one. Yeah, so a voter turnout of 65% for those of you who are just joining us. The total amount of registered voters, as you can tell, is 22,580 voters. Total votes cast is 14,678 with a voter turnout of 65%. One of the best voter turnouts that we've had in the last
since
2018?
2016.
2016, there we go. And so far we've only had 2 invalid votes, and we have the information from 5 of the 20 polling stations. So we're getting there slowly but surely with a lot of the individual numbers of the individual candidates. Their numbers are in. Very shortly we'll be able to give you the candidate that has had the highest votes thus far. But in the meantime, from the 5 voting stations, you can clearly see that we have 3 very dominant parties. And then we can also see that, you know, some of the existing parties, such as the USP, they've lost that dominance within the voting stations so far. But as Dr. Rumley says, it's still way too early to make any predictions at this point. And so we're still waiting for the rest of the numbers as they come in. The minute that they do, we're going to cut straight over to Parliament, get you those numbers, and then we're going to come right back. And we have a few more charts that, you know, where we do our comparative analysis, and you can see more of the information. And again, the infamous seats. Who will get those seats? How much different colors will we have in those seats? And I guess ultimately that will determine if we have a full-out winner, or if we have a 2-party coalition or a 3-party coalition. What do you think?
I think from history, showing history, we more than likely would have a coalition. And that's just part of a parliamentary system of government. It is possible to have one party govern or one party having the majority of seats, but our history has shown that is going to be a coalition. And as a matter of fact, the very first election we had in 2010, a party did receive all 8. However, on that same night, one of the candidates who got a seat declare himself independent, and therefore they have never seen a party that had a majority. We always seen a coalition, and we have seen it in the past cycle of this election. It has gone that bad in terms of we had a minority governing government because the political party or the coalition had less than 15% and 50%, and therefore there was a minority government. And of course, it's always you can also govern with a minority government. However, it's more difficult to get your legislation passed. Your ideal was to have a majority, and the ideal is to have not a coalition, but having one party having enough votes to govern without the necessary the need to have another political party governing with you or forming a coalition.
What do you think we need to do in order to be able to have a party that will take all 8 seats plus?
Convince the electorate. Simple, one hand thing, and it's possible. You just have to convince the electorate that they need to place their confidence in that political party. Okay, and I think if we move away from the personal politics, the chances are, the probability of getting a majority and one party forming government is much greater.
I see we have, thank you very much. I see that we have a request to show a chart with all of the polling stations and fill in the number for those stations called and confirmed. We do have that information for you, and our analysts will be bringing that up on the, here we go. Yep, there we go. So far we have 5 polling stations in. We have the Simpson Bay Sports Community Center, which is polling station number 13. And as you can tell, polling station number 13 is colored gold. And that gold is for the PFP, and that simply means that the PFP is the dominant party of for that station. And we go further down where we see number 17, which is the Dutch Quarter Community Help Desk in Dutch Quarter. And number 17, the dominant party is the National Alliance. And for the district number 18, the Seventh-day Adventist School in Coal Bay, the UP had dominated with the majority of the votes. And number 19, District 19, which is the Point Blanche Prison. I see that we have 19 in red, but I believe that it's it was a tie. It was a tie. And then we have the St. Maarten home in St. John's, which is district number 20, with the dominant party being the NA, and the 20 is the NA, I'm sorry, the UP. We'll have to go through those figures. I apologize for that. It's late. Okay. We're on a lot of coffee, but we'll get that for you shortly. In any event, we have 5 polling stations while we make that correction out of the 15. And I would like to say we're halfway there, but we have a little ways to go still. And with that, I will bring it back to you, Larissa, and we'll pull up this chart once we have the analytics in place.
Thank you, Edna. Yes, indeed. It is January 12th. You are watching Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides. We are humbly anticipating the results from 15 polling stations as we bring you live coverage on the results of the general elections 2024 for St. Maarten's Parliament. What a journey it has been. I think we want to thank not only the viewers and listening public, but we also want to thank all those working behind the scenes to bring us the results I think in saying earlier that this is the mother of all elections is a good statement, as we are now at 1:37 a.m., 5 polling stations in. Mr. Richards, former Lieutenant Governor 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓, as they would call you colloquially, how are you feeling at this 1:37 a.m. hour?
I think we need more coffee.
I think so too.
No, but I'm feeling it in a sense where the electorate concerned that what we predicted, that I'm seeing a shift, a change, looking, although we are not there yet, as Dr. Romney would say, but the PFP, leading the pack. That never happened before, that the new party would lead the pack. You'll have the old parties, the veterans, like the DP, the UP, the National Alliance. But this actually says something, I think, going forward. And although we are not there yet, it's early, but it's an indication of what may happen when the other poll stations,
come in. Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting, as you mentioned, with the PFP being a young party.
Exactly.
This is their second time around, and they're practically, based on the 5 polling stations we've received thus far, there are 2 votes behind the National Alliance, and the UP party, which forms part of the coalition, just 4 votes shy of the National Alliance. So, like you said, and Dr. Romney said, it's too early to tell, but we anticipate that we'll be getting some votes shortly from Parliament. And like mentioned, we want to thank you all for staying tuned to us as we bring you live coverage of the results of the general elections 2024. Over to you, Dr. Romney and Pat. How are you feeling as we await these election results?
As you can tell, I'm smiling, and it's strictly because of the monster. So I'm up, we're ready. And just for correction on the figures earlier on with the polling stations. So with St. Martin's home in St. John's, we had a tie with the National Alliance and the Democratic Party, both getting 15 votes, not seats, but votes, for District 19, polling station 19, which is the prison. They had a total of, the highest vote getter, was the UP with a total of 16 votes. With the Seventh-day Adventist School, District 18, the highest vote getter was the UP party again, with 120 votes. The District 17, the Dutch Quarter Community Help Desk, the highest vote getter was the National Alliance with 75 votes. And in the 𝒚𝒐𝒐 Community Center, which is polling station number 13, the highest vote getter was the PFP with 179 votes. Not, of course, looking at the the second highest and the third highest. And with the previous chart that we had, you can clearly see the difference between, a very small difference between the 3 parties that's leading right now, which is the PFP, the National Alliance, and the UP party, with the URSM and the DP not too far behind, with the now right behind them, and the USP and the ECE party. 5 polling stations so far. So we're getting there, slowly but surely, indeed slowly being the main word being used. And for those of you who are still up, and also I can't even say burning the midnight oil because midnight has passed, but waiting for the crack of dawn. And hopefully we'll get those numbers before dawn does come up and show it's being cautiously optimistic, the word of the weekend. How do you feel so far with the numbers?
Well, clearly we can see that there's no runaway. So despite, in the past, we have seen elections dominated by the National Alliance and the UP, clearly showing now that no particular party is, leading the pack as a runaway. So therefore, I think we can see probably a much more tight race, and things can change. It clearly looks like things can change. Again, it's still too early to tell, but if we continue with this pattern, they might be in for a little surprise in terms of who will be governing St. Maarten for the next 4 years.
Yes, for the next 4 years. We're being optimistically hopeful. But yes, St. Maarten has spoken, and we've had record numbers out to vote this election with 65% voter turnout, and the highest that we've had in quite some time. Independent, we're now going through not just the total party numbers, but we're also looking at the independent candidates. And so far from the numbers that I've seen for the UP party, Minister 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 seems to be doing very well with his numbers. Narissa, I'm sure that you have those individual numbers. What is your take on the top candidates, and how were they spread across the different party lines?
Well, Evans, I have been able to capture some of the individual voters' turnout. The leaders of the political parties seem to be holding their own, but it seems as if the Now party candidate number 4, Mr. Kevin Mingret, has been doing pretty well as I look at the voter turnout for the Now. The United People's Party, their party leader also, along with Minister 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉, have been holding as well. It seems as if the parties number 1s and 2s across the UP, PFP, URSM, National Alliance, and the Democratic Party, those seem to be the headliners of the political parties. And Mr. Whitley, as a first-time one-man party, has gained votes in every district except for polling station number 20 and 19. So as Dr. Romney, Mr. Richards all have been saying for the evening or for the morning, it's too early to tell. However, if these trends proceed as we see them now for polling stations 13, 18, 19, 17, 18, 19, and 20, we have quite a shift, or maybe not. We anticipate the results coming in slowly, and as we say this, we want to thank the members of the Central Voting Bureau and those of all polling stations doing their due diligence, counting those votes, and Parliament bringing us the information via the Department of Communications. Evans, I think that history has already given us some trends based on our graphs that we've seen before. And we look forward, like I've been saying, to the incoming results from the remaining 15 polling stations. We also like to thank all the viewers, whether via Facebook, YouTube, or listening via 101.5, for your diligence and patience in viewing with us as we bring you live coverage of the general elections for 2023. We go 24, sorry, we go right back over to our analyst, Evans.
I think, thank you very much. I think at this point, at almost 1:45 in the morning, our viewers will be very understanding if you said the election results of 2025. I almost didn't catch that myself. Happy New Year, by the way, since we're in 24. And so the 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓.gov.org website has quite some interesting information. And you know, you have to love postmodern technology. Back in the day, we used to have to wait 2, 3, 4 days ahead to get this information. And now this information is available online. Don't worry, you don't have to go get it. We'll tell it to you. The St. Maarten Parliamentary Election 2024, they have a very interesting chart, and they show you the turnout by the zone. So there were, 7 different zones. And the zone, which was the Upper Princess Quarter zone, had a total registered votes of 1,473 with a turnout of 1,045, which reflects 71% of the voters for that particular zone turning out. And they had one of the highest turnout of all of the different zones. And then we had the cul-de-sac area with a number of registered voters being 5,521 with a total turnout of 3,785, which represents 69% of the eligible voters, or the voters to turn out. And then we go down to the Little Bay and the Lower Princess Quarter, both with a 66% turnout. In Little Bay, it's a registered number of voters is 1,418, and the turnout was 941. And the, of course, the rate is 66. And in the Lower Princess Quarter area, the total registered voters is 4,825 with a turnout of 3,168. A lot of numbers indeed, but all of those numbers are very significant because those individual districts make up the total number of voter turnout, which gives us one of the highest voter turnouts in the past years, which is very important. And we can tell by the change in the makeup of the votes that have been cast thus far in the 5 voting districts. Not leaving anybody out, we have Colby, Colby with the registered numbers of voters of 3,015, turnout 1,903, 63%. And then finally we have the Simpson Bay area with a total register of 1,122. The total turnout is 597 with the rate of 53% for your voter turnout. The preliminary party results based on the turnout rate. I see here the number of votes, 1,538-ish for the 5 stations thus far. I think we're looking pretty good so far for 5 stations, Dr. Romney. And I believe that this is higher than last year's turnout. I see that I know you're looking at all of the information and you're soaking it all in.
Yeah, I'm looking at the turnout vote versus those that have been counted. And we've seen the turnout is 14,678, and the vote has been counted thus far 1,538. So there again reinforces that it's way too early to make that that sort of projection of where things are going. But we must be aware and must be cognizant of the fact that the National Alliance so far is 286, and we have PFP close behind with 284 and UP 282, clearly showing that in the past, where we had the National Alliance and UP dominating the race, that is not the case. So we can anticipate some changes in this was the 11th parliamentary session that we are voting for.
Oh wow, you say that we can anticipate.
We can anticipate.
Normally you don't use those words until either you're very tired, I'm swaying you over, or or it's going to be a very different election, very different election results. Who will get those, which parties will sit on those 15 parliamentary seats? We still are in the early stages of the results, with 5 stations down, 15 more to go. And we still don't have any word from Parliament as yet. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time thus far with us. Hang in there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. And as soon as we get the rest of the information in, we will give you those results with the comparative charts. We have a few more charts to show you that will kind of help us to ease our way and ease out of the anxiousness and get a little bit more idea of where we're going as St. Maarten, as a country. And yeah, we look forward to presenting them to you. And Marissa, back to you.
Yes, thank you, Evans. So we are here live giving you the coverage of the election results 2024. I think it would be a good idea for us to recap again today, or at some point today, we should be receiving 15 more polling stations. St. Maarten has decided, and we are humbly awaiting the results of yesterday's general election. We are vying for 15 seats in Parliament. 15 seats. With the 5 polling stations results in, we have a preliminary amount of votes per party. However, it is still too early to tell how the final results will look like. We've had polling stations 13, 17, 18, 19, and 20. We are humbly anticipating the results coming in. With this in mind, we thank you for viewing with us, and we ask you for your patience and understanding as we take this upcoming commercial break. Thank you. For crying out loud, how much faith?
Parliamentary elections 2024. We will now go to John Lamini Center, which is polling station number 1. The total eligible voters, 946. Valid votes cast, 613. And now for the individual party votes for polling station number 1, John Lamini Center. The Now Party received 67 votes. The ECE, 11 votes. The Up Party, 130 votes. The PFP, 58 votes. The USP, 35 votes. The USRM, 68 votes. The NA, National Alliance, 162 votes. And the Democratic Party, 82 votes, for a total of 613 valid votes. We now go to the individuals in the party as they appear on the voters list. Christopher Emmanuel, 24 votes. Boncampa Claudius, 3 votes. Carty Nyla, 6 votes. Mangret Kevin, 14 votes. Bellat Kelron, 3 votes. James Ryan, 0 votes. Mantel Mark, 0 votes. Hall Lerny, 1 vote. Lopes Drina, 1 vote. Lewis Linden, 3 votes. Scope Edward, 3 votes. Langles Marie, 0 votes. Henrietta Marcos, 2 votes. Smith Lewis, 0 votes. Piper Jude, 0 votes. Gums Giovanni, 4 votes. Reyes Kimberly, 0 votes. Burnett Gerald, 3 votes. Charles Claudette, 0 votes. Arundel Tatiana, 0 votes. DeWeaver Jimero, 0 votes. For a total of 67 votes for the Now Party. Now to the ECE. Wigley Nigel, 11 votes. On to the Up Party. Bryson R., 11 votes. Otley O., 34 votes. Leonard T., 3 votes. Mingo M., 8 votes. Bilyani S., 13 votes. Arundel A., 26 votes. Brownbell C., 10 votes. Hidden Vein Y., 2 votes. Peterson S., 1 vote. Supriana C., 1 vote. Chantelier J., 4 votes. Patrick R., 3 votes. Hillier S., 0 votes. Brown C., 0 votes. Maida A., 0 votes. Blair K., 2 votes. Ramirez J., 0 votes. Wilson W., 0 votes. Patrick F., 0 votes. Chase E., 0 votes. Winkler M., 1 vote. Hodge I., 0 votes. La Cruz F., 11 votes, for a total of 130 votes for the Up Party at polling station number 1, John Lamini Center. On to the PFP. Gums Melissa, 7 votes. Peterson Rion, 4 votes. DeWeaver Lutmilla, 28 votes. Gums Patrice, 6 votes. Nichols Luciano, 1 vote. Cooks Mavio, 5 votes. Blaise Jean, 2 votes. Martina Rosalinda, 0 votes. Hodge Marlon, 1 vote. Solomon David, 4 votes, for a total of 58 votes for the PFP party. USP party. Gordon Carty Pamela, 2 votes. Nicholas Cecil, 2 votes. Boston Addison, 6 votes. Flanders Elvis, 1 vote. Jeffers Jean-Luc, 2 votes. Wilson Martin, 8 votes. Williams Oliver, 1 vote. Charlie Teddy, 1 vote. Thomas Curtis, 0 votes. Thomas Charles, 5 votes. Wilson Gromyko, 7 votes, for a total of 35 votes for the USP party. Now on to the USRM party. Messalina Luke, 26 votes. Waver Christopher, 0 votes. Janssen Veronica, 3 votes. Martina Herbert, 1 vote. Rosenberg Shamira, 14 votes. Arundel Gracita, 2 votes. Berg Richenel, 4 votes. Marcia Rogerel, 5 votes. Rolox Julian, 1 vote. Summersall Michael, 3 votes. Toad Wendell, 1 vote. Brooks Felicia, 4 votes. Stayman Yao Sao, 0 votes. Esenia Paco, 1 vote. Amer Glensley, 2 votes. Hutchinson Delano, 0 votes. Matthew Jason, 0 votes. Peterson Joseph, 1 vote. Charlemagne Early, 0 votes, for a total of 68 votes for the USRM party. And now the NA party at polling station number 1, the John Lamani Center. Jacob Silveria, 15 votes. Duran Egbert, 25 votes. Irion Adwell, 13 votes. Marlon Cloyd, 25 votes. Samuel Rudolph, 6 votes. Pompier Charlon, 11 votes. Richardson Anna, 13 votes. Rameau Angelique, 7 votes. Labega Dimar, 14 votes. York Darrell, 14 votes. Richardson Hyacinth, 9 votes. Connor Shamir, 0 votes. Ponteflet George, 3 votes. Babatry Dimitri, 1 vote. Williams Shamira, 0 votes. Concession Meredith, 2 votes. Hertalt Lewis, 2 votes. Hernandez Shamira, 0 votes. Merrick Leopold, 0 votes. Bolanos Melissa, 0 votes. Ray Terrence, 1 vote. DeWint Narda, 0 votes. Faustin Ishmael, 1 vote. For a total of 162 votes for the NA party. On to the DP party. Westcott Williams, Sarah, 18 votes. Halliger Martin Grisha, 26 votes. Bell Benjamin, 1 vote. Rivon Khalil, 7 votes. Kutai Verin, 15 votes. Pantoflek Richard, 0 votes. Ortega Cedric, 2 votes. Doralis Fabio, 1 vote. Alexander Lisa, 1 vote. Esed Ruben, 1 vote. Kleinhurst Stefan, 0. Richardson David, 0. Rochester Quincy, 1 vote. Chandler Adeline, 3 votes. Piper Juliet, 0 votes. Adamus Densley, 0 votes. Williams Dennis, 0 votes. Hernandez Cervante, 0 votes. Arndell Neriada, 3 votes. Arnell Pearl, 0 votes. Agatha Rosendo, 0 votes. Flanders Patricia, 3 votes. Richardson Akim, 0 votes. For a total of 82 votes for the Democratic Party. At polling station number 1 at the John Lamani Center, where there were total eligible voters 946 and valid votes cast 613.
Thank you, Ronnie. We move right along with the results of polling station number 12. Polling station number 12 is the Leonard Connor School. That is the Leonard Connor School in Cole Bay. At polling station number 12, there were 834 eligible voters. Of these, there were 523 valid votes. Now, again, we begin with the totals votes received per party. The Now Party received a total of 86 votes, ECE 10 votes, UP 112 votes, PFP 39 votes, USP 46 votes, USRM 48 votes, NA 121 votes, and the DP 61 votes. That is collectively a total of 523 valid votes cast at this polling station. We now go into the individual candidate results, beginning with Now. Emmanuel Christophe, 16 votes. Bonkamper Claudius, 4 votes. Carty Nela, 0 votes. Maingret Kevin, 38 votes. Bellot Kelron, 2 votes. James Ryan, 7 votes. Mantle Mark, 1 vote. Hall Larry, 1 vote. Lopes Drina, 0 votes. Lewis Linden, 3 votes. Scope Edward, 0 votes. Langlais Marie, 0 votes. Henrietta Marcos, 0 votes. Smith Lewis, 0 votes. Piper Jude, 0 votes. Gums Giovanni, 1 vote. Reyes Puelo Kimberly, 0 votes. Burnett Gerald, 12 votes. Charles Hassel Claudette, 0 votes. Arundel Tatiana, 1 vote. DeWeaver Jamiro, 0 votes. At polling station number 12, that was a total of 86 votes for the Now Party. We move on to ECE. Candidate Wigley Nigel, 10 votes. That is a total of 10 votes at polling station number 12 for ECE. Moving on to UP, beginning with leader Bryson R, 5 votes. Otley O, 26 votes. Leonard T, 5 votes. Mingo M, 10 votes. Bijlani S, 2 votes. Arundel A, 18 votes. Brownbill C, 4 votes. Haydenvane Y, 1 vote. Peterson S, 0 votes. Supriana C, 0 votes. Chatelier J, 9 votes. Patrick R, 1 vote. Hilaire S, 1 vote. Brown C, 0 votes. Meda A, 0 votes. Blair K, 0 votes. Ramirez Abel J, 1 vote. Wilson W, 1 vote. Patrick F, 0 votes. Chase E, 0 votes. Winkler M, 0 votes. Hodge I, 0 votes. La Cruz F, 28 votes. That is a total of 112 votes for the UP party at polling station number 12, the Leonard Connor School. We move on to the Party for Progress, PFP, beginning with leader Gums Melissa, 12 votes. Peterson Rayon, 7 votes. DeWeaver Ludmila, 11 votes. Gums Patrice, 3 votes. Nichols Luciano, 0 votes. Cooks Marvio, 2 votes. Blaise Jean, 1 vote. Martina Rosalinda, 0 votes. Hodge Marlon, 1 vote. Solomon David, 2 votes. That is a total of 39 votes for the Party for Progress at the Leonard Connor School. We move on to U.S. Party, beginning with leader Gordon Carty Pamela, 6 votes. Nicholas Cecil, 7 votes. Boston Addison, 4 votes. Flanders Elvis, 2 votes. Jeffers Jean-Luc, 0 votes. Wilson Martina, 0 votes. Williams Oliver, 0 votes. Charlie Teddy, 16 votes. Thomas Curtis, 5 votes. Thomas Charles, 0 votes. Wilson Gromiko, 6 votes. That is a total of 46 votes for the United St. Maarten Party at the Leonard Connor School, polling station number 12. Moving along to USRM, beginning with the leader Marcelina Luke, 20 votes. Waver Christopher, 2 votes. Janssen Webster Veronica, 7 votes. Martina Herbert, 0 votes. Roseburg Shamira, 4 votes. Arundel Gracita, 1 vote. Brug Richinel, 1 vote. Mauricia Rogerel, 1 vote. Rolox Julian, 3 votes. Summersall Michael, 0 votes. Tode Wendell, 1 vote. Brooks Felicia, 0 votes. Stamen Yao Sao, 0 votes. Isenia Paco, 1 vote. Emer Glensley, 0 votes. Hutchinson Delano, 2 votes. Matthew Jason, 3 votes. Peterson Joseph, 2 votes. Charlemagne Early, 0 votes. That is a total of 48 votes for the Unified Resilient St. Maarten movement. Moving along to the NA, National Alliance, beginning with party leader Jacob Silveira, 40 votes. Doran Egbert, 12 votes. Irian Artwell, 20 votes. Marlon Cloyd, 11 votes. Samuel Rudolph, 5 votes. Pompier Charlene, 9 votes. Richardson Anna, 4 votes. Rumu Angelique, 3 votes. La Bega Dimar, 1 vote. York Darrell, 2 votes. Richardson Hyacinth, 4 votes. Connor Shamir, 0 votes. Pantoflet George, 1 vote. 𝒐𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒈, 2 votes. Williams Webster Shamila, 4 votes. Constitucion Meredith, 0 votes. Hertalt Lewis, 0 votes. Hernandez Shamira, 0 votes. Merrick Leopold, 0 votes. Milanes Melissa, 0 votes. Ray Terrence, 0 votes. Wint Narda, 0. Faustin Ismail, 3. That is a total of 121 votes cast for the National Alliance at polling station number 12, the Leonard Connor School. We move on to the DP, the Democratic Party, beginning with leader Westcott William Serra, 12 votes. Haliger Martin Grisha, 12 votes. Bell Benjamin, 3 votes. Revan Khalil, 15 votes. Kotai Viren, 1 vote. Panaflek Richard, 0. Ortega Cedric, 0. Dorlis Fabio, 5 votes. Alexander Lisa, 0. Esset Ruben, 1. Kleinhuis Stephen, 0. Richardson David, 2. Rochester Quincy, 0. Chandler Adelina, 2. Piper Juliet, 1 vote. Adamus Densley, 1 vote. Williams Dennis, 0 votes. Hernandez Cervante, 1 vote. Arndel Nireira, 1 vote. Arnell Pearl, 0 votes. Agatha Rosendo, 0 votes. Flanders Patricia, 3 votes. Richardson Action, 1 vote. That is a total of 61 votes cast at polling station number 12, the Democratic Party. For our viewers following the broadcast online, you would also see that we have some graphics available. Previously, you saw the totals per party as well as the individual candidates at the various polling stations, particularly polling stations number 1 and number 12. Now we have a general idea of where things are as the totals. So going from party with the highest vote to the party with the lowest number of votes thus far, the National Alliance has received 569 votes. That represents 21% of the votes cast thus far, 21% of the valid votes cast thus far. Followed closely by the the United People's Party. They have 524 votes, representing 20% of the valid votes cast thus far. And then we have PFP. They have received a total of 381 votes, representing 14% of the valid votes cast thus far. The DP, the Democratic Party, has a total of 371 votes, representing roughly 14% of the valid votes cast. We have the URSM with 356 votes. That represents 13% of the valid votes cast thus far. Now, with 301 votes, representing 11%. USP with 132 votes, representing 5% of the votes cast thus far. And ECE with 40 votes, representing approximately 1% of the votes cast thus far. So I want to reiterate, thus far, we have had about a total of 2,674 votes cast thus far. Oh, wow. So I have even more coming in. Oh, okay. So. We now have results from another polling station. We now have the results of polling station number 4. Polling station number 4 is the Sister Marie Laurent School. The Sister Marie Laurent School is in Middle Region. So we are back in the Upper and Lower Princess Quarters neighborhoods. So we will begin with the totals per party, and they are as follows. At polling station number 4, Sister Marie Laurent School, the Now Party has received 83 votes, ECE 23 votes, UP 190 votes, PFP 75 votes, USP 62 votes, USRM 134 votes, NA 229 votes, the DP 92 votes. So I will repeat that once again. The totals per party at polling station number 4 are as follows. The Now Party at polling station number 4, a total of 83 votes, ECE 23 votes, UP 190 votes, PFP 75 votes, USP 62 votes, USRM 134 votes, NA 229 votes, and DP 92 votes. Following the protocol, we now go into the individual candidates' votes, beginning with Now. Party leader Emmanuel Christophe, 24 votes. Boncamper Claudius, 8 votes. Carty Naila, 4 votes. Mingret Kevin, 14 votes. Belot Kelron, 0 votes. James Ryan, 1 vote. Mantle Mark, 1 vote. Hall Leary, 1 vote. Lopes Drina, 1 vote. Lewis Linden, 11 votes. Scope Edward, 7 votes. Langlais Marie, 0 votes. Henrietta Marcos, 3 votes. Smith Lewis, 0 votes. Piper Jude, 1 vote. Gums Giovanni, 2 votes. Reyes Puelo Kimberly, 0 votes. Burnett Gerald, 1 vote. Charles Hassel Claudette, 2 votes. Arundel Tatiana, 1 vote. And DeWeaver Jamiro, 1 vote. That is a total of 83 votes at polling station number 4 for the Now Party. At polling station number 4, ECE, candidate Nigel Wigley received a total of 23 votes, so there are 23 votes for ECE. We continue with UP, beginning with leader Bryson R, 18 votes, Otley O, 51 votes, Leonard T, 5 votes, Mingo M, 18 votes. Continuing down with Bijlani S, 4 votes. Arundel A, 43 votes. Brownbill C, 5 votes. Hayden Vane Y, 4 votes. Peterson S, 0 votes. Supriana C, 3 votes. Chatelier J, 6 votes. Patrick R, 4 votes. Hilaire S, 3 votes. Brown C, 5 votes. Meda A, 0. Blair K, 0. Ramirez Abel J, 0. Wilson W, 0. Patrick F, 4 votes. Chase E, 0. Winkler M, 0. Hodge I, 0. LaCruz F, 17 votes. That is a total of 190 votes for the UP party. We continue with PFP, the Party for Progress, beginning with the leader Gums Melissa, 20 votes. Peterson Rayon, 16 votes. DeWeaver Ludmila, 26 votes. Gums Patrice, 3 votes. Nichols Luciano, 2 votes. Cooks Marvio, 2 votes. Blaise Jean, 4 votes. Martina Rosalinda, 1 vote. Hodge Marlon, 0 votes. Solomon David, 1 vote. That is a total of 75 votes for PFP. Moving to U.S. Party, beginning with Party Leader Gordon Carty Pamela, 9 votes. Nicholas Cecil, 3 votes. Boston Addison, 11 votes. Flanders Elvis, 0. Jeffers Jean-Luc, 1 vote. Wilson Martin, 12 votes. Williams Oliver, 4 votes. Charlie Teddy, 3 votes. Thomas Curtis, 2 votes. Thomas Charles, 1 vote. And Wilson Gromyko, 16 votes. That is a total of 62 votes for USP. Continuing to USRM, beginning with leader Marcelina Luke, 48 votes. Waver Christopher, 6 votes. Janssen Webster Veronica, 9 votes. Martina Herbert, 3 votes. Roseburg Shamira, 15 votes. Arundel Gracita, 5 votes. Brugge Richinel, 12 votes. Mauricia Rogerel, 6 votes. Rolox Jr., 17 votes. Summersall Michael, 2 votes. Tode Wendell, 0. Brooks Felicia, 3 votes. Stamen Yao Sao, 0. Isenia Paco, 8 votes. Amer Glensley, 0. Hutchinson Delano, 0. Matthew Jason, 0. Peterson Joseph, 0. Charlemagne Early, 0. That is a total of 134 votes for USRM. We move to NA, beginning with leader of the party, Jacobs Silveria, 16 votes. Doran Egbert, 49 votes. Irian Artwell, 14 votes. Cloyd Marlin, 37 votes. Samuel Rudolph, 22 votes. Pompier Charlin, 4 votes. Richardson Anna, 11 votes. Rumu Angelique, 4 votes. La Bega Dimar, 4 votes. York Darrell, 29 votes. Richardson Hyacinth, 2 votes. Connor Shamir, 6 votes. Pantoflet George, 6 votes. Bubertui Dimitri, 9 votes. Williams Webster Shamila, 6 votes. Constitucion Meredith, 2 votes. Hertault Lewis, 1 vote. Continuing, Hernandez Shamira, 1 vote. Merrick Leopold, 4 votes. Milanis Melissa, 1 vote. Ray Terrence, 0. DeWint Narda, 0. And Faustin Ismail, 2 votes. That is a total of 229 votes cast for the NA. Moving to the Democratic Party, starting with the leader Westcott Williams Sarah, 22 votes. Heiliger Martin Grisha, 20 votes. Bell Benjamin, 2 votes. Ravan Khalil, 11 votes. Kotai Varen, 8 votes. Panaflek Richard, 0. Ortega Cedric, 0. Doralice Fabio, 12. Alexander Lisa, 1. Esset Ruben, 0. Kleinhuis Stephen, 0. Richardson David, 1 vote. Rochester Quincy, 0. Chandler Adelina, 3 votes. Piper Juliet, 4 votes. Adamus Densley, 0. Williams Dennis, 6 votes. Hernandez Cervante, 0. Arndel Nireda, 0. Arnell Pearl, 0. Agatha Rosendo, 1 vote. Flanders Patricia, 0 votes. Richardson Action, 1 vote. That is a total of 92 votes cast for the Democratic Party. Again, we repeat the totals for polling station number 4. Polling station number 4 is the Sister Marie Laurence School in Middle Region. There were a total of 1,429 eligible voters at this polling station. There were a total of 888 valid votes cast, and they were as follows to the parties. Now received 83 votes, ECE 23 votes, UP 190 votes, PFP 75 votes, USP 62 votes, USRM 134 votes, NA 229 votes, and DP 92 votes. Yes.
Thank you, Mackie. That was a mouthful. We have polling station number 3, which is the St. Maarten Senior Citizens Recreational Center. However, we're going to take a short break, and we'll come back with those numbers.
And we're back with a few more polling stations. I believe we have a total of 6 polling stations into this morning. And we thank those of you who have been with us thus far. We have one more polling station that will be disclosed shortly as soon as they get back in. So we're going to cut straight over to Parliament to get those numbers in. But so far, we have 8 polling stations in out of the 20, and things are really changing around a lot. Indeed, Dr. Romney, it was too soon, and we can see here that out of the 22,580 registered voters, so far we have the total vote. Well, the total votes cast is 14,678. Which signifies a voter turnout of 65%. And out of the voting station, the 8 polling stations, we have a pretty, not totally clear, but a different angle of things. Dr. Romney, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, you've seen that pattern developing. National Alliance, 798, and followed not closely, but somewhere behind the United People's Party with 714. Interesting, you find here that URSM and Democratic Party, with URSM having a slight lead, Democratic Party having 463. So, and yeah, PFP not doing too bad themselves, with 456.
Interesting to note that if we're looking at another coalition between the UP and the National Alliance, as it is right now, they take up 42.4% combined of all of the votes. I guess it's still too early to start filling in those chairs, right? Yep. So for the polling station, if we can get the information from the polling stations up, and we can do a nice little comparative. We're getting them back to back to back now. So we're hopeful that we can have that information and be out of here within the next hour or so. By 6, I rebuke that, 6 a.m. We will be here, out of here way before that. For those of you who are joining us, whether you're getting up to do the usual morning routine and you happen to start scrolling up Facebook on the video feed, or you decided to log on and see where we are right now, we have 6 polling stations in so far. I'm sorry, 8 polling stations in. And we have quite some numbers in. When it comes to the John Lomini Center, we noticed that it's predominantly National Alliance. The Leonard Connor School, also Simpson Bay Sports, that's the polling station number 13. That is the PFP. The Dutch Quarter Community Help Desk, polling station number 17, is the National Alliance. And then we have district number 18 and 19, which is the Seventh-day Adventist School and the Point Blanche Prison, respectively, with National. And then we had a tie with, am I saying it right again? I'm sorry. Yes, with the National Alliance and the Democratic Party, both having 15 votes, not seats, but votes. And now we get to better overview, and I love this chart. Dr. Romney, what do you think about where we are so far? We see some consistencies going on here.
Yeah, we see PFP maintaining in District 13. So is National Alliance from last election maintaining in 12, and UP in 19. So we're seeing that pattern developing again. And it's interesting, well, that hasn't come in as yet. It'd be interesting to see if, when Milton Peters College comes in, to see if the National Alliance would have maintained that for 5 election cycles.
Well, that would be quite interesting if they do maintain hold of District number 6, which is the Milton Peters College. Just need to confirm the number of electorate that's out in number 6. We're looking at, so far, we have 1,419 registered voters in comparison to the 2020 count, which was 1,481 registered voters. From the numbers that are coming in, again, this is one of the higher turnout elections with the 65% of the electorate. What do you think about the numbers now? Keeping in mind, and I'm not too sure if we're actually doing so good that we only have 2 invalid votes for all of those numbers that's in already, 3,563. If that is the case, then I think we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. What are your thoughts so far? Let me see if I can pick your brain a little bit, although.
Well, like I said, things are developing. They're showing a different sign, so we just have to give them a couple more. We had that, what, 8? Yes. 8 so far of the 20. And if you notice too that with their, which one give us quite a number? District 4. Okay, we get quite a bit. That's 222, 162.
Oh, for the National Alliance, you
National is coming. Yeah.
Yeah, they have really been dominating.
They have dominated.
Those districts.
And basically on that, they have dominated five different districts, and so, like I said, that pattern is coming through. I guess within the next, you get 3-4 more, and we definitely have something to think about.
Yeah, so it's time to start filling up those chairs with the colors. So I guess district number 4, we can see where National Alliance has dominated and put their mark or their color on that district with 229 votes given to their party, with the up not too far behind with 190, and URSM coming up with 134. The total number of votes for all of the parties thus far, I have to mention that the ECE isn't doing too bad, huh? For that one man.
One man with 63.
Yeah, he has 63 votes in there. Still a ways to go. We'll see if he gets a seat still, but is it safe to say that we can see a trend? Does it look like the 2020 election results, or is it still too early?
Like I said, it's still too early. Some things are developing. I think one interesting thing you can notice here is that URSM is moving its way up, competing strongly with the Democratic Party, even surpassing. So if they keep that up, we could look at the 2 major parties, National Alliance and UP, with a close, well, yes, you can't call it close, but followed by URSM.
Well, we have a few more polling stations to get, and as we can tell, quite a few, and we're getting there before 6. And as you can tell, lots of things have changed within the last 4 polling stations. But we're going to be, what's that word again? Those words, hopefully, cautiously optimistic that we'll get that information in sooner than later. And as we anticipate district number 3, that should be any time now. We'll turn it back over to you, as I'm sure, Narissa, you and Mr. Richards have also your thoughts to share on what we've received so far.
Yes, definitely indeed. Thank you, Evans. Thank you, viewers, for sticking with us and tuning in to Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides. As Evans just very nicely recapped, we have received 8 polling stations results, that being 12 more to go. And as she mentioned, she's cautiously optimistic, and I am being pessimistic in saying that we'll be here until after 6 this morning as we anticipate the receipt of the results. But on a very serious note, while you've given a recount of the total party votes cast and received, we have viewed the individual party votes per candidates per party, and we've noticed quite an interesting trend as opposed to the first 3 polling stations where we did this analysis. The political parties 1 through 8, we are seeing in certain polling stations the number 4, the number 3, the number 2 candidate actually gaining more votes than the number 1. So as the votes come in of the remaining 12 polling stations, we look forward to seeing how that will affect the total amount of votes that have been received per party. What an election. I think, Dr. Romney, do you think we're a little more closer to having a outcome that we might say our seats as portrayed on our graphic? Do you think that the seats can start to be filled in, or is it still too early to determine the way or the outcome?
I think it's still too early. And if you look closely, we haven't determined precisely what the electoral quota would be. However, the highest person, we didn't have that graph, that got what, 700, and I think National Alliance had what, 700? Okay, and the quota?
798.
798, okay. More than likely the quota will be just above that.
Okay.
So in terms of parties officially having a seat, none have really reached that quota yet. So which tells you it's much too early. So they are more on the way of meeting the quota to be allotted at least 1 seat, followed closely by the UP party. Again, because of so few votes has come in, okay, it's basically too early to speculate, if you want to put it that way. And as we come in, we only have 8. We're not even 50% there as yet. So
almost there.
Yeah,
Slow and steady, we'll win that race. Thank you, Ms. Dr. Romney. And thank you, viewers. Thank you to everyone tuned in, whether here in St. Maarten or abroad. Good morning. It's January 12th. You are tuned in to Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides, with your hosts, Mr. Franklin Richards, Ms. Edna Evans, and Dr. Romney, and yours truly, Nerissa Cornelia, bringing you coverage as we receive the votes count from the House of Parliament with the live broadcast being brought to us by the government of St. Maarten. We have been keeping you abreast of the day's turnout. As a friendly reminder, we have 15 seats in Parliament, 8 political parties vying for these 15 seats in Parliament. And I see you wanted a graph up. Do you want to take the floor over?
Yes, just in case we have some of those troopers that's up and ready to take those numbers down and think that they've missed those figures from the different polling stations. Have no fear, we will repeat it for you right here on St. Maarten Decides Election Watch 2024, brought to you by VID Media. For polling station number 1, which is the John Lomini Center, the Now has a total number of 67 votes, the ECE 11 votes, the UP 130 votes, the PFP 58 votes, the USP 35 votes, the URSM 68 votes, the National Alliance 162 votes, the DP 82 votes, a total valid votes of 613. For district number 4, the Sister Marie Laurent School in Middle Region, the Now has a total number of 83 votes, the ECE 23, the UP 190 votes, the PFP 75 votes, the USP 62 votes, the URSM 134 votes, the National Alliance 229 votes, and the Democratic Party 92 votes. District number 12, the Leonard Connor School in K-Bay, the Now Party has 86 votes, the ECE 10 votes, the United People's Party 112 votes, the PFP 39 votes, the USP 46 votes, the URSM 48 votes, the NA 121 votes, the DP 61 votes. For district number 13, which is the Simpson Bay Sports Community Center, the Now Party has a total of 21 votes, the ECE 6 votes, the UP 90 votes, that's 90, PFP 179 votes, the USP 14 votes, the URSM 126 votes, the NA 77 votes, the DP 83 votes. For district number 17, which is the Dutch Quarter Community Help Desk, the Now Party has 32 votes, the ECE 5, the UP 54, the PFP 36, the USP 11, the URSM 39, the National Alliance 75, and the DP 55. For district number 18, polling station number 18, which is the Seventh-day Adventist School in Cold Bay, the Now has 86, the ECE has 8, the UP has 120, PFP 68, the USP 23, the URSM 68, the National Alliance 105, and the DP 74. For polling station number 19, which is the prison in Point Blanche, and we have Parliament that will be coming on shortly. In the meantime, I'll continue, and once they come in, then we'll just go ahead and break one time and go over to them.
Live coverage and the results. We will now be going over to polling station number 3, the St. Maarten Senior Citizens Recreational Center. There were a total of 1,445 eligible voters and 989 valid votes. That's 989 valid votes. We now go to the party votes for that particular polling station. The Now Party, 95 votes. ECE, 11 votes. UP, 194 votes. PFP, 132 votes. The US Party, 50 votes. USRM, 143 votes. The NA, 278 votes. And the DP Party, 86 votes, for a total of 989 votes. And now for the individuals on each party at polling station number 3. Christopher Emmanuel, 16 votes. Claudius Boncampa, 13 votes. Carti Naila, 2 votes. Margaret Kevin, 13 votes. Bellot Kelron, 2 votes. James Ryan, 5 votes. Mantel Mark, 4 votes. Hall Leary, 1 vote. Lopes Drina, 1 vote. Lewis Linden, 21 votes. Scope Edward, 5 votes. Langles Marie, 0 votes. Henrietta Marcos, 1 vote. Smith Luis, 1 vote. Piper Jude, 0 votes. Gums Giovanni, 7 votes. Reyes Kimberly, 0 votes. Burnett Gerald, 3 votes. Charles Claudette, 0 votes. Arundel Tatiana, 0 votes. The Weaver Jamiro, 0 votes. For the ECE, Wigley Nigel, 11 votes. For the UP Party, Bryson R, 10 votes. Utley O, 60 votes. Leonard T, 4 votes. Mingo M, 15 votes. Vijlani S, 0 votes. Arundel A, 18 votes. Brownbill C, 26 votes. Haydenvane Y, 4 votes. Peterson S, 3 votes. Supriana C, 4 votes. Chantelier J, 3 votes. Patrick R, 2 votes. Hilaire S, 4 votes. Brown C, 7 votes. Maida A, 2 votes. Blair K, 0 votes. Ramirez J, 0 votes. Wilson W, 7 votes. Patrick F, 2 votes. Chase E, 5 votes. Winkler M, 1 vote. Hodge I, 0 votes. La Cruz F, 17 votes, for a total of 194 votes for the UP Party. Now to the PFP. Gums Melissa, 41 votes. Peterson Rayon, 14 votes. DeWeaver Lutmilla, 38 votes. Gums Patrice, 5 votes. Nichols Luciano, 13 votes. Cox Mario, 3 votes. Blaise Jean, 5 votes. Martina Rosalinda, 4 votes. Hodge Marlon, 1 vote. Solomon David, 8 votes, for a total of 132 votes for the PFP party. For the U.S. party, Gordon Cardi Pamela, 7 votes. Nicholas Cecile, 2 votes. Boston Addison, 13 votes. Flanders Elvis, 9 votes. Jeffers Jalouk, 1 vote. Wilson Martin, 1 vote. Williams Oliver, 4 votes. Charlie Teddy, 3 votes. Thomas Curtis, 0 votes. Thomas Charles, 4 votes. Wilson Gromiko, 6 votes, for a total of 50 votes for the USP party. USRM, Messalina Luke, 36 votes. Waver Christopher, 9 votes. Jansen Webster, 9 votes. Martina Herbert, 0 votes. Rosenberg Shamira, 19 votes. Arundel Gracita, 2 votes. Berg Richanel, 20 votes. Marcia Rogerel, 12 votes. Rolox Julian, 14 votes. Summersall Michael, 3 votes. Today Wendell, 2 votes. Brooks Felicia, 0 votes. Steinman Yao Sao, 0 votes. Esenia Paco, 13 votes. Amer Glensley, 1 vote. Hutchinson Delano, 0 votes. Matthew Jason, 3 votes. Peterson Joseph, 0 votes. Charlemagne Early, 0 votes, for a total of 143 votes for the USRM party. To the NA party, Jacob Silveria, 31 votes. Duran Egbert, 55 votes. Ilion Atwell, 24 votes. Marlon Cloyd, 44 votes. Samuel Rudolph, 26 votes. Pompier Charlon, 9 votes. Richardson Anna, 14 votes. Romo Angelique, 5 votes. La Vega Dimar, 4 votes. York Darrell, 32 votes. Richardson Hyacinth, 2 votes. Connor Shamir, 1 vote. Ponderflet George, 4 votes. 𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉 Dimitri, 2 votes. Williams Webster Shamila, 4 votes. Concepcion Meredith, 6 votes. Hertold Lewis, 3 votes. Hernandez Shermira, 2 votes. Merrick Leopold, 2 votes. Malanas Melissa, 3 votes. Ray Terrence, 0 votes. DeWint Narda, 2 votes. Faustin Ishmael, 3 votes, for a total of 278 votes for the NA party. And the Democratic Party at polling station number 3, Westcott William Sarah, 25 votes. Halliger Martin Grisha, 23 votes. Bell Benjamin, 1 vote. Revan Khalil, 5 votes. Kotai Raven, 3 votes. Ponderflet Richard, 2 votes. Ortega Cedric, 0 votes. Doralis Fabio, 0 votes. Alexander Lisa, 2 votes. Esed Ruben, 4 votes. Kleinhurst Stefan, 0 votes. Richardson David, 3 votes. Rochester Quincy, 1 vote. Chandler Adelina, 0 votes. Piper Juliet, 0 votes. Adamus Densley, 3 votes. Williams Dennis, 0 votes. Hernandez Cervante, 0 votes. Arndel Nereida, 0 votes. Arnell Pearl, 0 votes. Agatha Rosendo, 0 votes. Flanders Patricia, 12 votes. Richardson Hakim, 2 votes, for a total of 86 votes for the Democratic Party at polling station number 3. Once again, there were 1,445 eligible voters and 989 valid votes at polling station number 3, St. Martin Senior Citizens Recreational Center.
And we go straight into the results of polling station number 10. Polling station number 10, NIPA, the National Institute of Professional Advancement, that is in Cahill. The NIPA has a total of 1,418 eligible voters. Of those eligible voters, 926 cast valid votes. Starting with overall party performance at this polling station, we begin with the Now Party, 88 votes, ECE 8 votes, UP 155 votes, PFP 160 votes, USP 25 votes, URSM 126 votes, NA 232 votes, and DP 132 votes, for a total of 926 votes. We now go to the individual candidate performance at this polling station, beginning with the leader of the party, Emmanuel Christophe, 24 votes. Bonkamper Claudius, 4 votes. Carty Naila, 2 votes. Mingret Kevin, 21 votes. Bellat Kelron, 1 vote. James Ryan, 4 votes. Mantle Mark, 3 votes. Hall Larry, 0. Lopes Drina, 1. Lewis Linden, 7 votes. Scope Edward, 1 vote. Langles Marie, 0 votes. Henrietta Marcos, 10 votes. Smith Lewis, 0. Piper Jude, 1 vote. Gums Giovanni, 6 votes. Reyes Puelo Kimberly, 1 vote. Burnett Gerald, 2 votes. Charles Hassel Claudette, 0. Arundel Tatiana, 0. DeWeaver Jamiro, 0 votes. That is a total of 88 votes for the Now Party. Moving along to ECE, candidate Wigley Nigel, 8 votes. So that is a total of 8 votes for ECE. Moving along to the Up Party, starting with leader Bryson R, 10 votes. Otley O, 24 votes. Leonard T, 14 votes. Mingo M, 6 votes. Bijlani S, 39 votes. Arundel A, 20 votes. Brownbill C, 3 votes. Herenveen Y, 1 vote. Peterson S, 5 votes. Supriana C, 0. Chatelier J, 11 votes. Patrick R, 0. Hilaire S, 1 vote. Brown C, 0. Mera A, 0. Blair K, 0. Ramirez Abe Abel J, 4 votes. Wilson W, 0. Chase E, 0. Winkler M, 1 vote. Hodge I, 0 votes. And La Cruz F, 16 votes. That is a total of 155 votes for the Up Party at polling station number 10. We proceed with PFP, starting with leader of the party, Gums Melissa, 50 votes. Peterson Rayan, 15 votes. DeWeaver Lumila, 60 votes. Gums Patrice, 12 votes. Nichols Luciano, 2 votes. Cooks Marvio, 6 votes. Blaise Jean, 6 votes. Martina Rosalinda, 1 vote. Hodge Marlon, 0 votes. Solomon David, 8 votes. That is a total of 160 votes at polling station number 10 for the PFP. We continue with the US Party, USP, starting with leader of the party, Gordon Carty Pamela, 0. Nicholas Cecil, 2 votes. Boston Addison, 3 votes. Flanders Elvis, 3 votes. Jeffers Jean-Luc, 2 votes. Wilson Martin, 0. Williams Oliver, 0. Charlie Teddy, 4 votes. Thomas Curtis, 1 vote. Thomas Charles, 1 vote. Wilson Gromiko, 9 votes. That is a total of 25 votes for USP. We continue with URSM, starting with the leader of the party, Marcelina Luke, 43 votes. Waver Christopher, 9 votes. Janssen Webster Veronica, 14 votes. Martina Herbert, 5 votes. Roseburg Shamira, 10 votes. Arundel Gracita, 8 votes. Brugh Richanel, 3 votes. Mauricia Rogerel, 7 votes. Rolox Julian, 7 votes. Summersall Michael, 1 vote. Thode Wendell, 6 votes. Brooks Felicia, 3 votes. Stamen Yao Sao, 5 votes. Isenia Paco, 0. Amer Glensley, 0. Hutchinson Delano, 0. Matthew Jason, 2 votes. Peterson Joseph, 0. And Charlemagne Early, 3 votes. That is a total of 126 votes cast for the URSM. Proceeding with the National Alliance, starting with leader of the party, Jacobs Silveria, 27 votes. Doran Egbert, 11 votes. Irian Artwell, 21 votes. Marlon Cloyd, 19 votes. Samuel Rudolph, 12 votes. Pompier Charlene, 10 votes. Richardson Anna, 7 votes. Rumu Angelique, 58 votes. Labega Dimar, 11 votes. York Darrell, 13 votes. Richardson Hyacinth, 4 votes. Connor Shamir, 6 votes. Pantaflet George, 9 votes. Bubertui Dimitri, 5 votes. Williams Webster Shamila, 5 votes. Concencion Meredith, 2 votes. Hertalt Lewis, 0 votes. Candidate 18, Hernandez Shamira, 1 vote. Merrick Leopold, 1 vote. Milanis Melissa, 2 votes. Ray Terrence, 3 votes. DeWint Narda, 0. Faustin Ismail, 5 votes, for a total of 232 votes for the NA. We proceed directly on with the DP, beginning with the party leader, Westcott William Sarah, 28 votes. Heiliger Martin Grisha, 33 votes. Bell Benjamin, 5 votes. Ravan Khalil, 2 votes. Kotai Viren, 27 votes. Panaflek Richard, 2 votes. Ortega Cedric, 0. Doralice Fabio, 4 votes. Alexander Lisa, 1 vote. Esset Ruben, 13 votes. Kleinhuis Stephen, 2 votes. Richardson David, 0. Rochester Quincy, 0. Chandler Adelina, 3 votes. Piper Juliet, 0. Adamus Densley, 4 votes. Williams Dennis, 0 votes. Hernandez Cervante, 0. Arndel Nereida, 0. Arnel Pearl, 2 votes. Agatha Rosendo, 0 votes. Flanders Patricia, 2 votes. Richardson Action, 4 votes. That is a total of 132 votes cast for the DP. Again, reviewing the polling station at the NIPA, that is the National Institute for Professional Advancement, the party totals were as follows. 88 votes cast to NOW, 8 votes to ECE, 155 votes to UP, 160 votes to PFP, 25 votes to USP, 126 votes to URSM, 232 votes to NA, and 132 votes to the DP. With all votes received thus far, we have the following breakdown percentage-wise. So with a total of 1,308 votes received thus far, the NA has received 24% of the votes, of the valid votes.
And welcome back. To those of you who are just joining us, this is the St. Martin Election Watch, St. Martin Decides 2024, brought to you by 𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒈. And we are slowly but surely getting in those, actually the last few came in quite fast. From the 22,580 registered voters, 14,678 votes were cast, and which gives us a voter turnout of 65%. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We are halfway there with 10 poll stations counted and 10 more to go. Dr. Romney, what are your thoughts?
Well, like I said, the National Alliance is moving up. They have 23% of the vote thus far counted, with the UP closest with 19.4%. And if we look closely again, the National Alliance, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 of the 20 of the 10 stations thus far, they have gotten the most votes. So we're seeing National Alliance presenting the domination. Yep, as we can see here, they maintain in the in District 1, District 2, District 4, District 10, District 12. Yeah.
Yeah, they lost in District 18 to the UP, and they shared the District 20 with the DP. Interesting turn of events.
Yeah. So they're pretty much setting a mark. So we could look forward in the, but again, the UP is close behind.
Well, there you have it. I guess patience paid off. For those of you who are still with us, and for those of you who are joining us, we are at the 10 polling stations thus far, 20 more to go, and as you can tell, the National Alliance, they are really, making their mark with this election 2024. Again, 22,580 registered voters, 14,678 votes cast, which represents a 65% of voter turnout, which is one of the better voter turnouts over the last 6 elections, with 10 polling stations. And if we can just have our analytical crew pull up the valid votes, invalid votes, the total number of, yes, there we go. So we still have 2 invalid votes.
Which is good, remarkable, right? Moving from 400, and we're down in the single digits with 50% already in.
The polling stations, yes.
I think we're doing pretty good.
And I'm excited to see these figures get higher and higher with the number of voters turnout. So we're almost there. So hold on tight, endure a little bit longer with us, and we'll turn it over to Larissa and Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Edna. Good morning to all viewing here on Facebook, on YouTube, or listening via 101.5 FM. Thank you for tuning in to Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides. We have been here since 8 p.m. on January 11th, bringing to you live the results from St. Maarten's General Parliamentary Elections 2024. As Edna just referenced, 10 polling stations results have been received. We are waiting 10 more stations. Historical information has shown that the population continues to show their support to the already existing political party coalition government. And we have a beautiful vision up here, 2024 St. Maarten parliamentary election results, the projected seat distribution. Go over to our analysts, Edna
before going there.
Okay, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, before going there, I think I have to come back on the prediction, actually, of the seats.
All right.
Too early to tell. I think we halfway. Yeah, but looking at it, the now has 2 seats, up 3, TFP 2, USSM 2, National Alliance 4, and DP 2. And that is based on the districts 1, 3, 4, 10, 12, 13, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Interesting.
I think no matter how you twist it, turn it, or hit it, the National Alliance seems to be in front.
Yeah.
Whether it's 10 polling stations or 5, they're clearly dominating the polls this season, which almost looks like a reflection of the 2020 elections. Almost.
Almost.
Almost. But it's again interesting to see where this is ultimately going to lead. Again, it's too early to tell, but I can't help but feel like if I'm in a little bit of a deja vu. Great, thank you. This is the 2020 versus 2024 calculations per district. And as you can tell, in district number 1 in 2020, National Alliance had 200 votes. In this year, they have 162. In district number 3 in 2020, they had 343 votes. This election, 278. Are you noticing what I'm noticing in spite of the high numbers that they've been getting? The trend that's per district, that they're actually lower than the 2020 elections, except District 19, they're a little higher there. Do you think that we can attribute that to the number of,
Okay, they are lower, however, they still have received the majority of votes.
This is very interesting. Is it possible to maybe also pull up the one from the up, and we can see what the difference is? Yeah, thank you very much. You from the 2020 versus 2024. In some areas, you can see district number 1. You can see where the numbers also dropped, but in district number 3, they increased. Let me see, in district number 10, there was a decrease. Yes, and
12 is basically the same.
Yeah. And then district number 18, also a significant. District number 17, also a significant decrease.
Yeah, and they're showing that pattern. Most of them dropped within this election cycle.
Yeah, so I guess it's safe to say that with the additional parties coming on board, the new parties, they may have shifted things up a little bit. And then we also had another big vote getter, MP Grisha Maarten Helliger, that also went over to the Democratic Party. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And the DP is doing fairly well, in spite of them coming back on the scene after 2 elections, being out for 2 elections. But again, this is, I guess, where familiarity, comes in, especially with, as we can tell, in District 20 with a more senior electorate. But again, very interesting trends thus far. 𝑹𝒆𝒂𝒄𝒉, quite a new party, but still a force to be reckoned with. I think that they're coming out pretty strong with their numbers. Yes, especially when you look at them and PFP. Those 2 parties are doing a fairly good job keeping up with the big boys.
Party for Progress?
Yes.
Okay.
And Party for Progress, they have increased in their numbers. It's obvious. I think that it's a continuous trend. I mean, District 12, they dropped by just a few.
12 and 18?
12 and, yes. But I mean, District 1 from 35 to 58. District 3 from 92 to 132. District 4, 54 to 75. District 10, 117 to 160. I mean, they may have a few districts where they fell. The numbers were a little bit lower, but the majority of the numbers are much higher.
Much higher.
Yes, and I think that, I don't know, I'm thinking that you have a very strong the first 3 candidates, pretty strong, and their numbers throughout the process, the individual numbers tend to lend back to support that that theory. But again, it's too early.
Too early.
Too early to
It's
say.
getting to the point that we can come up with some definitive indication. Now we're at the 50% mark. So by the time we get another 3-4 comes in, we'll have some sense of direction to say with a level of certainty that the National Alliance, UP, would be the two parties to that garner the most seats, and probably very much on the way of having that coalition all over again.
Wow, that would be something to witness. Have we ever done that, though? I don't think that I've ever seen that, where we have the two elections back to back having the same coalition.
The same coalition.
I don't recall.
I don't think so. Off the back now.
Yeah, but that would be interesting, and it would even be interesting to see if they do form that coalition again with their working relationship, or if they look to partner with other parties, depending on the numbers that they need to form the majority. A lot of ifs still.
Okay. You can see clearly from the numbers, then PFP and URSM would be very much in the running.
Okay, well, we have Parliament that's back on again to give us a few more numbers, so stay tuned. And as soon as they're ready, they'll cut right off into Parliament. For those of you who are joining us, this is St. Maarten Decides Election Watch 2024. And so far we have 10 of the polling stations in.
Welcome back to the St. Maarten Parliamentary Elections live coverage here from the Parliament building in Phillipsburg, St. Maarten. We are now going to polling station number 14, which is the Belvedere Community Center. And this polling station happens to be the single biggest polling station as it pertains to the eligible voters per district. That's polling station number 14, the Belvedere Community Center. There were 1,469 eligible voters and 1,017 valid votes. As you look at the parties in that particular polling station, the Now Party received 147 votes, ECE 17 votes, UP 210 votes, PFP 76 votes, US Party 51 votes, USRM 154 votes, National Alliance 237 votes, and the Democratic Party 125 votes. So you look at the individuals for this particular polling station number 14, Emmanuel Christophe, 41 votes. Boncamper Claudius, 3 votes. Carty Nyla, 6 votes. Magret Kevin, 14 votes. Bellot Kelron, 6 votes. James Ryan, 6 votes. Mantel Mark, 2 votes. Hall Leary, 2 votes. Lopez Drina, 0 votes. Lewis Linden, 22 votes. Scope Edward, 0 votes. Langles Marie, 0 votes. Henriette Marcus, 1 vote. Smith Lewis, 0 votes. Pierre Jude, 0 votes. Gums Giovanni, 34 votes. Reyes Kimberly, 1 vote. Burnett Gerald, 3 votes. Charles Hassel, 0 votes. Arundel Tatiana, 0 votes. De Weaver Jamiro, 6 votes. It's a total of 147 votes for the Now Party. We go to ECE. Wigley Nigel received 17 votes. Now to the Up Party. Bryson R, 18 votes. Utley O, 76 votes. Leonard T, 11 votes. Mingo M, 9 votes. Biljani S, 0 votes. Arundel A, 24 votes. Brownbill C, 8 votes. Hidden Vein Y, 1 vote. Peterson S, 1 vote. Supriana C, 1 vote. Chatelier J, 1 vote. Patrick R, 6 votes. Hillier S, 3 votes. Brown C, 3 votes. Maida A, 1 vote. Blair K, 6 votes. Ramirez J, 2 votes. Wilson W, 4 votes. Patrick F, 6 votes. Chase E, 0 votes. Winkler M, 1 vote. Hodge I, 0 votes. And La Cruz F, 28 votes, for a total of 210 votes for the Up Party. Next, the PFP Party. Gums Melissa, 22 votes. Peterson Rayon, 8 votes. DeWeaver Ludmilla, 21 votes. Gums Patrice, 2 votes. Nichols Luciano, 14 votes. Cooks Mavio, 5 votes. Blaise Jean, 1 vote. Martina Rosalinda, 1 vote. Hodge Marlon, 1 vote. Solomon David, 1 vote. For a total of 76 votes for the PFP Party. On to the U.S. Party. Gordon Carty Pamela, 3 votes. Nicholas Cecil, 4 votes. Boston Addison, 12 votes. Flanders Elvis, 1 vote. Jeffers Jalouk, 1 vote. Wilson Martin, 3 votes. Williams Oliver, 3 votes. Charlie Teddy, 0. Thomas Curtis, 0. Thomas Charles, 5. Wilson Gromiko, 19 votes, for a total of 51 votes for the U.S. Party. On to the USRM Party. Messalina Luke, 56. Weaver Christopher, 11. Jansen Webster Veronica, 13. Martina Herbert, 3. Rosenberg Shamira, 14. Arundel Gracita, 1. Burke Richinel, 10. Marcia Rocherel, 16. Rolox Julian, 16. Somersall Michael, 0. Today, Wendell, 2 votes. Brooks Felicia, 3 votes. Stamen Yao Sao, 1 vote. Esenia Paco, 3 votes. Amer Glensley, 1 vote. Hutchison Delano, 0. Matthew Jason, 4. Peterson Joseph, 0. Shalmaj Early, 0 votes, for a total 154 votes for the USRM party. On to the NA party. Jacob Silvidia, 32 votes. Duran Ekberg, 37 votes. Irion Adwell, 19. Marlon Cloyd, 20. Samuel Rudolph, 11. Pompier Charlon, 7. Richardson Anna, 14. Remou Angelique, 3. La Vega Dimar, 5. York Darrell, 28. Richardson Hyacinth, 2. Connor Shamir, 5. Ponderflet George, 5. Bubba Dimitri, 4. Williams Webster Shamila, 29. Concepcion Meredith, 3. Hertal Luis, 3. Hernandez Shamira, 2. Merrick Leopold, 1. Molanas Melissa, 0. Ray Terrence, 1. DeWint Narda, 2. Faustin Ishmael, 4. For a total of 237 votes in district number 14. Sorry, 14. And as we go to the Democratic Party, the individual numbers for the candidates on the DP: Westcott Williams Sarah, 33. Helliger Martin Grisha, 26. Bell Benjamin, 4. Raven Khalil, 21. Kotai Verin, 5. Pontefract Richard, 1. Ortega Cedric, 1. Duralis Fabio, 4. Alexander Lisa, 7. Esed Ruben, 1. Kleinhurst Stefan, 0. Richard David, 5. Rochester Quincy, 0. Chandler Adelina, 3. Piper Juliet, 8. Adamus Densley, 1. William Dennis, 1. Hernandez Cervante, 1. Arndel Niraida, 1. Arnel Pearl, 0. Agata Rosendo, 0. Flanders Patricia, 1. Richardson Akin, 1. For a total of 125 votes for the Democratic Party in polling station number 14, which is the Belvedere Community Center. And as we recapped, there were a total of eligible voters 1,469. Valid votes was 1,017.
We continue now to the results from polling station number 15. Polling station number 15 is the Melford Hazel Sports and Recreational Center that is on Pawn Island in Phillipsburg. Beginning with the party totals for this polling station, the Now Party has 67 votes, ECE 11 votes, UP 214 votes, PFP 78 votes. Then we are followed with USP with 47 votes, URSM with 161 votes, NA with 202 votes, and DP with 130 votes. Polling station number 15 has a total number of 1,415 eligible voters. Of those, 910 cast valid votes. We now continue into the individual candidate performance, beginning with the Now Party. Party leader Emmanuel Christophe, 28 votes. Bunkamper Claudius, 3 votes. Carty Nela, 6 votes. Mingret Kevin, 7 votes. Bellot Kelron, 0. James Ryan, again 0. Mantle Mark, 1 vote. Hall Larry, 0. Lopes Drina, 1 vote. Lewis Linden, 5 votes. Scope Edward, 6 votes. Langley Marie, 0 votes. Henrietta Marcos, 1 vote. Smith Lewis, 0 votes. Piper Jude, 1 vote. Gums Giovanni, 3 votes. Reyes Puelos Kimberly, 2 votes. Burnett Gerald, 2 votes. Charles Hassel Claudette, 0 votes. Arundel Tatiana, 1 vote. DeWeaver Jamiro, 67 votes. So that is a total of 67 votes for the Now Party. Now we continue to ECE. Candidate Wigley Nigel received a total of 11 votes from this polling station, meaning that ECE received a total of 11 votes. We continue to the Up Party, starting with leader Bryson R, 12 votes. Continuing with Otley O, 53 votes. Leonard T, 10 votes. Mingo M, 6 votes. Bijlani S, 17 votes. Arundel A, 26 votes. Brownbill C, 35 votes. Hayden Vane Y, 2 votes. Peterson S, 1 vote. Supriyana C, 5 votes. Chatelier J, 3 votes. Patrick R, 9 votes. Hilaire S, 3 votes. Brown C, 2 votes. Meda A, 6 votes. Blair K, 0. Ramirez Abel, 0. Wilson W, 1 vote. Patrick F, 3 votes. Chase E, 0 votes. Winkler M, 1 vote. Hodge I, 0 votes. La Cruz F, 19 votes. Collectively, that is a total of 214 votes for the Up Party at polling station number 15. Continuing to PFP, party leader Gums Melissa, 25 votes. Peterson Rayon, 11 votes. DeWeaver Ludmila, 30 votes. Gums Patrice, 0 votes. Nicholas Luciano, 4 votes. Cooks Marvio, 3 votes. Blaise Jean, 2 votes. Martina Rosalinda, 2 votes. Hodge Marlon, 0 votes. And Solomon David, 1 vote. For the Party for Progress, that is a collective of 78 votes at polling station number 15. Continuing to USP, leader Gordon Carty Pamela, 8 votes. Nicholas Cecil, 0. Boston Addison, 9 votes. Flanders Elvis, 1 vote. Jeffers Jean-Luc, 1 vote. Wilson Martin, 0. Williams Olivier, 8 votes. Charlie Teddy, 0. Thomas Curtis, 0. Thomas Charles, 4 votes. And Wilson Gromiko, 16 votes. That is a total of 47 votes for the USP. We continue with the URSM. Leader Marcelina Luke, 48 votes. Waiver Christopher, 4 votes. Janssen Webster Veronica, 8 votes. Martina Herbert, 6 votes. Roseburg Shamira, 17 votes. Arundel Gracita, 15 votes. Brugge Richenel, 11 votes. Mauricia Rogerel, 6 votes. Rolax Julian, 30 votes. Summersall Michael, 2 votes. Tode Wendell, 3 votes. Brooks Felicia, 0 votes. Stayman Yao Sao, 3 votes. Isenia Paco, 2 votes. Amer Glensley, 1 vote. Hutchinson Delano, 0 votes. Matthew Jason, 2 votes. Peterson Joseph, 2 votes. And Charlemagne Early, 1 vote. Collectively, that is a total of 161 votes for the URSM. Proceeding with the NA, party leader Jacob Silveria, 27 votes. Doran Egbert, 56 votes. Irian Artwell, 16 votes. Marlon Cloyd, 24 votes. Samuel Rudolph, 6 votes. Pompier Charlin, 2 votes. Richardson Anna, 13 votes. Rumu Angelique, 3 votes. La Bega Dimar, 4 votes. York Darrell, 17 votes. Richardson Hyacinth, 4 votes. Connor Shamir, 4 votes. Pantaflet George, 7 votes. 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 Dimitri, 3 votes. Williams Webster Shamila, 2 votes. Concencion Meredith, 4 votes. Hartalt Lewis, 5 votes. Hernandez Shamira, 0 votes. Merrick Leopold, 0 votes. Malanas Melissa, 0 votes. Ray Terrence, 0 votes. DeWint Narda, 2 votes. And Faustin Ismail, 4 votes. That is a total of 202 votes for the National Alliance. The Democratic Party, the DP, beginning with party leader Sarah Westcott Williams, 27 votes. Heiliger Martin Grisha, 23 votes. Bell Benjamin, 4 votes. Ravan Khalil, 11 votes. Kotai Varen, 11 votes. Panaflek Richard, 1 vote. Ortega Cedric, 0. Dorlis Fabio, 4 votes. Alexander Lisa, 1 vote. Esset Ruben, 3 votes. Kleinhuis Stephen, 0. Richard David, 3 votes. Rochester Quincy, 2 votes. Chandler Adelina, 10 votes. Piper Juliet, 1 vote. Adamus Densley, 8 votes. Williams Dennis, 2 votes. Hernandez Cervante, 1 vote. Arndel Nireda, 12 votes. Arnell Pearl, 0 votes. Agatha Rosendo, 0 votes. Flanders Patricia, 4 votes. And Action Richardson, 2 votes. That is a total of 130 votes for the Democratic Party. Again, the totals for this polling station, number 15, now received a total of 67 votes, ECE 11 votes, UP 214 votes, PFP 78 votes. And then we also have the US Party with 47 votes, URSM with 161 votes, NA with 202 votes, and the DP with 130 votes. Now, based on these numbers, I believe we have another polling station. Polling station number 16 is ready to also be called.
Yes, we do have polling station number 16, which is the Methodist Agaric Center. The total eligible voters at that particular polling station, 1,221. Valid votes cast at that polling station was 842. As we look at the party numbers, the Now Party with 73 votes, ECE 15, up 177, PFP 163, USP Party with 13, USRM with 102, the National Alliance with 167, Democratic Party with 132 votes at that particular polling station. Now, for the individual votes based on the party numbers, we start with the Now Party. Emmanuel Christoph, 15 votes. Boncamper Claudius, 20 votes. Carty Nyla, 1 vote. Mingret Kevin, 2 votes. Bellot Kelron, 1 vote. James Ryan, 2 votes. Mantle Mark, 5 votes. Hall Leary, 2 votes. Lopez Drina, 1 vote. Lewis Linden, 11 votes. Scope Edward, 4 votes. Langlis Marie, 0. Henrietta Marcus, 1 vote. Smith Louis, 0. Piper Jude, 1. Gums Giovanni, 5. Reyes Kimberly, 0. Burnett Gerald, 1. Charles Hassel Claudette, 0. Arndell Tatiana, 1 vote. The Weaver Jamiro, 0. For a total of 73 for the No party. ECE, Nigel Wigley, 15 votes total. The Up party, Bryson R, 18 votes. Utley O, 45 votes. Leonard T, 11 votes. Mingo M, 14 votes. Giuliani S received 56 votes. Arundel A, 11 votes. Brownbill C, 4 votes. Heerenveen Y, 2 votes. Peterson S, 0. Supriana C, 0. Chatelier J, 1. Patrick R, 3. Hillier S, 0. Brown C, 0. Maida A, 0. Blair K, 1. Ramirez J, 0. Wilson W, 0. Patrick F, 0. Chase E, 0. Winkler M, also 0. Hodge I, 0. $11 for a total of 177 votes cast for the Up party at that particular polling station. On to the PFP. Gums Melissa, 45. Peterson Rayon, 18. De Weaver Ludmilla, 51. Gums Patrice, 23. Nichols Luciano, 5. Cooks Mavio, 4. Blaise Jean, 6. Martina Rosalinda, 3. Hodge Marlon, he's got 1 vote. And Solomon David, 7 votes for 163 votes for the PFP. On to the US party. Gordon Cardi Pamela, 2 votes. Nicholas Cecil, 2 votes. Boston Addison, 9 votes. Flanders Elvis, 1 vote. Jeffers Jalouk, 1 vote. Wilson Martin, 0 votes. Williams Oliver, 0. Charlie Teddy, 1 vote. Thomas Curtis, 0. Thomas Charles, 0. All right. We're going to do the USP party again. All right. Just for clarity, Gordon Carty Pamela, 2 votes. Nicholas Cecil, 2 votes. Boston Addison, 0. Flanders Elvis, 3. Jeffers Jalouk, 0. Wilson Martin, 0. Williams Oliver, 0. Charlie Teddy, 1. Thomas Curtis, 0. Thomas Charles, 0. Is that correct? Okay. Wilson Gromyko, 5, for a total of 13 votes for the USP party. For the USRM party, Messlina Luke, 34. Waver Christopher, 5. Jansen Webster Veronica, 3. Martina Herbert, 1. Rosenberg Shamira, 14. Arundel Gracita, 3. Berg Richenel, 11. Mauricia Rogerel, 6. Rolax Julian, 10. Somersall Michael, 1. Today Wendell, 2. Brooks Felicia, 2. Stamen Yao Sao, 1. Yesenia Paco, 2. Amer Glensley, 0. Hutchison Delano, 0. Matthew Jason, 7. Peterson Joseph, 0. Charlemagne Early, 0. Now to NA party. Jacobs Silveria, 27. Duran Egbert, 31. Ilion Adwell, 25. Marlon Cloyd, 23. Samuel Rudolph, 7. Pompier Charlon, 7. Richardson Anna, 14. Rameau Angelique, 2. La Vega Dimar, 7. York Darrell, 13. Richardson Hyacinth, 0. Connor Shamir, 0. Ponteflet George, 0. 𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒈, Dimitri, 1. Williams Webster Shamila, 4. Concepcion Meredith, 0. Hertal Lewis, 1. Hernandez Shamira, 0. Merrick Leopold, 0. Molanas Melissa, 5. Ray Terrence, 0. DeWint Narda, 0. Faustin Ishmael, 0. For a total of 167 for the National Alliance. And the Democratic Party in that particular polling station, Westcott Williams Sarah, 23. Helga Martin Grisha, 34. Bell Benjamin, 3. Rayvon Khalil, 5. Kotai Verin, 38. Ponteflet Richard, 2. Ortega Cedric, 1. Dolores Fabio, 3. Alexander Lisa, 1. Esed Ruben, 9. Kleinhuis Stephen, 0. Richardson David, 2. Rochester Quincy, 2. Chandler Adelina, 1. Piper Juliet, 0. Adamus Densley, 0. Williams Dennis, 0. Hernandez Cervante, 0. Arndel Lariada, 0 also. Arnel Pearl, 7. Agata Rosendo, 0. Flanders Patricia, 1. And Richardson Akim, 0 for 130 votes for the Democratic Party at polling station number 16, which is the 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 Center.
Before you, you have the totals for parties at this polling station.
During this live broadcast, we kindly accept your contribution towards the production costs. No amount is too small, and every contribution is greatly appreciated. Your contribution will go directly towards covering the expenses of producing and broadcasting this show. We thank you for your generosity and support.
And welcome back to St. Maarten. Sorry, it is kind of late. Welcome back to the Election Watch, St. Maarten Decides 2024. And we had quite a number of polling stations in thus far. And we're excited with the anticipated numbers. I see that we have a review or a recap of the previous top 3 districts per party as we get ready to populate those numbers for 2024. We look at the total number of voters. Registered voters is 22,580 with the total votes cast, 14,678, and one of the highest voter turnouts since 10-10-10 of 65%. 13 polling stations have been announced with 7 more to go for a total of 20 polling stations. And while we still have to verify the number of invalid votes, so far we have 2 invalid votes, and analytical department is working on getting those numbers confirmed. Dr. Romney. And so here we are.
Yep.
13 polling stations.
13 polling stations. And we can see everything is shaping up with National Alliance way ahead. And of course still followed by UP and Democratic Party, as well as URSM holding its own. So we can say those 4 parties are rather, also including Party for Progress,
Yep.
very much in the running, with by now have secured a seat or two.
Okay. And I noticed that USRM is at 14.3%, while PFP is at 12.9%. So would that mean too that USRM has also secured a seat?
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. And I would say that now is getting close to securing that seat.
Wow. Okay. And so the anticipation builds as the number of polling stations get checked off, and slowly but surely we're getting there. It is 4:03 a.m. I'm a little bit baffled by how long the numbers are taking to come out. I don't think I've ever waited this long for information. And we're talking about years before Excel spreadsheets. What am I missing, or what are we missing here?
Well,
we're going on 24 hours of being awake. I need to justify this.
Obviously, the voting bureau, they're having some issues. They are the what's called Central Voting Bureau. They are responsible for collecting those data and determining the results. So obviously they're having some issues, therefore they're coming real slow.
Okay. I know a lot of people have gone to sleep and wake up, and they're probably sleeping again.
Yeah.
I hope, at least, and leaving all of the work to us. Now, while we do not, because we did not anticipate that they would be giving us the individual numbers for the individual candidates, but so far we see a nice little trend going on with the various parties. The highest vote getters, I see that with the Now party, that the party leader Christopher is definitely a force to be reckoned with as a higher vote getter. And with the Up party, MP 𝒕𝒊𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒈 seems to be also one of the higher vote getters. And with the PFP, we have MP Melissa Gums and MP Ludmila de Wever also holding their grounds, with MP Peterson also doing pretty well. The USP, I believe that it's safe to say that Mr. Wilson, Gromyko Wilson, is also doing pretty good with the numbers in comparison to his colleagues. And I see that Parliament is coming up shortly with some more information. So if we cut directly to them, you'll understand, and we'll just take off wherever, we'll just pick back up wherever we left off from before. And URSM, as a new party, I think that they're holding on pretty strong.
They're holding their own, and clearly you can see that they're pretty much in for at least one seat.
At least.
At least.
Oh, we're actually giving that prediction now.
They're pretty much in line for a seat, and so in essence, maybe we have about 4 or 5 seats, pretty much allotted, projected seats allotted.
Projected
seats. Yeah. It's not so. Yeah. We are.
Well, Mr. Dr. Rami Edna, it is indeed 4:07 a.m. and we are here giving you live coverage of the results of the St. Maarten General Elections 2024. I think it is more than time for us to have a general discussion. As we have noticed, we are waiting for the last 7 polling stations to come in. And as they trickle in, behind our analysts, we see 4 seats already highlighted.
Yes.
Oh, a fifth has been highlighted. So the
Oh,
5
wow.
seats.
Yes, indeed, indeed.
As we continue to get the information come in, we are noticing the trend that Mr. Richards started with earlier this evening. Although Dr. Romney said it's too early to tell, this trend is definitely progressing along the lines of the historical trends. Polling station number 19, the voter turnout there, we're seeing it trickle into the results. Mr. Richards.
Yes, what you're seeing, this on St. Maarten now with this election, that they have spread the votes over the parties. You have the Now party, you have the DP, you have the UP, and you have TFP and 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓. So it's going to be very interesting to see once all the seats, when they are definitive allotted, how the government will be formed going forward, because no one has a majority. A majority you'll need 8. Correct. The prediction shows that the National Alliance will have 4, then 3 for the UPs. You still got 7. So they got to go and shop, by either the Now or go to PFP or,
or the Democratic Party.
Or the Democratic Party. So that's how it looks for now.
Yes, with the 13 districts in. But as our analysts have already shown or provided based on the graphs, this is still anybody's game, as the big polling districts, number 6, number 7, number 2, still outstanding. And as we await Parliament's update with the next possible polling districts, I think it will be peculiarly interesting. And I echo Evans in saying cautiously optimistic. Apologies, as it is 4:15 in the AM on January 12th. Thank you all for staying the course and remaining with us, either viewing via Facebook, YouTube, or listening via 101.5 FM. Your support in being here with us, keeping us awake and bringing the information to you as we get it, we are very much appreciative for your support. Dr. Romney, we have 13 stations in. How do you feel now about giving us your projections on the possible outcomes of the 2024 elections?
We're hopefully optimistic. Cautiously optimistic. Hopefully, you're going to get it from him.
Because I'm still cautiously optimistic with my projection, because basically we can tell from the trend, if it continues this way, that National Alliance will pull ahead. And I could see them right now. They have probably close to projected about 2 seats. We still have another 10 seats to be distributed. So we could say, well, yeah, they might get another one, and then with the whole contraction of 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓, they'll end up with about 4, and so with UP is pretty much trailing behind, so they probably end up with 3 to 4 also. Okay, the only party that seems that they would not muster enough votes to get a seat, that would be the ECE and USP. I mean, they're lagging quite a bit behind. So within the last, 7 more districts, they would have to make a dramatic turn of events in order for them to get a seat. But other than that, we see that the other 5 political parties which would make it rather interesting that we probably would need maybe three parties in order to form that coalition. And then we'll see the little juggling would they try to come together and that probably is not likely, that we'd have the other three parties getting enough seats to form the government without the National Alliance and the UD, so UP rather. So I still see National Alliance and UP as part of the government, either together or forming other parties. But those two parties more than likely would be part of that coalition that would be, well, we're already into Friday, so right? So let's say Saturday into the making.
Well, there you have it, folks. I think at polling station number 13 coming in, Dr. Romney is more inclined to give us a more sound projection. Still, it's anyone's game. As you know, the 7 polling stations yet to come in still can make a difference. So the people, St. Maarten, you have decided, and we continue to wait and anticipate the remaining 7 polling stations results. I know we are seeing people on the other side of the pond waking up this morning, and customarily they would think at this time, Mr. Richards, the results should have been in already.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we considered it earlier on in the show that this is a unique election.
It is unique, and it's unique actually for the voting bureau because they have issues.
Yeah.
You know, real issues, and keeping us awake. You know.
That for sure. We projected being out of here maybe 2 hours ago. Yes. But we really and truly appreciate all the hard work that is going in, the counting that is being taken place at the remaining 7 polling stations, to be able to bring to you live the results as they come in at the House of Parliament. We would like to thank the Department of Communications and the team there for continued provision of the information as they come in. And we thank you, the viewers, viewing via Facebook, YouTube, and listening via 101.5 FM. Now, Evans, I know we've talked a lot about the different graphs we had, and we haven't seen this one in quite some time. Would you like to expound on this one?
Definitely. With this one, we have the party dominance per district, and as you can tell, with the 13 polling stations, John Lamini Center, District number 1, Phillipsburg. John Lamini Center, the color is white, and automatically that is the National Alliance. So while there were some high figures from the various parties, the National Alliance took dominance for this district. District number 3, the St. Maarten Senior Recreational Center in Hope Estate, Guana Bay. Again, the National Alliance dominated that particular district. The Sister Marie Laurent School in the Middle Region, that's district number 4. Again, the National Alliance dominated that district. NEPA, district number 10, or polling station number 10 in the Cahill area. Once again, the National Alliance dominated that district. The district number 12, or polling station number 12, the Leonard Connor School in K-Bay, that was again dominated by the National Alliance. And number 13, the Simpson Bay Sports and Community Center, that was dominated by PFP. The Number 14, the Belvedere Community Center, dominated by the National Alliance. Number 15, the Melford Hazel Center, that's in the Lower Princess Quarter area, one of the districts that had the highest voter turnout of 69%. They were the UP party dominated that district. District number 16, the Methodist Agoghic Center in St. John's, the UP party also dominated that district. The district number 7, the DQ Dutch Quarter Community Help Desk, that district was dominated by the National Alliance. District number 18, the Seventh-day Adventist School in Coal Bay, that was dominated by the UP party. District number 19, the prison, that was dominated also by the UP party. And last but not least, on the list of polling stations that have been counted, we have the St. Maarten home, district number 20, and that was actually shared 15-15 by the National Alliance and the Democratic Party. So here you have it, ladies and gentlemen, and it's still too early to say boys and girls, depending on what part of the planet you're on. But so far we can see that the National Alliance has definitely dominated the polling stations, with the UP very close behind, and then we have the USRM led by Dr. Marcelina. We have the Democratic Party led by MP Sarah Westcott Williams, and then we have the Party for Progress led by MP Melissa Gums. And of course, Dr. Romney, while I know you're being very careful with your predictions, we can clearly see that, you know, we will have multiple parties that will have to negotiate for the coalition. My question is, what happens if they can't come to a majority coalition?
Well, if they can't come to an agreement as to who is going to form the government, they can't, for whatever reason, form that coalition, then it's back to the electorate.
Ooh.
Sad to say, but then it's back to the electorate. They'll come up and say, well, we can't form a government, and we have to go back to the electorate. But I doubt very much if that would be the case. In most cases, they would come and form a government. And we have seen that happen in Israel. I think it happened in the Netherlands at a certain point too. Once you cannot form a government, you have to go back to electorate, and then, and I guess work harder in order to get a majority, so then you can form the government without having a coalition. But I think with us that they would form that government.
I'd like to ask a devil's advocate question at this almost 4:30 a.m. on January 12th. Dr. Romney, say indeed, based on the voter turnout and the St. Maarten decides, if indeed the parties cannot work together to form said government and we go back to the polls, do you think the electorate would make a different decision as they've clearly made on January 11th, based on what we're seeing coming at this point?
I'm not clear in your question. Do you think that the electorate will vote differently?
Do you think they would?
Well, that's all up to, again, the political parties. They would have to convince the electorate. And I thought you'd have come up with and say, been playing the devil advocate, because that's what most people, I'm sure, are now saying, that we can't have another election. It's going to be costly, it's going to be thing. But we can't we can't be bothered with that. This is a democratic process. And if one party or the parties cannot come together, we have to go back to the electorate to get a decisive decision. That's part of democracy. So we can consider, okay, whether or not the electorate would, or rather do whatever we do based on that the electorate would not make a different decision. It's now again depending on the political parties to make that sound appeal to the electorate. But yeah, democratic process, we have to go back to the electorate. And I know much people say, oh, we shouldn't go back, it's going to be costly. Democracy is costly.
There you have it. Thank you for your answer.
I think if we can get that at a graph up, then we can get a sense as to the one with all the nice, pretty colors. Because I would like to take a look at that. In essence, then, we can see those areas that are still pending, right? And you see, let's look at UP here. What happens if UP maintains it? If these guys maintain it?
So
clearly you see that pattern where National Alliance would run away with the whole thing. Because we have here 11 is pending, which went to National Alliance in 2020. National Alliance is 8 is pending, which also are National Alliance. And here again, 17 is pending. And if we look at history, National Alliance has been dominating in this area. And so is Forum 6. So chances are, see clearly that pattern that National Alliance can run away with the rest of the seats. And if they do that, well, they'll have a significant amount. And then they can determine who they're likely to vote to work with. And here again, we might see the UP out of government.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. And those political parties play those polling stations play a significant role in determining the outcome of the 2024 general elections, as we bring to you live this morning, January 12th, 2024, Election Watch, St. Maarten decides. And we're going straight to a commercial break. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back to the live broadcast of the parliamentary election. We now have the data from polling station number 2, which is the Sundial School in Phillipsburg. At polling station number 2, there was a total of 1,389 eligible voters. Of those, 847 cast valid votes. We immediately turn to the overall party performance at this polling station. The Now Party received 74 votes, ECE 14 votes, UP 160 votes, PFP 139 votes, USP 25 votes, URSM 123 votes, NA 172 votes, and DP 140 votes. We turn over to the individual candidate performance per party, beginning with Now leader Emmanuel Christophe, 16 votes, Bunkamper Claudia, 6 votes, Carty Naila, 3 votes, Maingret Kevin, 13 votes, Belot Kelron, 0 votes, James Ryan, 0 votes, Mantle Mark, 3 votes, Hall Larry, 8 votes, Lopes Drina, 3 votes, Lewis Linden, 10 votes, Scope Edward, 1 vote, Longley Marie, 1 vote, Henrietta Marcos, 1 vote, Smith Lewis, 0 votes. Piper Jude, 1 vote. Gums Giovanni, 5 votes. Reyes Puelo Kimberly, 0 votes. Burnett Gerald, 1 vote. Charles Hassel Claudette, 0 votes. Arundel Tatiana, 2 votes. DeWeaver Jermiro, 0 votes. That is a total of 74 votes for the Now Party. We continue to ECE. Candidate Wigley Nigel, 14 votes at this polling station, so a total of 14 votes for ECE. The Up Party, starting with leader Bryson R, 9 votes. Otley O, 29 votes. Leonard T, 2 votes. Mingo M, 7 votes. Bijlani S, 45 votes. Arundel A, 27 votes. Brownbill C, 12 votes. Haydenvane Y, 2 votes. Peterson S, 1 vote. Supriana C, 0 votes. Chatelier J, 4 votes. Patrick R, 2 votes. Hilaire S, 4 votes. Brown C, 1 vote. Mera A, 0 votes. Blair K, 0 votes. Ramirez Abel, 1 vote. Wilson W, 1 vote. Patrick F, 0 votes. Chase E, 2 votes. Winkler M, 1 vote. Hodge I, 0 votes. And La Cruz F, 10 votes. That is a total of 160 votes for the Up Party. We continue with the Party for Progress, PFP. Leader Gums Melissa, 35 votes. Peterson Rayon, 14 votes. DeWeaver Lutmila, 59 votes. Gums Patrice, 11 votes. Nichols Luciano, 4 votes. Cooks Marvio, 4 votes. Blaise Jean, 2 votes. Martina Rosalinda, 0 votes. Hodge Marlon, 0 votes. Solomon David, 10 votes. That is a total of 139 votes for the Party for Progress. Continuing with the U.S. Party, Gordon Carty Pamela, 1 vote. Nicholas Cecil, 4 votes. Boston Addison, 5 votes. Flanders Elvis, 0. Jeffers Jean-Luc, 0. Wilson Martina, 3. Williams Oliver, 0. Charlie Teddy, 2. Thomas Curtis, 2. Thomas Charles, 1. And Wilson Gromiko, 7. That is a total of 25 votes for the USP. Continuing to the URSM, Lira Marcelina Luke, 47 votes. Waver Christopher, 8 votes. Janssen Webster Veronica, 3 votes. Martina Herbert, 1 vote. Roseburg Shamira, 12 votes. Arundel Gracita, 1 vote. Brugge Richinel, 33 votes. Mauricia Rogerel, 1 vote. Rolox Julian, 8 votes. Summersall Michael, 0. Thode Wendell, 2 votes. Brooks Felicia, 2 votes. Stauman Yao Sao, 2 votes. Isenia Paco, 1 vote. Amer Glensley, 1 vote. Hutchinson Delano, 1 vote. Matthew Jason, 1 vote. Peterson Joseph, 0. And Charlemagne Early, also 0 votes. That is a total of 123 votes for the Unified Resilient St. Maarten movement. We continue to the NA. Leader Jacobs Silveria, 24 votes. Doran Egbert, 27 votes. Arian Artwell, 21 votes. Marlon Cloyd, 17 votes. Samuel Rudolph, 3 votes. Pompier Charlotte, 13 votes. Richardson Anna, 9 votes. Rumu Angelique, 6 votes. Labega Dimar, 10 votes. York Darrell, 18 votes. Richardson Hyacinth, 4 votes. Connor Shamir, 2 votes. Pontiflet George, 4 votes. Bubertui Dimitri, 2 votes. William Webster Shamila, 5 votes. Concencion Meredith, 3 votes. Hertalt Lewis, 0 votes. Hernandez Shamira, 0 votes. Merrick Leopold, 0 votes. Melanis Melissa, 3 votes. Ray Terrence, 0 votes. DeWint Narda, 1 vote. And Faustin Ismail, 0 votes. That is a total of 172 votes for the National Alliance. Continuing to the Democratic Party, Leader of the party, Westcott William Sarah, 31 votes. Heiligam Martin Grisha, 32 votes. Bell Benjamin, 3 votes. Ravan Khalil, 7 votes. Kotai Viren, 37 votes. Panaflek Richard, 1 vote. Ortega Cedric, 3 votes. Doralice Fabio, 2 votes. Alexander Lisa, 0 votes. Esset Ruben, 1 vote. Kleinhuis Stephen, 1 vote. Richardson David, 8 votes. Rochester Quincy, 2 votes. Chandler Adelina, 0. Piper Juliet, 0 votes. Adamus Densley, 0 votes. Williams Dennis, 0 votes. Hernandez Cervante, 2 votes. Arndel Nereda, 1 vote. Arnell Pearl, 0 votes. Agatha Rosendo, 0 votes. Flanders Patricia, 4 votes. And Richardson Action, 5 votes. That is a total of 140 votes for the Democratic Party at this polling station number 2, the Sundial School. Again, the National Alliance received the most votes at this polling station with 172, followed by the UP with 160, the Democratic Party with 140, close behind the PFP with 139, URSM with 123, NOW with 74, USP with 25 votes, and ECE with 14 votes. We will continue to report on the results of the next polling station, which is polling station number 5.
Polling station number 5 will be the Dutch Quarter Community Center. And we look at the total of the party votes. Okay, as we proceed with the polling station number 5, the Dutch Quarter Community Center, looking at the numbers for the individual party, the NOW received 140 votes, the ECE 30 votes, the UP Let's do that again. The NOW party, 68 votes. The ECE party, 19 votes. The UP party, 202 votes. PFP, 66 votes. The US party, 85 votes. The USRM, 122 votes. The National Alliance, 206 votes. Democratic Party, 121 votes, for a total of 889 votes for that polling station. And if we look at the individual votes per candidate on the list of the NOW party, Emmanuel Christophe, 18 votes. Bonkamper Claudius, 5 votes. Carty Naila, 0 votes. Mingret Kevin, 13 votes. Bellat Kelron, 2 votes. James Ryan, 1 vote. Mantle Mark, 1 vote. Hall Leary, 2 votes. Lopes Drina, 2 votes. Lewis Linden, 15 votes. Scope Edward, 2 votes. Langless Marie, 0 votes. Henrietta Marcus, 2 votes. Smith Lewis, 0 votes. Piper Jude, 0 votes. Gums Giovanni, 4 votes. Reyes Kimberly, 0 votes. Burnett Gerald, 0 votes. Charles Hassel Claudette, 0 votes. Arundel Tatiana, 1 vote. And the Weaver Jimero, 0 votes. That's the No party. On to the party ECE. Mr. Wrigley Nigel, 19 votes. For the Up party, the leader, Bryson R., 34 votes. Otley O., 43 votes. Leonard T., 8 votes. Mingo Mark, 11 votes. We continue with Bugiani S., 3 votes. Arundel A., 26 votes. Brownbill C., 9 votes. Halen Vane Y., 1 vote. Peterson S., 1 vote. Supriana C., 5 votes. Chantelier J., 17 votes. Patrick R., 6 votes. Hillier S., 2 votes. Brown C., 14 votes. Maida A., 1. Blair K., 1. Ramirez J., 1. Wilson W., 0. Patrick F., 0. Chase E., 0. Winkler M., 1. Hodge I, 0. La Cruz F., 18 votes. On to the PFP party. Gums Melissa, 10 votes. Peterson Rayon, 13 votes. De Weaver Ludmilla, 29 votes. Gums Patrice, 3 votes. Nichols Luciano, 2 votes. Cooks Mavio, 3 votes. Blaze Jean, 3 votes. Martina Rosalinda, 0. Hodge Marlon, 2. Solomon David, 1. Total of 66 votes for the PFP party. On to the U.S. party. Gordon Carty Pamela, 7 votes. Nicholas Cecile, 1 vote. Boston Adidas, 45 votes. Flanders Elvis, 3 votes. Jeffers Jean-Luc, 0. Wilson Martin, 1. Williams Oliver, 10. Charlie Teddy, 1. Thomas Curtis, 0. Thomas Charles, 2. And Wilson Gromiko, 15 votes. On to the USRM party. Messalina Luke, 38 votes. Waver Christopher, 3 votes. Janssen Webster Veronica, 10 votes. Martina Hubert, 3 votes. Rosenberg Shamira, 14 votes. Arundel Gracita, 8 votes. Berg Richanel, 16 votes. Mauricia Rocherel, 16 votes. Summersall Michael, 1 vote. Today Wendell, 1 vote. Brooks Felicia, 1 vote. Stayman Yao Sao, 1 vote. Isenia Paco, 3 votes. Emir Glensley, 0. Hutchison Delano, 0. Matthew Jason, 0. Peterson Joseph, 0. Shantamag Early, 0. For 122 votes for the SRM party. On to the National Alliance. Jacobs Silveria, 25. Duran Egbert, 25. Ilion Artwell, 29. Marlon Cloyd, 13. Samuel Rudolph, 7 votes. Pompier Charlon, 10 votes. Richardson Anna, 14 votes. Romo Angelique, 2 votes. La Bega Dimar, 1. York Darrell, 19. Richardson Hyacinth, 2. Connor Shamir, 2. Ponteflet George, 5. 𝒏𝒈 Dimitri, 2. Williams Webster Shamila, 44. Concepcion Meredith, 0. Hertold Lewis, 0. Hernandez Shimira, 1. Merrick Leopold, 1. Molanas Melissa, 0. Ray Terrence, 0. DeWint Narda, 1. Faustin Ishmael, 3. For a total of 206 for the National Alliance. On to the Democratic Party. Westcott Williams, Sarah, 29. Helliger Martin Grisha, 18. Bell Benjamin, 8. Revan Khalil, 11. Kutai Veran, 11. Ponteflet Richard, 1. Ortega Cedric, 0. Dolores Fabio, 6. Alexander Lisa, 2. Esed Ruben, 2. Kleinhuis Stefan, 2. Richardson David, 7. Rochester Quincy, 0. Chandler Adeline, 9. Piper Juliet, 4. Adamus Densley, 0. Williams Dennis, 6. Hernandez Cervante, 0. Arndell Narida, 2. Arnell Pearl, 0. Agata Resendo, 0. Flanders Patricia, 2. And Richardson Akeem, 1 vote. That would make up 121 votes for the Democratic Party. As per that polling station, number 5, which is the Dutch Quarter Community Center. Total eligible votes in that particular polling station was 1,447. Valid votes was 989 votes cast.
We immediately go over to calling the results from polling station number 6. Polling station number 6 is the Milton Peters College that is in the area of South 3 Ward. Polling station number 6 has 1,419 eligible voters. Of those, an amount of 985 valid votes were cast. The party distribution is as follows. National Alliance received 300 votes at this polling station. The Now Party received 140 votes at this polling station. URSM received 140 votes as well. UP 135, DP 127, PFP 81, USP 32, and ECE closely behind with 30. We go over to the results for the individual candidates per party. Beginning with the Now Party, party leader Emmanuel Christoph, 75 votes. Bunkamper Claudius, 8 votes. Carty Naila, 6 votes. Maingret Kevin, 6 votes. Bellot Kelron, 9 votes. James Ryan, 1 vote. Mantle Mark, 1 vote. Hall Larry, 0 votes. Lopes Drina, 2 votes. Lewis Linden, 5 votes. Scope Edward, 3 votes. Longley Marie, 0. Henrietta Marcos, 3 votes. Smith Lewis, 4 votes. Piper Jude, 8 votes. Gums Giovanni, 1 vote. Reyes Puelo Kimberly, 4 votes. Burnett Gerald, 0 votes. Charles Hassel Claudette, 0 votes. Arundel Tatiana, 4 votes. And Dweaver Jermiro, 0 votes. And that is a total of 140 votes for the Now Party. We go immediately to ECE. Candidate Wigley Nigel received a total of 30 votes, so that is 30 votes for ECE. On the Up Party, starting with leader Bryson R, 9 votes, Otley O, 41 votes, Leonard T, 15 votes, Mingo M, 10 votes, Bijlani S, 2 votes, Arundel A, 17 votes, Brown Bill C, 2 votes, Herenveen Y, 3 votes, Peterson S, 0, Supriana C, 2 votes, Chatelier J, 3 votes, Patrick R, 2 votes, Hilaire, 0 votes, Brown C, 3 votes, Meda A, 3 votes, Blair K, 0, Ramirez Abel J, 1 vote, Wilson W, 0 votes, Patrick F, 2 votes, Chase E, 0 votes, Winkler M, 0 votes, Hodge, 0, LaCruz, 0. That is a total, my apologies, LaCruz received 16 votes at that polling station. So that is a total of 135 votes for the Up Party. We continue with PFP, if I may. Starting with the leader, Gums Melissa, 27 votes, Peterson Rayon, 16 votes, DeWeaver Ludmila, 18 votes, Gums Patrice, 7 votes, Nichols Luciano, 1 vote, Cooks Marvio, 4 votes, Blaise Jean, 4 votes, Martina Rosalinda, 3 votes, Hodge, 0 votes, and Solomon David, 1 vote. That is a total of 81 votes for the Party for Progress. Continuing to USP, leader Gordon Carty Pamela, 3 votes, Nicholas Cecil, 7 votes, Boston Addison, 5 votes, Flanders Elvis, 2 votes, Jeffers Jean-Luc, 0 votes, Wilson Martin, 0 votes, Williams Oliver, 1 vote, Charlie Teddy, 0 votes, Thomas Curtis, 0 votes, Thomas Charles, 1 vote, and Wilson Gromyko, 13 votes. That is a total of 32 votes cast for the United St. Maarten Party. Proceeding with URSM, leader Marcelina Luke, 45 votes, Waver Christopher, 3 votes, Janssen Webster, 8 votes, Martina Herbert, 8 votes, Roseburg Shamira, 15 votes, Arundel Gracita, 3 votes, Brug Richinel, 17 votes, Mauricio Rogerel, 4 votes, Rolox Julian, 11 votes, Summersall Michael, 1 vote, Thode Wendell, 5 votes, Brooks Felicia, 10 votes, Stamen Yao Sao, 0, Isenia Paco, 0, Amer Glensley, 1 vote, Hutchinson Delano, 7 votes, Matthew Jason, 2 votes, Peterson Joseph, 0 votes, Charlemagne Early, also 0 votes. That is a total of 140 votes for URSM. Proceeding directly with the National Alliance, leader Jacob Silveria, 46 votes, Doran Egbert, 28 votes, Arian Iron, 28 votes, Marlon Claude, 52 votes, Samuel Rudolph, 13 votes, Pompier Charlin, 15 votes, Richardson Anna, 33 votes, Rumu Angelique, 11 votes, Labega Dimar, 5 votes, York Darrell, 20 votes, Richard Hyacinth, 3 votes, Connor Shamir, 1 vote, Pantaflet George, 9 votes, Bubertweet Dimitri, 14 votes, Williams Webster Shamila, 8 votes, Concencion Meredith, 3 votes, Hertault Lewis, 0 votes, Hernandez Shermira, 1 vote, Merrick Leopold, 0 votes, Milanis Melissas, 2 votes, Ray Terence, 2 votes. DeWint Narda, 0 votes. And Faustin Ismail, 6 votes. That is a total of 300 votes for the National Alliance. The Democratic Party, starting with leader Westcott Williams Sarah, 26 votes. Heiliger Martin Grisha, 33 votes. Bell Benjamin, 10 votes. Revan Khalil, 6 votes. Kotai Varen, 9 votes. Panaflek Richard, 2 votes. Ortega Cedric, 2 votes. Doralice Fabio, 2 votes. Alexander Lisa, 0 votes. Esset Ruben, 3 votes. Kleinhuis Stephen, 0 votes. Richardson David, 19 votes. Rochester Quincy, 1 vote. Chandler Adelina, 0 votes. Piper Juliet, 3 votes. Adamus Densley, 4 votes. Williams Dennis, 0. Hernandez Cervante, 0. Arndel Nireda, 0. Arnell Pearl, 0. Agatha Rosendo, 2 votes. Flanders Patricia, 3 votes. And Richardson Action, 2 votes. That is a total of 127 votes for the Democratic Party. To recap at this polling station, the Now Party received 1,136 votes. 140 votes, bringing their total votes thus far to 1,136. ECE received 30 votes at this polling station, bringing their total to 188. The Up Party received 135, bringing their total to 2,161. PFP received 81 votes, bringing their total to 1,351. The US Party now stands at 522. URSM, 1,561. The National Alliance, 2,592. And the Democratic Party, 1,456. Based on these numbers, as you can see, the National Alliance is starting to, I suppose, break away from the pack a little bit. They now have approximately 24% of the valid votes cast. They are followed by the Up Party with 2,161, representing 20% of the vote. Then we have URSM with their 1,561, representing 14% of the vote. DP currently is staying strong at 13% of the vote. PFP close behind with 12% of the vote. The Now Party is maintaining 10% of the vote. USP has approximately 5% of the valid votes cast, and ECE maintains its 2%. We are very much near the end of this count. We have 4 polling stations left to still tabulate and report on. As you can see on your screen, on the bottom of the screen, you will see that P1 through 20, those are the polling stations, and the ones that have the check marks below reflect the polling stations that have been called during this broadcast. So, what do we see after some of the big ones?
And welcome back to St. Martin Decides Election Watch 2024. With the polling stations that came in, we've seen an increase in the numbers and a separation of the number of it's a separation with the number of votes. Those bars have been going far and away from each other, Dr. Romney. As you can tell, based on the registered voters, we have 22,580, and we're just going to go through it for some of you that might just be waking up, walking the dog, and listening to us on the phone because you're so excited. The total voter turnout is 65%, one of the greatest voter turnouts that we've had since 10-10-10, and we still have to verify the information, but so far we have 2 invalid votes casted based on that information from 16 poll stations out of 20. We still have 4 more to go. One of them is the voting station number 6, one of the anticipated stations. We're waiting for the answers for that. I think that the voting bureau has us on the edge of our seats so that we can stay awake with you guys today. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy last day of the week. And from what we have here, work week, sorry. And then from what we have here, Dr. Romney, you want to go through the numbers with us and tell us your thoughts?
Well, we can see clearly that the National Alliance is leading the pack. They have pulled way ahead, and followed by the UP, followed by URSM. I must say URSM is doing a remarkable job for a new party, and yeah, they're doing a remarkable job. And close under them is the Democratic Party, and then followed by the Party for Progress. Okay, and I guess there comes now a little bit behind. Clearly, you can see now that the National Alliance would be the party that you know would have the majority of the seats. And if we could go back to our graph we left off the last time, and we can see the little pretty one, and so we can get a sense to, yeah, here we see those that was missing, and National Alliance here again picked up the whole, you know, maintained their stronghold for the last, what, 10 years. Okay. 6. Yeah, in 6. So they can claim this is National Alliance land, number 6. I would say, folks, don't go to Milton Peters College. That belongs to National Alliance. They have covered that in 5 election cycles. And here again, they maintain all these areas. So we still have, what, 2, 3, 4 more areas to go. And the National Alliance has dominated those areas except for Butte Hotel. UP has dominated that. And they have dominated that for the last, what, 4 election cycles. Yeah. So we'll see if they would dominate it there. So if they do that, and these guys, National Alliance maintain it, National Alliance maintain it, National Alliance maintain it, clearly you see a runaway for the National Alliance.
But I'm curious, because here we have National Alliance dominating the polling stations. Mm-hmm. But what about the individual candidates and their numbers?
Okay. That would be an interesting thing to follow here. And based on this, we can see a total upset. Things has turned around. Right? And I think these are some numbers that we ought to sit back and analyze. Okay? Basic from that, we're seeing that MP Otley would then come, you know, he would come out with the majority of the votes. Okay? That was a position that last election, I think, was held by York Jurendi. Okay? So Otley is above. Interesting, followed by Dr. Messalina. Okay? And then the Weaver, another interesting, she was not up in the top 3. So you see, the top 5 or so has been basically changed. So there has been, in essence, an upset.
I find it interesting, too, that from the top 5, we have 2 representatives or 2 candidates from the PFP, ladies to add, which I'm proud of. Mm-hmm. And then we have the newcomer, Dr. Marcelina, as the second highest vote getter. Mm-hmm. And the number 2, Minister Egbertje Duran, as the 4th highest vote getter. Mm-hmm. We have the leader of the National Alliance. We had 352 votes in total, making her the 7th highest vote getter, if I'm counting correctly. Mm-hmm. And the new party in town, the NOW, now, not new, with MP Christophe Emmanuel with 332.
And if I'm not mistaken, he has lost some support, significant amount of support, you know, in this new political party. And I think one of the persons who have really lost some significant thing is also is MP Maarten. If I'm not mistaken, she probably lost close to 50% of her support. Wow. So yet you see, there's lots of it's a big change, and in the whole area. And here again, unbelievable, the leader of the UP.
Oh, the UP. Oh, the UP.
Okay, yeah. Coming up with less than 200. I mean, it's like I said, there's a lot of things happening here that one cannot believe. And if these numbers hold well, yeah.
Well, my dear, the morning is still young. It's only 5 o'clock. Good morning. For those of you who are waking up and trying to figure out what's been happening, going on your social media and trying to get the final numbers. The good news is you still have time. The final numbers are not in as yet. We have 4 more voting stations to get in. And I don't want to say this. It was predicted that we might be here till 6. I rebuked it. And I think I might owe somebody dinner. But you are just in time if you're waking up and trying to figure out what's going on. As a disclaimer, this is these seat allocations are all unofficial, and of course they are based on our pre-calculations. We still have to wait for you know, to get the official listing. But so far, Dr. Romney, what are your thoughts on the seat allocations?
Well, like I said earlier, we're looking at National Alliance with at least 4. We have 2 that are likely to pick up another one, and then they're likely to get that residual. Okay, so we can see them clearly. They would be the party with the most seats, and of course followed by UP, and then we'll see how the other restators, because I'm sure they probably would have maybe about 3 or so restators. So we'll see how that goes. But I guess we got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, still 7 seats to assign. And I think majority of that, so maybe we're even looking at 4 seats that goes to the restator, because we only have what, 4 more stations to come in.
All right, for those of you who are joining us, once again, this is Election Watch 2024, St. Maarten Decides. Good morning to you. And no, you're not looking at a rebroadcast. We're still live. We're still waiting for those 4 polling stations to come in. Narissa, yes. Lots of information.
So much information.
What are your thoughts?
It is Friday, January 12th, 2024. We come to you live here, bringing you the election results from the general elections 2024 here in St. Maarten. We have 16 polling stations in thus far, and we are humbly awaiting the last 4 districts of with their results coming from the House of Parliament. I would like to thank all of you viewing here and abroad on Facebook, YouTube, and listening via 101.5 FM. It is 5 a.m. We are beyond tired, but we are diligently coming to you, bringing you our the information as it comes in here. We had projections at the beginning of the evening, and our projections are coming in almost to the T. Mr. Richards, you asked me a question early on regarding whether I would see a paradigm shift, whether we will see what we will see as the outcome as St. Maarten decides. And we anticipate as the last 4 stations come in, we will be bringing you the decision of the population of St. Maarten. 4 years ago, 2020, on January 9th, 7 political parties took to the stage, and a coalition government was formed on the 11th of January, I believe, 2020. And yesterday, 2024, January 11th, 8 political parties contested the political parliamentary the elections. Mr. Richards, we're almost there. Not there yet, but we're almost there.
No.
We
still got 4 more to go.
We're hanging on by a thread.
We still got 4 more to go.
4 more to go.
And as Dr. Romney stated and Evan stated, you know, it's good to see the change of the guards, if you look at it that way, because you see those that were in charge, the head of parties, like for instance the UP, you know, has disappeared completely. That says something.
It does.
You know, that says that the people of St. Maarten, you know,
want change,
where leadership concerned.
Yeah, maybe the parties might not change, but the leadership might.
Yeah, who maintained her leadership was Sarah Westcott. She remained, you know, the leader of the DP. And if I'm not mistaken, I think she has grown in votes in comparison with
the last election
4 years ago.
Yeah.
So that you see, again, if you have to compare with Christopher as well, Christopher is someone that was bringing the information, you know, to the public. And the same thing Sarah Westcott did, you know, bring the information to the public. So the public at large is looking at those that are feeding them the necessary information. And most probably would feel even probably they should get a chance to govern, you know. And if you look at the leader of the National Alliance, the new leader of the National Alliance has lost, you know, tremendously. So these are really discussion points, you know, going forward. We are now talking about it, but we still need all the information, the substantial information, you know, to move forward and make an analysis on what has transpired here tonight, this morning actually.
I find it interesting that you talk about sharing information and you know, the electorate, you know, leaning on those candidates that have done so within their term, because there are other candidates that also share that information, and unfortunately, I've seen their numbers drop in this election in comparison to the 2020 numbers. Dr. Romney, is it carved in stone, or?
You know, I have been sitting here and thinking, you know, what caused this drop in votes for these leaders, and basically by 50%. And I want to believe, here again I'm cautiously optimistic, that the electorate, they are learning, they're coming to grips with that we need performers, okay? If one take a close look at, for instance, MP Emanuel. MP Emanuel did well the last election, went to Parliament, got involved in this, to my feeling, unpopular thing about jumping ship. Not really, yeah, basically, yeah. He jumped ship and left the party. and claim himself an independent. In essence, he haven't jumped ship in the two definition of jumping ship. Because when I define jumping ship is that you leave and then you join another party to throw down that government and form a new government. Okay? Here he declared himself as an independent member, which by my mind is also unconstitutional. But we'll leave that for another time. And if one look at his record in Parliament over the last 4 years, he has done basically nothing.
Oh, we have information on that as
Yeah.
well. But before we go into that, Dr. Rami, we're getting information that we can go live to the House of Parliament for an update. But it is important to mention that indeed we have done some research to show, based on the sitting members of Parliament, how they have performed over the past 4 years with whether bringing forward initiative national ordinances or even proposing motions. And from what we can see based on the turnout thus far, the members that have regained the trust of the population have indeed brought quite a few motions and initiative national ordinances. They've brought questions to Parliament or questions to the government, and also amendments. So as we continue to get the information, because I don't want to prematurely bring this forward without the last 4 political districts of information coming in, but I think it's very important to mention what you said about performance. Performance is key, and I think 2024 election has shown us that the people's voice, their sentiments are being shown by definitely
into our results tonight.
Received, yeah.
We talk about performance, and you say performance is being rewarded. That's what you're saying. But if I have to put Mr. Bryson in the mix, is your list where performance is concerned, and yet
you are correct, and yet.
So what is the cause of that?
Well, I guess the population decide or have decided that his performance probably does not line up with what they would like to see as a representative of the people. And that is all part of parliamentary democracy and the participatory democracy that we find ourselves in as country, and having an opportunity to cast our votes and make our decisions known in such a form at the end of the day is what we actually need as a democratic state. I don't know how my fellow co-hosts feel about this, but I think it shows.
Yeah, I think we have to be mindful here too, that while MP Bryson, claimed that title of the hardest working person in Parliament, okay, earlier he has also been involved in a lot of controversial things in terms of the party, leaving the presidency and coming back to the presidency. There was a whole lot of issues going on there. So I think the public too is looking at that. Okay, and if one looks again at the record, clearly, if you want to say the hardest working person in Parliament is MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. By far, if you look at all what she has done in the last 10 years, she has brought more questions, she has brought more amendments, she has done much more. Okay? Within the last, I'd say maybe year or so, we have seen some activities going by MP Bryson. But if one look again at the data, you see, and if one has to attach that title to anyone, it then would have to be MP
Westcott Williams.
Yeah.
Yes, based on the historical data, indeed.
Yeah.
This is based on her 3,377 days as sitting as a member of parliament. The Honourable Member of Parliament has initiated 14 motions of parliament, 22 initiative national ordinances. She's proposed 97 questions questioning the government. I take that, and proposed 4 amendments. And there's an other section which I guess includes what are requesting meetings or whatever other data Parliament constitutes that as. But indeed, she comes in as number 1 as one of the current MPs doing the most, and she seems to also just up there with MP George Pantofet be one of the longest sitting members of Parliament. MP George Pantofet coming in at 4,724 days sitting in Parliament. So indeed, performance is one thing.
I think performance.
But indeed, that paradigm shift as the voter turnout from 2020 to now, we look forward to getting in those last 4 polling stations. Maybe it'll change, maybe not. But St. Maarten indeed has decided, and we look forward to bringing you the final parliamentary results of the general elections 2024. It is Friday, January 12th at 5:20 a.m. We have received 16 polling station results. The last 4 being polling station number 7, number 8, 9, and
13? No, 11. 11.
Which
yes.
is?
Which are Rupert Maynard, thank you. The Rupert I. Maynard Youth Community Center, number 7. Number 8, St. Maarten Academy. Number 9, Butte Hotel. And number 11, Charles Leopold Bell School. This can actually go any way. I think based on the graph, and I think it would be good if we get that one up again with the party dominance per district. Once we see what is the historical data as opposed to what we expect for 2024, we'll probably have a different discussion as we close out this live broadcast. St. Maarten decides election 2024. Dr. Romney, can you give us your take as we almost end, hopefully, come to the end of this political parliamentary debate results? What are your sentiments? What are you feeling? Still, what is the term of the day, Anna?
Optimistic, cautiously
optimistic. Dr.
Well,
Romney.
from like say from the data that and the polling stations that we have gotten so far, and as well as taking a look at the trend, and we can see in most cases these trends have held up. So there's no reason to believe that they will not. Okay, so I clearly expect that the number 9, the Butte Hotel, would then go back to the up party, and the others will fall in line with the National Alliance. And in that case, National Alliance will significantly move ahead and have the most seats in Parliament. Without question, they would not have a majority to form that government. And again, we have to see how that goes in terms of the rest detail and how that works. But we can also find ourselves in a position where the National Alliance joining the UP, they would not reach the mark of 8. They can fall to 7. Okay, and if they fall short of 7, they would need that third party to join them, or we'll have some other combination. And it's a big question whether or not these two parties still have the appetite to work together. You see? So that is something that we have to look closely at once these numbers are complete, and then the governor calls on the informateur to find these parties that's willing to work together, and then see what will happen.
Indeed, indeed. Mr. Richards, your take on this, on the results thus far, as we await the final 4 polling stations.
Yeah, I tend to move in line with what Dr. Romney just mentioned. The polling stations that we expected the number of votes from are a national alliance, you will call them polling stations if you look at the stat that we have there. So you do expect indeed for the National Alliance, to have the most seat in Parliament, followed by the UP party. And then the question would be, as you said, Dr. Romney, who would be the informateur? What are we looking at going forward? Who would the governor call upon to be the informateur? Because the leader of the National Alliance didn't poll the necessary votes. So let's say the National Alliance is the biggest party, and then you get the question, who will then be the formateur, the informateur or the formateur?
The formateur will then without question be the leader. And so it's not based on what, how many votes or who got the most votes. Remember, it's a parliamentary system. It's a party, it's a system of parties, not individuals. So the person that will call on to form the government is whom the party with the most seats. The government does not consist of 15 individual or 15 candidates. The coalition government consists of political parties. Mm-hmm. See, and we tend to lose track of this kind of thing, and we feel because we have gotten more seats than the other person, then we should be. No.
Exactly.
You see, that's the misconception that we have, and that's the point of contention of our parliament, of our candidates, unfortunately. And as we talked about, private conversations, that all stems from what? The open system, and what you refer to as the lynch law, okay, where the candidates get all that preference. Mm-hmm. The closed system is where the leader of the party decides who will be 1, 2, 3, and then would put persons into Parliament, or decide who goes in there. But I guess the deceased, Mr. Lynch, saw in his good wisdom to change, and he have it changed. And, that's debatable, because in a sense, it's more democratic, because those persons who get most votes would then be in line to go to Parliament. Mm-hmm. And as opposed to maybe a person that's second and a guy who's third, and he got more votes, or even last on the list, he got more votes, but because the party leader preferred that person to follow, then he gets elected. So there's a debate on whether or not that's a good system. But it works. I mean, the closed system, that is.
Yes.
Curaçao still maintains it.
The Netherlands.
Okay? And I think, if one looks at it in hindsight, it was not a good thing to move, because it causes what? Friction within the party. Okay? And two, that could be seen as one of the things, the main factors that we are in the position that we are today. Why we see that paradigm shift. Because during the election or during the campaigning, is, you know, for the lack of a better term or for whatever, is every man for himself, God for us all, dog eat dog. And that would put these persons, these things, in a fight within the party.
Yeah.
I see.
I would like for us to be mindful of the fact that we'd like to give our lovely viewers, whether via Facebook or YouTube, also that bathroom break to get geared up for the last 4 polling stations. And we hope by the time we come back from this commercial break that they'll be tuning into Parliament, getting those last results in. To tell you the status of the St. Maarten population after they've decided who they'd like to represent them in the government for the next 4 years. And with that, thank you, and stay tuned for these lovely words.
2018, the General Audit Chamber submitted its report to Parliament entitled Redundancy Pay for Political Authorities. Before we get into the results of our audit, let's first review the basics. A political authority is either a minister or a member of Parliament. By law, when a political authority leaves office, he or she is eligible to a benefit. This benefit is paid from the national budget and is more commonly known as redundancy pay. So how does a former minister or member of Parliament receive the benefit? A legal procedure must be followed for obtaining redundancy pay. After leaving office, the person has to submit an application. Normally, the application is sent to the Minister of Finance. The application must be approved by national decree. This decree is signed by both the Minister of Finance and the Governor. The Minister of Finance is required to monitor whether that person enjoys supplemental income, for example, another job. If this is the case, the additional income is deducted from the redundancy benefit. How long does a former political authority enjoy the benefit? Redundancy pay is granted for a minimum of 1 year and a maximum of 2 years. The benefit is normally paid monthly and the amount varies. For the first 3 months, a former minister is eligible to receive a maximum of 19,351 guilders a month in redundancy pay. A former parliamentarian is entitled to a maximum of 18,471 guilders a month for the first 3 months. The redundancy pay is gradually reduced over time to a maximum of 14,258 guilders for a former minister and 13,610 for a former parliamentarian. Remember, if the person involved receives income elsewhere, it is deducted from the redundancy pay. Now on to the audit results. What did we discover? Except for one case, formal approvals and national decrees were missing. Contrary to the legal procedure, payments were made in the form of advances. Government was unable to provide reliable information regarding the amount of advances paid. The minister does not monitor as required by law. We can conclude that there is a risk that unlawful payments of redundancy benefits were issued. The situation has to improve, and we've made the following recommendations to the Minister of Finance. Improve the internal organization so that information regarding redundancy payment is always available. Do not grant advances without the required national decree. Ensure that the former political authorities actively contribute to finding employment. And change the law to require a minimal term of service of at least 180 days in order for former political authorities to be eligible to receive the redundancy benefit. If these recommendations are implemented, they will lead to an improvement of the financial management of government. Visit our page to read the full report on redundancy pay.
In our previous videos, the role of the Parliament of St. Maarten and the organization of Parliament were highlighted. In this video, we will focus on the admission of elected persons as members of Parliament. How long is the term of Parliament? Based on our Constitution, the term of Parliament is 4 years. This means that every 4 years, elections are held to determine who will become a member of Parliament. Elections are free and are held by secret ballot. Members of Parliament are elected on the basis of proportional representation. What is proportional representation? Proportional representation is an electoral system in which virtually all votes cast count towards the distribution of seats. The total number of votes cast is divided by the number of seats. The result is called the quota. The number of seats that a party obtains is calculated by dividing the number of votes obtained by that party by the quota. A party that receives fewer votes than the quota does not receive a seat. After that, the residual seats are distributed. The persons with the highest amounts of votes on a list of a political party that has acquired one or more seats can become a member of Parliament. But how can someone become a member of Parliament? First of all, the person needs to postulate him or herself on the list of a political party. In order to do so, the person needs to be a resident of St. Maarten, a Dutch national, 18 years or older, and not be excluded from the right to vote. So who can vote in an election? residents of St. Martin who are 18 years or older that have the Dutch nationality and are not excluded from the right to vote. How do you, as a citizen, fit in all of this? Article 44 of our Constitution states that the Parliament represents the entire population of St. Martin, even those that did not vote at all. So basically, members of Parliament work for you, the people of St. Martin. You decide who becomes a member of Parliament when you cast your vote on Election Day. What else does a person have to do to become a member of Parliament once elected? After the results of the election are made public by the Central Voting Bureau, the elected persons bring their credentials to Parliament. Credentials consist of a letter from the Central Voting Bureau stating that the person that he or she has been elected and another letter stating that the person accepted his or her election. The Parliament then investigates the credentials of the 15 persons that the Central Voting Bureau has deemed elected and have accepted their seats. If Parliament's Credentials Committee finds all documents in order and the Parliament agrees, the 15 persons are then accepted as members of Parliament. The newly elected members of Parliament then go to the Governor for the ceremonial part, the oath taking. To learn more about Parliament, please watch our subsequent videos. Be sure to keep up to date with the Parliament of St. Martin via our website, Facebook, and Instagram.
During this live broadcast, we kindly accept your contribution.
Thank you all for participating today. You have fantastic insight. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the live broadcast of the Parliamentary Elections 2024. We have received some of the final, actually all of the last 4 polling stations. We have received those concluding numbers. In the essence of time, we will only be sharing the party totals. We will not be reading off the individual candidate results. The individual candidate results as well as the party totals have already been uploaded onto the dedicated website for election coverage. Viewers can visit 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓.org, and on the homepage you will see a button for elections. If you click on that, you will see all of the detailed results, including the individual candidate performance for all polling stations. So again, in the interest of time, we will be reading off the party totals for the polling stations, the final polling stations, which are polling stations 7, 8, 9, and 11. So I will start with polling station number 8. Polling station number 8, which is the, there you go, the St. Maarten Academy. That is St. Maarten Academy in St. Peter's, so the district of 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉. The party performances are as follows. Now Party received 89 votes. 90 votes. ECE received 27 votes. The UP Party received 150 votes. PFP received 85 votes. USP received 51 votes. URSM received 132 votes. National Alliance 248 votes, and the Democratic Party 133 votes. That brought a total of 916 valid votes cast, and that is from a total of 1,391 eligible voters. So again, polling station number 8, the St. Maarten Academy, there were 1,391 eligible voters. Of those, 916 cast valid votes. And the totals per party, again, were now with 90 votes, ECE 27 votes, Up Party 150 votes, PFP 85 votes, USP 51 votes, URSM 132 votes, National Alliance 248 votes, and the Democratic Party 133 votes, for a total of 916 valid votes cast. We continue right along with polling station number 9. Polling station number 9 is the Butte Hotel. That is in Phillipsburg, or right outside of Phillipsburg on the 8 Age Road. Again, proceeding with the party totals. The Now Party received 104 votes at this polling station. The ECE received 13 votes at this polling station. Up Party 186 votes. PFP 83 votes. USP 37 votes. URSM 120 votes. National Alliance 205 votes. Democratic Party 123 votes. That is a total of 871 valid votes cast from a total eligible voter pool of 1,429. So again, polling station number 9, the Butte Hotel, there were 1,429 eligible voters. Of those eligible voters, 871 cast valid votes to the political parties as follows. Now 104 votes, ECE 13 votes, Up 186 votes, PFP 83 votes, USP 37 votes, URSM 120, National Alliance 205, and the Democratic Party 123 votes.
We will now go on to polling station number 7, which is the Rupert Maynard Community Center, with 1,420 eligible votes. The Now Party received 89 votes, the ECE 47 votes, the Up Party 186 votes, PFP 72 votes, the US Party 35 votes, the USRM 114, National Alliance 266, and the Democratic Party 136 votes. That's for polling station number 7, the Rupert Maynard Community Center, with total eligible voters at 1,420. And we will proceed further with the polling station number 11, which is the Charles Leopold Bell School. The eligible voters were 1,267 for that particular polling station, and the numbers are as follows. The Now Party with 69 votes, the ECE with 16 votes, the Up Party with 154 votes, PFP with 130 votes, USP Party with 44 votes, USRM 93 votes, the National Alliance with 157 votes, and the Democratic Party with 128 votes. Those are the two polling stations, 7 and 11. And now I would like to give you the overall votes per party. The Now, 1,488. The ECE, 291. The Up Party, 2,837. The PFP, 1,721. The US Party, 689. The USRM, 2,020. the National Alliance 3,468, and the Democratic Party 1,976, for a grand total of 14,490 votes.
Yes, reviewing the overall performance of the parties, we see that the National Alliance garnered the most votes at 3,468, followed by the United People's Party with 2,837, URSM with 2,020, Democratic Party with 1976, PFP with 1721, NOW with 1488, USP with 689, and ECE with 291. Of the total 22,553 registered voters, some 14,678 came out to the polls and exercised their right to vote, giving us a turnout rate of 65.08%. That's almost 6% more than the turnout rate in the 2020 elections. As we have now announced all of the key numbers of the 20 polling stations, we welcome back into the hall the Central Voting Bureau with Chair Lady Natalie Tackling.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a very long night and now very early morning for most of us, and I appreciate your patience and your attention throughout this entire process. I'd like to update you that I just got off the phone with the governor, where I informed him of the final preliminary results of this election. Based on that, I can now share with you the initial seat allocation as we have calculated. The NOW party will receive 2 seats based on the preliminary calculation, the ECE 0 seats, the UP 3 seats, PFP 2 seats, the US party 0 seats, the URSM 2 seats, the National Alliance 4 seats, and the Democratic Party 2 seats. So I'll repeat that one more time. That's 2 seats for the NOW, 3 seats for the UP, 2 seats for PFP, 2 seats for URSM, 4 seats for the National Alliance, and 2 seats for the Democratic Party. Please note once again that these are preliminary and are subject to verification and potential objections. As the chairperson of the Central Voting Bureau, I would like to take a moment to express my sincere appreciation to all stakeholders who have worked tirelessly to make Election Day a success. I would like to thank the Secretariat of Parliament, KPSM, the Civil Registry, Public Works Department, DCOM, and all other organizations that have played a vital role in ensuring the smooth functioning of the electoral process. I also want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the hardworking polling station members who have dedicated their time and effort to ensure that the voting process was conducted in an efficient and orderly manner. I know it's been a long and exhausting day for all of us, but it's thanks to their commitment that we were able to receive the results from the polling stations and even announce these to the public. As we're all aware, we had hoped for the results to be available sooner, but unfortunately, the circumstances at each polling station did not allow for this. It's important to note that, as per the law, these are just preliminary results. In the coming days, the Central Voting Bureau will be carefully reviewing the packages from all 20 polling stations with the tally sheets and the submitted procès-verbal, or PVs as we call them, to verify and ensure the accuracy. And of course, we do this in preparation for our public meeting scheduled for this coming Tuesday at 10 a.m. During this meeting, any eligible voter will have the opportunity to file an objection if deemed necessary. Once again, it's crucial to emphasize that these are merely preliminary results and that the final outcome will be determined after a thorough review process. Based on our review, as well as weighing the merits of any possible objections that may be filed, a decision will be made by the Central Voting Bureau. I also want to thank the public again for making use of their democratic rights and participating in the electoral process. Your engagement and commitment to the democratic process are essential for the functioning of our society. Once again, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone involved in the Election Day process today. Your dedication and your hard work have been absolutely invaluable, and we look forward to working together to ensure a fair and accurate outcome for all citizens of St. Maarten. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a wonderful day.
And welcome back to the St. Maarten election results. St. Maarten Decides 2024, brought to you by Vid Media. And clearly we have received the final counts for this election. Dr. Romney, what are your thoughts on the final count?
Well, like I said, this is something that we projected. I must say that's what we projected. And with the final thing, that National Alliance with 3,468, UPP with 8,837, USM with 2,020, DP 1,976, PFP 1,721, NOW 1,488, USP 689, and ECE 291.
With this information, we're looking at the voter turnout statistics in comparison to the previous years, and we are still with our invalid votes, 2 invalid votes for the entire process, and the highest, one of the highest voter turnouts in quite some time. We're looking at we're looking for the voter turnout statistics. There we go. We did significantly better than last year and the year before that, with 2 invalid votes. What do you think about where we are right now with this?
Okay, we have seen that registered votes, they have decreased by, almost 1,000, and the voters' turnout has increased significantly from 59.6 to 63.9. And the valid voters, again, too, that has increased. And I mean, astounding that the invalid is just at 2. I can't believe that. From 402 to 2, that's a remarkable thing. And I think the people, the electorate of St. Maarten, should be commended for that.
Yes, definitely. And as the chair of the Voting Bureau indicated, that Tuesday at 10 a.m., everybody will have the opportunity to review and voice their concerns, and you know, they'll have a more accurate count. And we are looking forward to that time so that we can put our numbers together and we can start the new process of forming this government. The seats, I think I have to buy somebody dinner. The seat allocations, we have the National Alliance with 3 outright seats and 1 residual seat. The Democratic Party with 2 outright seats, PFP with 1, while and 1 outright seat and 1 residual seat. The URSM with 2 outright seats. The NOW with 1 outright seat and 1 residual seat. And of course, I have to also put the disclaimer that these seat allocations are all unofficial and they're based on the pre-calculations. We will have the official information next week. The UP with 2 seats outright and 1 residual seat. Yes, the seat allocations are there, and I will have to ask you, would you like your steak medium or well done? Hopefully it is medium.
I'll be cautiously optimistic in telling you whether I like it. Well, see, the electorate of St. Maarten has spoken.
Yes, and with that, we would like to thank everyone, all viewing via Facebook, YouTube, listening via 101.5 from 8 p.m. yesterday, January 11, to this morning, 6 a.m., January 12th. St. Maarten, you have exercised your democratic right, and you have shown your, you've made your decision, and we'd like to thank you. We'd like to thank the stakeholders, Central Voting Bureau, the Department of Communications of the Government of St. Maarten, and all the political parties for coming out and showing yourselves in order for you to get the decision we've come to here this morning, January 12th. Mr. Richards, any closing remarks?
Thank you, and thank the viewers, and not only that, Mr. Romeo, thank you, Evans, thank you, Nerissa, thanks, and all the technical staff, thank you, for being here. You all are troopers, and staying alive. We could play all the songs. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you indeed to our co-hosts. And with that, we say, election watch has come to a close. St. Maarten, you have decided. Good morning.